Hey, Gabe. It says it's live. So
Can you shoot me?
I don't know.
Is it showing up in the? Oh my god! It's
Yeah.
working.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll need the link, but we can see it here on a. How did you do it?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know what I did differently.
Can we go, if you don't mind, like on the webpage of the SSRI?
Yeah.
Do it
Yeah.
here.
Yeah. Free.
And then I'm just gonna do it in a.
You're on YouTube?
Yeah, I'm doing a incognito right now. See if it works.
Oh yeah.
Duke SSRI is the channel.
Yes. It's working all right. Can you hear me now? A little bit of network stuff. We're going to talk all day. I'll probably talk louder when time comes. So. Okay. Does this sound to the room? No, it does not.
It's working.
Good.
It's streaming.
Good.
So I mean,
I think it's the schedule thing that screwed it up.
so this is the scheduled one.
Yeah.
So it actually made it work.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you didn't log in or do anything.
I didn't do anything differently. I think it's
Alright, so
I
we
just said
just-
it said you're at one schedule. I clicked to the scheduled one and it said start the scheduled one now. I said yeah.
So we try it again tomorrow morning with the same.
Yeah, I think we'll try to schedule it.
Here's me the.
I know. I think it's scheduled one for 8:30.
Is she not? Oh yeah.
I think we scheduled one for
8:30. Okay, I'll do it for 8:30.
or 8:35.
But I'll have to do it from this computer. I'll do it at lunch or something when we're
Yeah.
paused.
Yeah.
And you don't need to be behind the camera.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or maybe we can just do it for like 5:15. We don't have to come in like stress in the morning.
5 in the morning.
5:15 is like test.
And then pause it. Then when it start, and then just be streaming.
Well, oh, you mean just for tomorrow's test to get it going?
Oh, to test it tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can test it tonight. I mean, we have to take the participants at the restaurant.
Yeah. Oh, right. Let's see. So when there's a, so I guess I just hit this when there's a pause.
Yep.
Okay.
Cool. Perfect.
Yeah.
All right.
I know. It's amazing. It's like right in the nick of time.
I think I like the idea. It's like I'll schedule it when you're not streaming. The only problem is I hope it doesn't break the screen to schedule.
Yeah.
So maybe I'll do it tonight.
Okay.
Extra
And then
charging
tomorrow,
things
set
or
it for
no?
like
What things?
The charging ports?
There's probably another one downstairs. Email Bernie. Good. You made it?
Yeah.
I missed you at graduation. I tried to get you at the end. and-
Yeah, my parents ran out and I had to go check them. They were really hungry. So,
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, welcome. There's t-shirts in the back and walking around. So.
Let me just.
Yeah, go and hang out with where to find the best thing to do. Do either of you have any idea how to get the show working on this?
Oh, on this one.
Or on this? Hello?
It's like, I'm happy that it's going. Could you?
Well, I tested that yesterday. Let me ask Will. Well, is it supposed to be this one?
I don't know idea. I just pulled these out of a drawer. This one is taped to the table.
I think Will has a mic for us. 'Cause I
He has a
remember-
mic for us for that, not for the room.
Oh, I see. For the room, I think we used a microphone itself last year, right? That's what I
We used one
remember.
of these.
Oh, we did
I
use one of
believe. Well, he
these.
says we use something like that.
Okay.
And it says, I know this might work. I tested it yesterday, but carrying a mic is going to be a big deal.
Yeah, no, definitely.
This one, the battery is dead. This one
Okay.
is on. Let's try.
Oh. Oops.
That worked.
Okay, well at least that.
All right.
Wow.
Wow, that's powerful.
That is
Too much. That was not on. It's this one I just turned on for something in the room. anything? All right, can we hear anything now? Try that. Anything? What about that? Can you hear anything there? Hello? 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 Anything? Anything in the back? Not really, nothing. Okay. But yeah, it's going to feed back on this one. What about a room mic? What does that's do?
These should not be interfering, so.
Turn this down as far as we can. All right, can you hear me in the back? It's just too much. Way too much. Well, let's just do. I can do without it, so I'll shut this off. It's muted
Weird.
now.
It should be really weird.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know either. I'll text Kathy and see if we can find somebody.
Yeah, and there's this one plugged in, so you'd think.
That's for the camera.
Oh, that's for you. Okay, all right. And there's another one here, but the batteries are dead. So. That one works, but I'd rather not. All right. Well, we'll see. I've usually never been accused of being too quiet. All right. I think we're getting close. The microphone system doesn't seem to be working the way we hoped it to. Can you all hear me okay in the back? All right. My family's never accused me of being demure and quiet, so I think we're going to be all right. Welcome to Social Networks and Health 2024. We really appreciate you being here. If the folks near the door, once we get started, can just pull the doors closed, that would be awesome because there are people doing real science out there in the room and they don't want to hear us. So that would be all right to make sure we are there. Couple of quick just preliminaries. If you're here for something other than social networks and health, welcome to some coffee and you might want to find another room. Otherwise, you're locked in here with us for the rest of the week, and it is going to be a lot. Spend some time getting to know each other and say hello, and sort of make some connections. That's part of the reason we're here, and we'll make a few things about that as we go. A couple of bits and pieces. There will be breaks throughout. The bathrooms are down the hall and sort of in the middle section, right past that little kitchen. And there's also some on the other side over there. If you would rather not take the elevator, there are 2 stairwells that'll take you up and down, and so you can do the stairs as well. If you were wondering yesterday and you came in the afternoon and you thought your ears were ringing, those are cicadas. That's Route 13. They are going to be here, and you will see more of them than perhaps you want, but they're kind of awesome, really. So we get a chance to see some of those. What else to say? The food is in the back. Help yourself. We're in the South. You're going to be well fed. There should be no problem with that. If you have restrictions that we haven't met, please try to let us know as best we can. We are reasonably good social network analysts. We are not professional party planners or social organizers. So we will make mistakes. There will be things that bump and don't work quite right. Please try to be forgiving. As a great example, we somewhere in the cosmic universe, the T-shirt people decided that we needed Carolina Blue T-shirts, for example, at a Duke social event. So there you go. If you're looking around and you see the people who are here to help you, which are all the DNAC RAs and former alums, they're wearing now Carolina Blue T-shirts. So if you find yourself like with the blue screen of death or something not working as you're going through this stuff, flag them down and they will help you. That's the strategy. And the plan this morning is to go through some basic overviews and backgrounds to social networks and what this sort of thing is and what we're engaged in. The schedule is sort of set up, as you'll see. I'll walk through it in a bit. We'll go through some of the elements of the schedule. But basically, we're going to walk you through the process of from getting an idea to getting an analysis done. And I'm going to say this many times. You're not going to get it all in this 4 days, right? So coding and thinking in networks and all of this any kind of method is a discipline. A discipline requires practice. So don't treat this as the end. This is your initiation. This is where you start. And we hope you don't become strangers after this and turn off into isolates, but instead keep in touch and let us know what you're up to. and we will keep, we'll help you move on as we go forward. Question, one other element. Anybody that's parking in the chemistry lot that we wanted to pass and got one, make sure you printed that pass and put it on the dash. If you just put it on your phone and got in the gate, you would think that would be enough so you didn't get a ticket, but the guys that walk the parking lot don't know how you got in the gate, and so if they don't see it, they'll give you a ticket. We can probably fix it if that happens, but it'd be easier for it not to happen. So if you're in that situation, flag down one of the RAs, and we will get you a printed version of that and make sure you're okay. Any other snafus or problems before we get started? All right, let's go. This is the basic outline. I'm old school, I can't help but put an outline up before I start talking, so this is where we're going. I've started probably, my RAs laugh at me every time I put this up. I've probably started every talk I've given since graduate school with this quote, which is to speak of social life is to speak of the association between people. They're associating in work and in play, to love and to war, to trade or to worship, to help or to hinder. It is in the social relations been established that their interests find expression and their desires become realized. This is what you might think of as the strong program in network identity. But what Blau's point is that what it means to be a human critter is we're not whats, we're whos. And whos are defined by their social relations. The essence of sociality is our connections to other people. And yet, the vast majority of our methods start with the statistical assumption that people are independent atoms by themselves with little brains that do their things and interests, and they maximize those interests, maybe with some input from others, but by and large, that's noise. Our goal today is to think of that and flip that script. Our goal for the course of this week is to think that what we're going to do is take seriously the fact that humans are social. And by virtue of being social, everything that we do is contingent on the things around us that are being done. Our roles, our connections, our patterns, our beliefs, all of these get spread through our connections with other people. And that's where our interests find expression. That's really what we are. And so that's the goal, the big picture goal as you think where we're going. And of course it's important for something like how I think of myself or who my family is or which kids I want to care for most. Right? So these kinds of features, of course, are always there. But also our health. Right? Do I think smoking is a good idea? Do I think it's a good idea to take the stairs? Right? What kind of food do I eat? What kind of beliefs do I practice? Right? All of these things that shape how we become who we are and how we take care of ourselves are also functioning through networks. And that's how the social networks and health idea came about, and that's what we're trying to go for. The history of this field is old. Right, so it started as a sort of recognized thing. Social network analysis probably started in about the 1930s. There's some earlier stuff on that on kinship networks. But Jacob Moreno had this great sort of push to get this idea. He called it sociometry. And he had this notion, he said, if we ever got to the point of charting a whole city or a whole nation, we would have a picture of a vast solar system of intangible structures powerfully influencing conduct as gravitation does in space. Such an invisible structure underlies society and has its influence in determining the conduct of society as a whole. That's the promise, right? So that's what we think. Like, he's looking out at all these great physicists that are predicting the orbits of the planets, and he thinks, why can't we do that in social life? And so that was his goal. Turns out, it's a kind of big, complex, chaotic systems aren't as easy as we might expect, and so the promise of this I don't think has even quite yet been realized. But that's the goal. If we can identify what these networks are, if we can map them in a particular way, then we can situate people in the right spot and figure out what their constraints are and somehow use that to our advantage to understand the world. And so that's what we're doing. If you're curious in the history of science, this was originally in 3 colors that had social relations and who you liked, who you disliked, and who you spent the most time with. And it's about this size in real life, a little bit bigger, and drawn all by hand. So if you thought you have a crappy RA job, there you go. So. We do a little better than that now. Networks as a field has been increasing overall. This is papers on networks and health as a proportion of all papers of health. Ashton Verderi and I put this together a few years ago. We have a paper out on this, sort of the study of the field that I think I sit around in the resources. One of the things that's of course interesting is, well, you're making a big deal out of this, Moody. It's only 5%. But as that goes, that's about equal to the number of papers on obesity in health, right? So there's been a really strong interest in the field and understanding how these things matter. And so that's what we're trying to work on. If you have a more pecuniary interest, NIH and NSF are interested in funding this work, so the trends are working in the right direction. We can only hope they keep going that way. So that's what we're working on that. So what is a network? How do these things, what are they and how do they make sense? This is a high school. I assume most of us went to high schools. Your high school may or may not have looked like this. Mine didn't have palm trees, but we often think about high schools as these big buildings or maybe a curricula or something like that. When a social network researcher thinks about a high school, this is what it is. So to me, this is a high school. You're going to see a lot of these diagrams today, and I'll go over how to make them eventually, but just for now, the way to think of them is each point is a node, it's a person. In this case, it's a high school or a school student. And the layout, where there's space on the page, is a low-dimensional representation of this multi-dimensional object. And so each node is put near each other on average if they have lots of ties with each other or lots of ties in common to other people. And so the x and y axis don't matter. I can flip this, I could rotate it, it'd all be the same. But what matters is proximity. And the first thing you'll notice if you look at a graph like this is that you can see that the junior high up here, the 7th and 8th graders, are separate from the high school, which are the freshmen in blue and the seniors down here in yellow. And so you have this gradient from 7th grade to seniors. But you'll notice there's also another clustering, and in this particular school, it's race. So if you go to this school, in this high school, even though it's integrated at the aggregate level, if you were to look at what the building is saying, that this is almost a 50-50 split between white and black students, it actually ends up being the case that the odds of a white student interacting with a black student are about as high as the odds of a junior high kid working with a high school kid. So this is the setting that is segregated internally, even though it's integrated formally. And that's something you see from a network standpoint, right? It just pops out from it. I didn't cook the book and lay it out this way. This is what the data tell us. And some schools are like this. Some schools are not. Some schools you have integration, some schools you have segregation, and it's that kind of a network context that shapes the way that people think about race and identity and so forth in the setting that they grow up. And that's the kind of thing we want to play with and understand. So social networking, this is the same thing I said before. So the fact that despite the fact that we know this and we believe this, most of sociology and social science has ignored it. We treat people as if they don't interact with anyone else, and in fact, our whole methodological assumption is of independence, and we want to do something a little more than that. And so how do we go about doing it? The process of social network analysis is to define this set of relational methods for systematically understanding and identifying connection among actors. It's motivated by this structural intuition, this idea that the shape of that unobserved structure matters for someone else. And once we think about what that structure is, we need to get data about it, and we have to find a way to understand it. We tend to do it either graphically with these kinds of pictures, which there's a lot of work you can get qualitatively out of just simple visualization, and there's also a lot of mathematical and or computational models that we're going to spend most of our time today working on, or this week working on. If you're not a sociologist and you're going to get more sociology today than you probably care about, for those who are not, and you're a health researcher and you think get to the practical stuff, there's a new movement, sort of new for us anyway, over the last 20 years, has been this notion of the social determinants of health. And networks are one part of the social determinants of health. And if you think about what leads to someone's health and well-being, or the distribution of health and well-being in the population, the context and the setting that they live in matters, but also where they fit in their social life, and sort of what that is engaged in. And the social position idea leads to all these other outcomes, which then in turn lead to the distribution of healthcare. So thinking about this social distribution and the social determinants of health really matters. There's another reason that it matters, which is that if you're an interventionist and you spend a lot of time trying to figure out how to make people healthier, you're going to do things to them. Like you might be a doctor who takes care of the patient, and then you figure out what your readmission rate is at the hospital and hope that you don't get in trouble with the NIH, right? So that's the kind of model we typically have. The point, of course, is that when you treat a patient, those patients are also dealing with their family and their friends and their neighbors, and they say, that doctor was great, it really wasn't so bad getting a colonoscopy, you ought to do it, like it's a great idea, right? And if they have a great experience, they'll tell their friends to do it, and we'll lower cancer rates. If they had an awful experience, they'll tell their friends about it, they won't do it, they'll die of cancer. That'll be the doctor's fault for not the spillover. So you think about these processes, right? This is actually both a cost and a benefit. It turns out that a little bit of investment on the individual level gets multiplied by that spillover effect. So what looks like a small effect at the individual level gets multiplied by every person they connect to. So we think about networks not just as all these constraints that are encouraged on the input side, they're also on the output side. It creates this nice spillover effect that allows us to multiply the things we do, both positive and negative. So how do we think about networks in this context? For the health process and really for analysis in general, I like to think about networks as sort of two different versions. And I'm going to focus on these ones. This is what this notes, connections, and positions idea. But I think that another way to think about it is this idea of networks as variables versus networks as structures. The networks as variables approach is probably fits best in the public health model. It says, look, we're going to go out in this world, we're going to measure a structure, we're going to put it into a model, and we're going to see its effect. Pretty straightforward. The network of structure idea says, let's figure out what this pattern is and what accounts for it. How does it come to be? It's like, so what is it that, why are some high schools segregated and other high schools not? Well, that's an actually interesting empirical question that we can't really make sense of by just thinking about the variables that the kids are engaged in. So we need to find a way to build it. One way to think about the networks and health problem space is to think about it as an inherently multi-level process. And I like to think of this as a general rubric for all sort of network problems, which is that the way we're going to work is we start with a set of behavioral assumptions. Those behavioral assumptions have to do with how they form ties, how we have belief practices, and these are more well, depending on the field, more well grounded in data we're able to collect. Those things create patterns of micronetworks. Who we're friends with, who we talk to, who we trust, who we dislike. Like those micro patterns are driven by our behaviors and by our experiences. These are our reciprocal endogenous behaviors. Those things aggregate then. So the whole point is that we don't just do our friends that we like, but our friends have friends that we don't have, and those aggregate up into these patterns of macro networks, which then creates an outcome. Now, I stole this image from a paper from a long time ago, so if I'm writing myself, I would then put another recursive arrow back over there to behavioral assumptions, but there you go. As a classic example in the field is the notion of what's known as social balance. And so we have these aphorisms, right, that a friend of a friend is a friend, and my enemy's enemy is my friend, right? What that means is that a friend of a friend is like we're all chummy together. My enemy's enemy is a friend means that we segregate off and apart. And so depending on which of these two balance out most, you're either going to end up with a lot of chums or balanced opposition. Right? So that behavioral assumption and how it works through the aggregation process creates political segregation. It creates enemies. It creates this whole notion of segmentation in societies can be explained by this very simple notion of that. Or it might be that people adopt the behaviors of their best friend. And so I don't know what to do yet. My friend does whatever the green is, so later I become green. That leads to certain kinds of segmentation, right? And so there's lots of these different processes where it can happen. And so the behavioral assumption is your theory, and that's your job as experts in your field. If you're trying to figure out, cancer or HIV or smoking, like there's 1,000 different fields that you need to understand that figures out what your behavioral assumption is, what you think people do and how it affects their relations. And then the network analysis will get you through the rest of this part. That's your theory, right? You have to start there. I can't give you that. That's not what we do. We can help you. Welcome to Bounce. We pretend to know a lot about these things, so feel free to bounce these ideas off us. But this is sort of the part that we're going to focus on as we move forward. So if you take a 30,000-foot view of what is social network analysis, there's basically two types of problems in social network analysis. The first is a connectionist point of view, and the connectionist point of view is really focusing on how things move through the network. So the diffusion of disease is the archetypical example. And so this is networks as pipes. We have this structure out there, things are moving through those things, and that's what pushes the world as we go. Right? A positional network is networks as roles. The idea is that we have sets that people occupy different parts of the network, and those parts of the network create a different sort of set of incentives or opportunities. From the connectionist standpoint, everyone who's gone through the pandemic, right, probably recognizes this little guy, right? We've lived with R naught longer than we care about. R naught can be thought of, there's other ways to think about it. One way to think about it from a network standpoint is that it's the combination of three features. It's the infectivity of the disease, it's the likelihood of contact, and it's how likely or how long people are connected in that way. So that's those things together, if you balance them out just right, will give you the reproductive rate of the disease, whether it increases or decreases. One way to think about where that goes then is imagining that the contact part, right, what C is the network, right? So from a diffusion standpoint, C is the network. This is might be a network you could imagine sampling of HIV or other kinds of sexually transmitted diseases, and you want to understand where the disease moves, and so you sample a bunch of people in your population, and you ask them about their last 2 sex partners, and you might learn something about what they do, right? And that's the way that sexual network research has been done for a long time. The problem is that each of those nodes is linked inside another set of relations. And so this is real data on high school romantic relations. And what's interesting, of course, is that at the local level, these 3 nodes and these 3 nodes look identical. But at the global level, these 3 nodes are at much higher risk of getting a disease than those 3 nodes. And if you're a parent, I apologize. This is, yes,
Harsh reality.
right? It's like, whew, there you go, right? But on the other hand, whatever your mom told you when you're, that when you're sleeping with someone, you're sleeping with everyone they ever slept with. These kids slept with 288 other people in this room, right? So that not in this room, but in this setting. So that's the point, right? Is that if you want to understand where something like HIV moves, you've got a lot more leverage if you know if they're in this cluster or in that cluster. Now, figuring that out in real time, in real places, and so forth is complicated, but it's the kind of thing that we want to know if we want to make any progress in these kinds of fields. As a general case, then, we can replace this generalized contact with the network that's relevant for disease, right? And so the disease-relevant network, in this case, is the thing that we need to understand in order to make sense of this. Now, if you don't know the network, there are some conditions where we can estimate it really well, right? So if the network is perfectly random, if the links are sort of segmented into these really nice homogeneous compartments, or if it's a static graph that is random except for something like, some people are stars and some people are not, right? So there's a few sort of conditions where we could make sense of this feature. The problem, of course, is that most of these situations don't map onto real life. So most real life networks don't look anything like our assumed random networks, and so we need something else. The standard models tend to fail because networks change faster than the disease is spreading, the network admits to unobserved clustering that we have no sense of, or there's some kind of, or more importantly, there's some kind of active feedback between the disease spread and the things that people do to create their contacts. Right? And so this is a sort of what I think of as a really open opportunity for new research. As a simple example, this is a model that you might imagine that the disease-relevant network contact is a function of policy fatigue. Right? The first time, this we have over here, the index of days on the x-axis, and we can imagine that as a public health official somewhere, if I see a certain number of people get infected, I introduce new social distancing or lockdown measures, and then after the lockdown, people come through and they follow the rules, and the disease drops. All right, things are good again, so now the disease keeps going back up. But notice, my rule has stayed the same, but the peak keeps going up. Because people don't want to do it anymore. It sucked to be in lockdown. And so by virtue of that, right, even though I've reused the same rules every time, because of the policy fatigue and people getting tired each time, you end up with this greater and greater amplitude of disease spread at each wave, even though your policies remain the same. So you have to have a policy that respects the fact that people have a fatigue element, and if they don't do that, you're going to end up with a greater disease than you might otherwise. This is simulated data, so that's my belief that it would happen. That's not real data. So there's lots of ways you can think about this. The real, of course, problem is that the disease-relevant network isn't a thing on itself. It's a function of beliefs, practices, family, work. That is, it's a function of all the human social systems that drive all of our behavior, right? That's what the network is created by. And so we need to understand what those features are. So it's things like physical embeddedness, like where do they actually live, where do they have to work, what kind of belief systems do they have, how much agentic capacity do they have, to use the jargon of sociologists, that is, can I decide to stay home from work or do I have to go or I lose my house, right? So these are the kinds of things that we need to understand if we're going to be able to predict what this network is. So that's the connectionist point of view. It's all y'all trying to figure out where the pipes are laid so that we can figure out how the things are moving through the system. The positional analysis is slightly different, and it's more deeply rooted in sort of the historical social network or structural anthropology side of social networks. So imagine, just as a thought experiment, that I give you this little network, and I show you that there are two people in this network who love each other romantically, and they feed three people that bicker with each other. Any idea what this is? Right? We know, right? We know what this is. We know it intuitively. Like it's like, bing, there it is. This is Ozzie and Harriet's sort of classic sitcom family, right? This is the thing we know. And, you know, if we want to distinguish, you know, half, my wife might say that really what there should be another green arrow going over to this one, and you can distinguish wives from husbands, right? So there's this distinction about what people do and how that shapes who they are, right? And this is what's known as role systems in structural anthropology and sociology, that our roles are determined by our patterns of obligations with respect to other people. And so a role, I thought I had another slide on that, a role is fundamentally that I have some obligation to make sure my children don't starve. They don't have an obligation to make sure I don't starve, right? So it's an asymmetric obligation. And kids, like that's what they do to each other, right? They are sort of, you know, that's how they fit. And so a role is determined by a role and a role complement. It's a pattern of exchanges. And if I know the pattern of exchanges, then I can figure out what the roles are. I can reverse engineer the rules that are guiding the system. What's really fun about this kind of work is that oftentimes the actors don't know the rules themselves. Families, they do. That makes a lot of sense, right? Like we know what parents are supposed to do. We know what cops are supposed to do. We know what teachers are supposed to do. Right? We have lots of formal roles. But there are also informal roles, like bridges and leaders and followers and, you know, people that like solve problem solvers, right? So these things that are inside each organization or each community that people do, that they take on the role, right? And that role is emergent in a situation. And just like being able to see it here, we can reverse engineer it. And we know when someone has violated a role, whenever like they have that moment of embarrassment, or whether you like, you know, of course the coffee's going to get made. That's what Gabe does, right? He's the coffee guy. He always gets this done, right? And so the knowing that that's the kind of thing that's there is something that we often sort of emerge at. It's an idea that we come to, even if we don't have a formal name for it. Questions or comments on these big picture issues? I'm going to shift gears just a little bit. All right. So I want to do a little bit of history of social network analysis in the field. And there's a much more detail in the paper that I might link to in the resources. But just as a big idea, I liked, it's arguably a pathology of my field is that we can't give up our roots. But there's like, so the Moreno back in the 1930s is here. And if you think over time, these are just highlights of some of the key pieces that have driven where this field has come from in the last almost 100 years now. So I'm going to jump way ahead. I can't go through the whole thing. And talk about a few of the key pieces. In 1967, Rogers published Diffusions of Innovations. This is arguably the most influential book in social networks in the adoption of diffusions. And the idea was he figured out that you could segment populations by their propensity to adopt and their likelihood to share. And those two things would segment audiences into a way that if put together just right, you would get these rapid takeoffs. And so you think about what we now say something like going viral. He discovered, or he was one of the first to point out, that it's not really just that somebody puts something out there that's really titillating, but that there's an audience out there that's accepting of whatever that is. And both of those things have to be there for this thing to take off. And then he builds a whole series of formal models for it and allows you to look at things like the spread of penicillin and stuff like that historically. At the micro level, there's been concern about things like peer influence, for as long as parents have had kids, because everyone knows that your kid's not bad, but their friends are really pains in the ass, and they convince them to do often things that they wouldn't do otherwise. And so Denise Kendall was one of the first people who really started thinking about the problem of selection versus influence. And this is a problem that's going to raise its head over and over the course of this week, which is that empirically, it's really hard to tell if you've convinced me to do something that I shouldn't do, or if I'm hanging out with you because we're both the kind of people that like to do bad things. Right? And so those kinds of features of selection and influence, Kendall was one of the first people to say, well, look, all this work we're doing where we just take people at their word that their friend is a bad influence is really overestimating the amount of social influence. And so she was a first break on some of the initial work on that. Berkman et al. Was one of the first pieces to focus on the fact that your networks, your social isolation, and the people you're connected to has an actual physical response on your likelihood of living longer. Right, so this is one of the first studies where they did a big follow-up over historically of looking at mortality by isolation and social support, and this has generated this entire field of social support in epidemiology and social epidemiology. In the early 80s, right at the rise of the HIV and AIDS epidemic, Richard Rothenberg and John Potterat and a bunch of others were really concerned, as was a lot of epidemiology at the time, that there was going to be a national heterosexual HIV epidemic that was going to, essentially wipe out the country. And so there was this big push to start collecting data and figuring out what these things look like, where we might start it. And a lot of the ideas we have about implementing mitigation processes on networks in order to slow the spread of something comes out of this research. The other thing that John Potterat and Rich Rothenberg did is they created a bunch of data, and they were one of the first people to create these sets of public use network data on sexual relations that allowed us to model the spread of disease over these kinds of networks in ways that we hadn't done before, and it really opened the door to a lot of that work. It turns out, of course, that our networks and the things that drive health aren't just the spread of a disease or a contagion, but our networks get inside of our heads. And Bernice Pesca-Solido and a lot of her work on suicide and friendship and social embeddedness has created a whole literature of work about the way in which social networks affect our mental health. And so the driving of networks and mental health through isolation, popularity, peer influence, segmentation, notions of the veil, sort of a whole series of these ideas are under this rubric of Durkheim in our heads. So thinking the way our network gets inside of our heads and creates these outcomes. Once we had data, once we had processes, once we had these pieces together, we're able to do some work and think about the mechanisms that make some networks dangerous for the spread of disease and other networks safe. Martina Morris was one of the first people to discover this idea that networks can't be thought of as just static structures, if you think about the spread of disease, but instead they're dynamic unfolding structures, and the ways in which they unfold, the ways in which the dynamics are structured, ends up promoting more or less disease. And she came up with this notion of concurrency, that it turns out that a network, the amount of time that people are overlapping in their relations, that if you hold on to your past partner until you're sure of your next partner, like that little overlap creates huge disease spread risk. Whereas the same number of ties spread over different people or different timing can make a network much safer. So a very simple idea once you know it, but no one knew it at the time. Excuse me. A whole series of work on peer work that started on peer pressure and smoking is ended in Bauman's coming out of UNC. Tom Valente, who will be speaking here later this week, was a student of Everett Rogers, and he formalized the models from simple population models to actual network models. And so again, he's spent a lot of time thinking about the ways in which things diffuse through networks. He's also become arguably the world's leading expert in network interventions. That is, if we want to go in and experimentally do something in a setting to either change the network or change the behavior, he's the guy you want to consult with. My career started, and I think many of us have benefited from, one of the world's probably premier network data collection efforts, which is the National Longitudinal Study of Adolescent Health. Now adolescent to adult health. It's in its sixth wave now, about to go into the field again for the sixth time. It first started in 1994, in which we collected data on over 90,000 adolescents in their schools and asked all their social network ties, including sexual network ties. The ties you heard that first slide I showed you was from this study. This is from AdHealth. We didn't misspell it. There's supposed to be two Ds because it's a pun. We're trying to add health to the population. Never try to make a study named out of a pun. That's not the best idea. But if you haven't already used AdHealth data, you probably will. You're going to see a lot of examples of that today. It's an actually remarkable data set. The field shifted again in the mid 2000s when arguably there was a methodological turn. Prior to this, so the work all the way up through AdHealth, and prior to this coming out of folks like Stanley Wasserman and other sort of old heads in the field, was classic applied graph theory. You would take the network, you would map the network, you would think about the network, and you would describe it. Statisticians thought, well, that's great. You can tell stories all day. How about if we test something? And Mark Hancock, Martina Morris, and a few others building on work, Carter Butts, building on work coming out of formal spatial statistics, figured out that there are ways to model the dependencies in networks formally that can create a really rigorous test for the structure of a network. And this work really changed the way that many of us do our work. And so you're going to learn a lot about these tools. The StatNet project is still one of the main ones we use. This is the AdHealth network I showed you a minute ago, which happened in there. And then the diffusion ideas really took off, or really sort of took off to the press when Christakis and Fowler wrote this piece on the spread of obesity over 32 years. They had data on that wasn't meant to be network data. They found these data. Everyone familiar with this study? At this point, okay. So just that it was kind of remarkable in that this was the I can't remember the. What, please say it again. Framingham, yes, thank you. Framingham. So there was a Framingham heart study. And they originally asked everybody these questions about who they spent time with, who they were connected to, because like all good longitudinal studies, you're afraid when people leave, you want to find them again. So these are really just nosy questions like, all right, if I can't reach you, like who's the next person to know you? And so they took this data, and it turns out people named their brothers, their neighbors, their other family members. Excuse me. And they were able to put together this network, this latent network of people who they're connected to, and then follow that network over the course of 50 years or 30 years. And what they discovered was that when people gained weight, so did their peers, right? And because the sample was such a dense sample in this one geographic area, they actually had a pretty good coverage over the whole network. Now, to social network researchers, this wasn't particularly innovative. Makes sense. We expected that. Like if I decide I'm going to eat cheeseburgers and fries, like you'll probably go and eat cheeseburgers and fries with me, right? Economists hated this study. Doctors hated this study. Right? The level of vitriol that came out of this study was remarkable because they were making an actual epidemiological causal claim. They were saying that my obesity caused your obesity, right? So that kind of a causal frame just sent the hairs on the back of the neck of every economist in the room up. And they were like, that can't possibly be true. And so they spent all this time trying to debunk it. And arguably, if I were Christakis and Fowler, I'd feel pretty good about the results. They did we'll talk about it in depth later. But what it really did, and the reason that I keep this in this list, is because it raised that the controversy over this study raised the level of rigor for the kind of work we do by an order of magnitude. The kind of work you have to do to make these kinds of claims is now much stronger, and we now have the tools to do it better. And so all of those things have happened because of this work. Tom Valente's work then sort of compiled all this, and he gave rise to some of this very workshop we're doing with social networks and health. And of course, this work is discontinued. And this is, like I said, the corpus of studies that have been working on these kinds of projects has just been growing dramatically. Now, this is not a particularly fair study because the corpus of studies in general has gone up as well, but there you have it. If you wanted to understand the field of social networks and health in general, one tool we can use is to map the network of papers that are like each other, and that's what this is. So you can imagine I find one paper, the analysis of human papillomavirus, or HPV, being discussed in MySpace, so this might be a somewhat older paper, right? And that paper is similar to a set of other papers, right? And you can see they're similar to a set of papers like, after all, it doesn't kill you, so quit smoking or something. And so these papers have something in common. In this case, what they have in common is they use similar words. If you were to take this local network around that one paper and spread it out, you'll see that there's some set of papers about smoking, there's another about health blogs, there's a whole bunch of papers about HPV, right? This paper sits between a lot of those papers. Well, we can then aggregate up from that and keep aggregating and spreading out until we see the entire landscape of social networks and health literature. And that's what this is. So this is exactly like that network I showed you before. So it's a spatial representation. But because you can't, I don't want to put 85,000, is that right? Papers, 18,000 papers on the screen at once. But instead, if there's a cluster of papers, it's a topographic map. For the hikers in the room, this should be something you see. So you can see, right, that there's a big hill around studies of HIV, another study of social capital, all the social support work. And what's nice is you can think about what characterizes this field. And so there's a whole set of papers, right, that we can then cluster and think about, well, what is inside each of these papers? And so the field is being driven by lots of these different topics. Rogers diffusion of innovation, like that work is being cited all over this field. So this is which pieces gets done. And so the notion of things spreading through a network is part and parcel of the entire field. Valente's work has really been focused on adolescence and influence. That's where he's had a lot of his work, but also because of the intervention stuff over in health policy. Christakis and Fowler, that's really been driven in this world about social support and social capital and the ways in which that's been, affects the health that we have. Whereas Martina Morris's work has really been central to the discussion about HIV and the spread of sexually transmitted diseases. House's work on social relations and health, of course, is the key site in the social support literature, where Provon's work on network effectiveness is driving the field about health systems research. AdHealth, as you might imagine, is driven by the adolescent network set. Arguably, that peninsula wouldn't be there were it not for the AdHealth data set. You can also then think about different authors. So someone like Ed Lauman, who's really a key feature in aging and sexual health. Most of his work is spread all over this set. Bernice Pescasolido in social support and mental health. We can also think about the kinds of topics that are being covered. I think we have a really nice distribution of studies of race. So health disparities by race is a feature across networks and thus across all of the fields of studies using networks in social health. Surprisingly, I think, that gender is not much of a concern in the health policy side, which I think is probably part and parcel of the reasons that we see some what we refer to as structural gender inequality in the health policy and health intervention systems. Is that we think about gender as an individual level feature, and that's reflected in the kind of work that's been done. And then you can see this by disease as well, right? So some parts of these works are focusing on different kinds of disease. I think one of the things that I want you to think about in this is just to realize that you're stepping into a rich field. And if you want to study something, right, it's probably there's probably some work that's there. And so we can help you find it, you can think about it, and just respect the fact that there's a great literature here to build on and a great community you're jumping into that I think have a lot to be done. But also, to think about this kind of a map, again, I find a version that's clean, this kind of a map is in many ways a real map. And unlike sort of the geographic map that we're used to, there are still regions of this map where there be dragons, right? We haven't really explored them yet. And so you can find your way out and push the boundaries of this space to make sense, like what's going on in the interstitial spaces, right? To really dig down and explore and to become the next person that's driving the new growth and the new change in these fields. And that's where I hope you go. All right, a little bit about today itself. This is the sort of social networks research flowchart. This is what we do. And this isn't particularly key to social networks. I think people tend to do this in any kind of empirical field. But you have some research question, you collect some data for it, you figure out what's going on with that, right? Some kind of exploratory data analysis, you then come up with a model, you get your results, and that reshapes your new process. So this is the standard scientific method, right? And the amount and the extent to which your research question is more or less well formed is the structure of the theory in your field. Kind of exploratory analysis depends on where you're there. But that's what we're going to do today. And so each of the blue bars, not today, this week. This is the map of what we're doing, right? And so right now, we're in sort of the research question stuff. But we're going to pop up a lot over the course of this week. Different kinds of people who are going to raise good questions about the kind of work you should do and the kind of work that's important to be done. We're going to have a lot of discussion over data collection. Today and tomorrow are really focused largely on base methods and data collection, and how to organize and deal with your data. So how do you clean your data? How do you manage it? What do you make sense of it with? Once you have data, we typically score it, and so there's a lot of work being done on just building metrics and describing what those metrics are. These are probably the most unique social networks are. This is like you probably haven't heard this before if you haven't done network stuff. And then we'll talk a little bit about visualization and clustering and sort of ways in which to build these exploratory elements. We're going to spend a lot of work on modeling. This is both the arguably the most dense part of the week, but also the part that you're hopefully going to take with you and allow you to get your work done. Does it feel like a bit much? Right? This will be a week of drinking from the fire hose. So a little bit of strategy. I recommend that you focus on ideas and big picture issues, right? So really sort of focus on the questions that are being asked and the broad outlines of the process that we're doing. You don't need to take notes. Like everything's recorded, both video and like you have access to all the slides and all the code and everything like that. So focus on understanding, right? So you'll get you'll get a chance to then get at the details on your second pass. Don't get lost in coding. Many of you think that you're here to learn coding. You're not here to learn coding. You're here to learn networks, and we're going to show you some coding. And we're going to give you some examples of coding, and we're going to give you some pieces you can take home. And part of the reason for that is that code is really easy on the long run, unless you know a little bit. You had a chance to play with ChatGPT, for example. I said, if I give you an edge list, can you draw me a network? Sure. Right? ChatGPT always says yes. I've never had it say no to me yet. It's like that friend that is completely enabling. But there you go. So put it in. I said, all right, here's the data. Show me what you got. Great. Here we go. He's going to run it, see what you have. A little bit of talk, and there you go. So I could say, this machine is going to put me out of business. Right? So this is what we're like the whole week. He has it right there, right? And so we can do this, right? The key is that you need to know what question to ask him. Right, and so the code will be generated. ChatGPT will do it for you. You can get the code if you know what question to ask. So focus on we're going to give you examples, and you need to check it. Like he makes stupid mistakes. I don't know what's the gender of ChatGPT. But the point, of course, is that don't get lost in that. Focus then on the details. Right, focus on the big picture, and it'll get you where they're at. All right. Okay. Let's take a quick break, like 5 minutes, stand up, move around, say hi to someone you did before, and then we're going to move to network data structures. No, it's good. It's good. How have you been?
Oh, we'll definitely get one.
Yes.
So there's
Otherwise, there's nobody. Just go down there.
There's also
Well, the Paul screen's not working for some reason. That's weird. So it was working when I tested it.
She's giving the talk.
if you hit transition or that play button.
There we go. There we go.
No, it's perfect. Oh, Kathy.
Takes a second.
And is the sound off?
There we go. So I guess we got a transition.
It's still running. Yeah. So what happened with the mic stuff? Is it just like picking up right?
What do you mean? Is it? Did you hear it?
With the
Oh.
pick up mic.
Oh, I don't know. It's the room. There's a number we can call. I don't know why it's squealing like that because we had it only on the Remember the bottom thing. I'm gonna
Can I
go.
call the?
Yeah, I'm gonna get. Kathy said that.
Because not everybody's a projector the way that he is. So.
Yeah, Kathy, you know the guy.
Oh, she did. Okay.
So in a sense, you can measure the cooling system. Spatial are you still using this R? I've never used it before. Yeah, I do. I'm not just following it up. Austin's pretty good. Which is also interesting, but you can use so much
score that variable or something
Well, let me double check out.
Oh man.
The overview. Now we're going to go dive head first right into the details. So we're going to figure out what the elements of data that we're actually working with are. And so we're going to talk through networks. What we're going to do before the break is the next break is we're going to identify the types of network data and sort of the basic network structure features, things like components and things like this. Well, that'll make sense in a minute, but maybe not a minute, 50 minutes. So, Gabe wanted me to make sure that we know that if you have any questions throughout these pieces, Gabe, say hi. Gabe's the guy with the beard. Say hi, Gabe. Gabe was making sure to remind you that that there's the Slack channel is being monitored. So there's questions you want to ask, you throw them to the chat channel. Otherwise, raise your hand and people around here will answer them the best we can whenever we get to the point where there's questions. And of course, for me, interrupt at any time. If I'm like, I talk really fast, you're all smart, I assume you're going to listen fast, but if not, then interrupt me and I'll slow down and make sure we do where we're at. All right. So we first need to talk about the unit of interest of networks. So the unit of interest in network analysis is the combined set, the joint set of actors and their relations. So when network analysis is a combination of two data sets. Actors are represented by points and relations are represented by lines. Actors, depending on this one thing you're going to learn quickly is that this field is jargon rich. You can think about actors as people. That's what most of it is for us. But also, formally, their nodes, their vertices, these points. You'll heard those words all the time. Relations are referred to variously as edges, arcs, lines, ties. Like all of these things are equivalent. And a classic example, the example we're going to use today is this little network here with five points. Looks like 5 points and 5 lines, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines. So, in general, a network relation can be, the basic unit is an undirected binary graph. So in an undirected binary graph, A is connected to B and B is connected to A, and there's no distinction of A or B as far as one or the other. The classic example of this is in the same room as, right? So A is in the same room as B, B must be in the same room as A. Sex is a binary variable. If I've had sex with you, you've had sex with me, right? So relations are oftentimes necessarily symmetric, right? A valued relation is where you think about the number of times or the frequency with which something has happened. So in this case, if this was a sexual network, again, it's necessarily symmetric. If A has sex with B, B has sex with A, and A and B have had sex once, and B and C have had sex 3 times. And you can just indicate that, in this case, with a value over the edges if you wanted to, or, which is more common, to use thicknesses of lines or something like that. The second dimension is then whether or not the relationship is directed or not. So a directed relationship means that there's something I do to you that you may or may not do to me. Right? And so liking is a classic example. So I like you. I hope you like me. Right? So that would be a reciprocal relationship. So in this case, A likes B and B likes A, and so it's reciprocal. In this case, C likes B, but B does not return the liking of C. So poor C is left in the cold. Right? And so lots of relations have this kind of feature, right, where it's known as a directed graph, and so the relationship is directed, and it's an empirical question as to whether or not the relationship is symmetric or not, or whether or not it's reciprocal, and that's of interest. We tend to think, for example, that if in relationships where people have a reciprocal liking relationship, that peer influence is going to be stronger than when they have an asymmetric relationship. Now, again, you can be flooded this. There are some relations, we tend not to deal with them very often in sociology, or in social networks and health, but there are some relations that are anti-symmetric. that are necessarily directed. So for example, boss of. If I'm the boss of you, you aren't the boss of me necessarily, right? And this will come up in animal hierarchies, right? So if one person is dominant over the other, if I'm a dominant chicken over you, right, then a dominant hen cannot be dominant to each other, right? So there's a clear dominance ranking in those cases. Now relationships need not be single items. They can be what are known as multiplex. So we can have, so on any set of nodes, we can have any number of relations. And so I might have liking, I might have friendship, I might have jealousy, right? There's lots of different things that can occur on a network. We refer to these as multiplex networks. This is a subtype of what's also going to be called a multi-layer network, in which you have multiple different types of relations in which things can move. And so it might be that my coworkers are one relation, my family is another, and the people I wish I were yet another. Right? So we have lots of different relations that you could map onto a network. Once you have the set of nodes and ties, that gives you a network. Well, we also care about the scope, or the size of the extent to which, the extent of the population that the network covers. The simplest network are data we refer to as ego network or local network data. And local network data is usually an individual and their direct contacts, and they're treated in isolation. So I'll go out and sample people and say, tell me your 5 best friends, and then ask you to tell me about your 5 best friends. Do they smoke? Do they have a college degree? We'll ask a whole series of questions about those, and we're going to have a whole first half of the day tomorrow on ego network data. There's a lot of advantages to ego network data. We're not going to spend most of the system stuff we talk about today, aren't really focused on ego network data, but in many ways, because of the statistical turn in networks, ego network data is really nice because you can sample ego network data with all the anonymity and confidentiality that comes with ego network data, and then simulate global network data that is consistent with the two and get the best of both worlds. So that'll be on Thursday, but just a little preview. Partial network data is the most common kind of partial network data. I mean, that's a catch-all term, right? But what I'm referring to here are some set beyond ego, but not the entire population. And the way you usually get this is through some kind of contact or link tracing. So if I find somebody that is doing something that I'm interested in, such as intravenous drug use, for example, that's a hard sample to draw. I can't go out and just sample everyone in the population and hope I get a bunch of intravenous drug users, because they're rare events, and they don't like to admit being intravenous drug users. Right? They need a little bit of trust before they're going to tell me who they are. And so we'll often do snowball sampling. So I'll start with somebody from the clinic. They'll have trusted the researchers, and I'll say, hey, tell me who your friends are that you do drugs with. We'll go talk to them, and then they'll tell them that I'm trustworthy, and then they'll go off to the next, and we'll do this sort of snowball set. What portion of the population that captures or not is often unknown. We have formal methods of doing this, right, which is known as respondent-driven sampling. And when you follow the rubric of the respondent-driven sampling, you can actually do some good inference on what the population looks like. And we'll talk about that later today, I think, actually. Ashton's going to come talk about that. Most of the methods that we are going to talk about assume that you have what's known as global network data, all the data relevant for the population of interest. So it might be all kids in a classroom. It might be all intravenous drug users in a city. It might be all judges on the Supreme Court, right? So there's lots of different ways you can define your relevant population. But then you care about all the relations inside that population. Now, many times, our theoretical global population is anybody who could get HIV in America, right? So that's a huge population, and we don't actually have that. So we typically have to have some way of thinking about that network. But the assumption is, within some relevant boundary, we have the network. Visually, then, you can think about these as being just different parts around an ego, right? So we have the ego here in red. Ego is the jargon word for your respondent in network analysis. So we have our respondent. They've named people that are their contacts. They might have one best friend, right? So you have a best friend dyad. You have an ego network. We also have these things called primary groups or communities. These are people that a person spends most of their time with. And we're going to, oftentimes the primary group is your community has a special relation in terms of its influence on your behavior. And so understanding what that person's community is often good to know. Then you have some level of partial network where you've snowballed out from your ego. And then the whole thing would be the global network. A key feature of a global network that you're not going to get in most partial networks is that it's possible to be isolated. one of the advantages of defining your boundary first and then asking about all the relations within that boundary is that some people don't have relations, right? So some people are socially isolated. And if your goal is to figure out, how the social relations affect behaviors, and you do a snowball sample, you're going to miss all your isolates because definitionally they don't have anybody that's tied to them who's bringing them in. So you got to make sure you have a way to do that. Questions, comments, thoughts, concerns at this point? All right. We're just going to keep layering complexity. So we'll make sure we're running before we're walking before we run. So most data, when you think about network data, we think about the connections, the direct connections between actors, between people, between states, whatever our unit is. These are formally known as one-mode networks, that every person in the set, a mode is a type of person, all right? So a type of a node. And so a one-mode network, what that means is that everybody in the network could, in theory, connect to every other person in the network. There's no reason, like logical reason, that it's impossible to connect to the others. An alternative to that would be something like a two-mode or a bipartite network. In a two-mode network, it's only possible for relations to cross categories. This is usually definitional. So you might have people as authors and papers. An author, right, is connected to a paper, but a paper is not connected to another paper directly. A paper is only connected to another paper through an author. Right? And so people and groups, authors and papers, words and ideas, events and people, like all of these things, they're categorically different things. And by virtue of being categorically different things, one is usually a member of the other. The beauty of two-mode networks or multi-mode networks, all right, so this is a classic sociological example. It was collected in the 1940s or 50s. It's called the Southern Women's Data Set. It's a classic case of women. These are the ladies who lunch. So this is a data set literally of Southern elite women and who they had lunch with on some given evening, some afternoon. And so what you have are two modes. You have a person mode of ladies who lunch, and you have another mode of events, of lunches that they could have gone to. And so this is a bipartite network, and what's key about a bipartite network is that there are no ties from yellow nodes to yellow nodes, or from blue nodes to blue nodes, but only from blue to yellow. So, all right, great, Moody, what am I going to do with that? There's two things to keep in mind. The first, perhaps an obvious one, is that there are some structural constraints here. You can't have certain size loops, you can't have certain size paths. Like there are certain things that are constrained by virtue of the network being two-mode. But more importantly, is that this represents what's known as a duality. That the information I have on people is the dual of the information I have on events, and I can project one into the other. So I can think about the number of lunches that women have together. And this is the one-mode projection of a two-mode data set. And so I can ask, how often does Flora and Olivia share lunch compared to how often Flora and Laura, to rhyme, share lunch, right? And so this allows you to create an interpersonal contact network or a likely contact network from an event data. The dual of this is I can ask which events share people. All right, so now I figure out that lunch 14 and lunch 12 share more people than lunch 14 and lunch 5. In fact, no one who attended lunch 14 also attended lunch 5. Right, so these are separate sets. And this is kind of cool. It turns out that lots of things in social life have these dual characters. That you think you're talking about lunches, but you're really talking about women. And these things are the flip side of the other. One's that you look at one's the head of the coin and the other's the tail. Knowing one tells you it is implicitly conditional on your understanding of the other. And so that's the notion of duality. One of these things is also conditional on the other. Practically for us is that real one-mode network data, like who do you talk to all the time, it's expensive, difficult to collect, a bunch of IRB issues, it's like out there all the time, it's a pain in the ass. Two-mode data, it's just there, right? There is more two-mode data that you can shake a stick at. Every survey you've ever analyzed is implicitly a two-mode data of people connected by their similar answers on a question. So if Dana and I answer a question the same way, that's going to say that we're probably going to behave more similarly than people who didn't answer the question the same way. People who go to the same lunches, people on any office schedule. If any of you work in hospitals or study hospitals, the work schedule, the day-to-day work schedule, is an implicit social network of people overlapping by shifts. Those are the people carrying hospital-borne infections from one room to another. If you know who work together in the hospital, you got a pretty good bet of where infection is going to move in that hospital. Right? Same thing in nursing homes and so forth. This is the data set that Lawrence Castellino and I put together a few years ago now. We used Medicaid data to look across the entire country. I just zoomed in here on this one hospital in Philadelphia, or some city in Pennsylvania. And we looked at this one hospital. It turns out that we created a network of people who shared patients. So each node is a doctor. Each line is the number of patients they had in common, and that they both jointly treated. And you can see in this particular hospital that it's one hospital, but there are 2 practicing communities. These are all heart patients that started, so they're not different fields. So if you get admitted to this hospital, you're either admitted to the blue treatment group or the red treatment group. And it turns out that of multiple communities in these hospitals, the readmission rates are very different. So it could be that you get lucky and you get the hospital, you get the treatment group that performs well and you're going to be fine, or you get the treatment group that performs poorly and you're going to die. Right? So this feature is a hidden element underlying in a hospital network of this referral. Perhaps it's a referral, perhaps it's a shared expertise. We don't know. We didn't have that part of the data. But it's a hidden community inside the hospital that affects healthcare outcomes. And so if you have data on patients, you also have data on physicians' networks. And you can then ask questions about how their treatment conditions differ. Questions, comments about types of data, modes of data. And it's sort of 2-mode is the easy. You can see that. But you can have 3-mode. You can have K-mode. You can go as many layers as you want. Questions, thoughts, comments, concerns? All right. We've been working now thus far with pictures. Pictures are great. I like pictures. It's hard to do an analytic operations on pictures. So we need a data structure that we can actually work with. And so the classic way to represent network data is known as an adjacency matrix. And so in an undirected binary matrix, this is just a two-dimensional array. So you have all the nodes down the rows, all the nodes across the columns, and they're sorted in the same order. So a tie, a value here, a 1, means that there's a tie between A and B. And because this is an undirected binary network, it's either on or off, and whatever's above the diagonal is mirrored below the diagonal. So you see that that's the same, those are the same. So it's a symmetric, undirected, or unvalued network. If I have a directed binary network, you'll notice now in this case that the convention in sociology is to have rows be the senders and columns be the receivers. So there's a tie from B to A would be here, and from A to B is there. So here we see that C sends the tie to B. That's this one. But we find that B does not send the tie to C. And so it's from on the rows and it's to on the columns. If you have a valued network, you just replace your binary indicator with a number, right? So pretty straightforward. What's nice about matrices is that matrices are great for doing math on, right? If you dust off that moment of your high school matrix algebra class back in your brain, remember what an eigenvector is and all the rest of those things, right? And how you multiply conforming matrices, right? All that's in there, right? The beauty of an adjacency matrix is that I can write an equation in a matrix form with the adjacency matrix or some transformation of it as an element. That's really useful, right? We're going to use that a lot. The problem with adjacency matrices as a data analytic feature is that they're really inefficient because the vast majority of our networks are what are known as sparse. So most of our networks have many more zeros than they have ties. And so where the number of possible relations on any network goes up with the square of the number of nodes, by virtue of it being a network, and the fact is that the vast majority of these are empty. And so you don't want to store a bunch of empty elements in your data set because it just takes up unnecessary space. And so instead, the 2 common data elements we will typically use are either an adjacency list or an arc list or /edge list. An adjacency list is just one row for each respondent in your data set. So here I have 5 rows because I have 5 nodes, and a variable or a column for each relation they have. So person A is tied to B, person B is tied to A, person C is tied to B, D, and E. This is just a rectangular data set. So you've all played with those data sets if you've ever used Stata or any other sort of standard network analysis or analysis. Any standard data analytic sort of table, that's just a data frame of people and their relations. You have first relation, second relation, and third, and if you don't have it, it's just a missing NA or something like that. These are really efficient ways to store data, and a lot of algorithms use this because if you replace these letters with row numbers, and so if person 1 is tied to person 2, I can do a walk through this little data structure by going from 1 to 2, jump down to the 2 row, jump down to the 3 row, jump down to the 4 row. I can figure out where things are by virtue of how it's indexed in the adjacency list. So it's a really useful data structure that you will never have to worry about unless you want to write some algorithms yourself. Right? And if you want to do that, you probably wouldn't be here taking this class. So you can put that behind your head. But anyway, it's a nice data structure for that. One of the problems with this data structure is that if you have a valued network, you have to know that the first column here, what value that is in yet another column. So you need a new column for each relation that is the exact mirror opposite of this. And it's not difficult to screw that up. So you want to make sure you have that right. A simpler data structure is known as an edge list or an arc list, in which you simply have one row for each tie in the network. And the beauty of this is that you have all the information about those edges you can just carry with you. So if I have a valued relation, I can just say that AB is valued at 1, CE is valued at 5, ED is valued at 1, and that's just a new column on the arc list. If I want to say what kind of relation it is, I have another column. If I want to say how frequently it happens, I have another column. If I want to say its start date, its end date, like any characteristic of the arc list, I can just add on as a column to that data structure without having to worry about the coordination between matching up the things on an adjacency list. If you have a 2-mode data set, then the issue is that you have the same idea, it's still a matrix, it's just no longer square. And so in that case now you have some set of rows across the column, which is your first mode, another set of rows, which is down the rows is your first mode, and across the columns is your second mode. And this, in order to distinguish it between the square sort of symmetric thing that we typically refer to this as an incidence matrix as opposed to an adjacency matrix, but it's the same basic idea. When you registered for this workshop, we asked you to tell us what you're interested in. This is the 2-mode network of you and the interests you listed. So if you sort of look carefully, you should be able to find your name somewhere. And then you can see that some people, for example, are listed in mortality, some people in race, some people in mathematical models, right? So we have a whole series of 2-mode connections, which we can then turn around and say this is the 1-mode projection of your interests and your data. All right, we're going to take a quick break here in a minute. I have a few thank yous I need to give before we jump into the other elements. First, the DNAC RAs. These are the folks in the blue shirts you see out here. Emily Harity. Emily is here in the back. Gabe. We already met Gabe a minute ago. He's already busy with someone else. Madeline, you've seen a good deal of time today. There's Madeline. Madeline, and you probably got an email from Madeline at some point today. We have a whole series of DNAC alums. These are folks that have come back to visit us and help us out today. John, Dana, Tom, Leanne, Lane. Raise your hand, say hello to everyone. There we are. The DNAC RAs and alums are here to help you. Right, and to help me. I couldn't possibly do this, and we couldn't possibly do this work without these folks. So we really appreciate all their help and all their care. Be nice to them. They're really, they're not quite volunteers, but you've all been RAs at some point or another. You know what it's like. So we really, really, really appreciate the help. Everyone's here to be as good as we can. Be kind and thankful, and we really appreciate your help, so thank you. We are guests of the Rhodes Information Initiative, IID, and Rhodes is, they own the 3rd floor of this building. This is their room. They are doing work out there. Kathy Peterson is the woman you've seen walking around, helps with some coffee bits. We are guests, so act like guests, right? So we really do appreciate all the work they've done. This workshop is co-sponsored by the Duke University Population Research Institute, or DUPRE, Bernie Fisher in the back, is one of the key staff people at Dupree. Linda, I don't think is here today, but Melinda has also helped with some of the billing and things like this. The Social Science Research Institute is downstairs. They also have free coffee during the day, so if you're interested in getting coffee, they have that. And they also tend, especially this time of year, because the classes are out and the new Data Plus folks haven't started again, there's also a little bit quiet down there. So if you want to, during one of the lunches or something like that, when you have some free time, you want to go talk, feel free to go down there and find a table and get a cup of coffee. And of course, this wouldn't be possible, this entire workshop would not be possible without the support of the NICHD. That's our grant number. Roz is our program officer. If you find that this is a great workshop and you really love it, I'll give you her email address and you should send her and say thank you. If you hated it, we were funded by DOE, so we will be doing, and seriously no, we will be doing evaluations at the end of every day. And those evaluations are really important for us because we have to write a report to Roz every year saying, look, we did this stuff and we did great or we did poorly and we're trying to fix it. And so, so please do, you'll get those emails, we'll put it out, we'll put a link on Slack, probably be the simplest, I'm guessing. And so we'll put that out there. If you could fill that out real quick, there'll be 1 or 2 questions, for each of the sessions, just, what did you like, what did you dislike, those kinds of things. And that really does help us out a lot to make sure that we can get our report in at the on time and keep our funding going and get the next generation of folks in here. Any other elements of organization or that kind of feature that we need to worry about right now? Madeline?
If you haven't joined the Slack, please join the Slack.
Yes, that's right.
Other things on there, like we're doing a poll for, we have decided, there's a couple different options for Wednesdays when people attend. We have a couple different things we might do. We might split into 2 groups. So, if you want to put in your input on what you'd like to do on Wednesday, then join the Slack.
That's right. So we have some fun activities happening. Wednesday is still up for grabs. Thursday is the traditional North Carolina barbecue. So again, not required. None of this is required. This would be fun and enjoyable. But hopefully you can join us. We have beer and pig on the deck downstairs. If you don't like beer or pig, we have alternatives. So that's the idea. All right. Okay, we will start back. I went through that a little faster than I thought. The next one's scheduled to start when? At 11. All right. So you have a half hour between now and the next session to start, and so get some coffee, maybe go outside, see if you can hear some cicadas, stretch your legs, meet somebody new, and we'll see you in a bit.
These are the It's kind of good timing because that time Armageddon. Because I was so angry. I think it's nice though because I feel like even each last year people were saying they really enjoyed the class to formally have like one of those so just like chat around. Yeah, I think it's good. He really is a thing I like planned it like on Wednesday we met for the first class. Then it was like 3 days.
Yeah, it's definitely.
And yesterday Sunday is done.
Well, thanks.
I'm sure it's working. So it doesn't matter. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it'll work. Yes.
Are your slides on the
Drive. You can also however you want to do it. You're welcome to start whenever you want.
I don't know that this university thing. I don't know if R is on here actually. It's certainly not. I mean, I could probably install it.
Like using, bring your own laptop and plug into here might be the.
Yeah, I think it might be better just to plug my laptop in.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
That's what most people are gonna do. You still want to advertise this, so we put it over here.
so. Yeah.
Thank you.
Figure why not?
This is the first time I've been in this space. I do.
Yeah, that's right.
So it's this one. Okay. So testing. Say it's about this one. You're not supposed to hear it anyways. Okay, well, thank you.
So we were doing it on the top.
Yeah, so on the next time, I'm sure you just go to settings. You might be trying to
Okay, great. So it was like really high.
really high. Yeah.
So,
So
you can hear me okay?
they probably should make sure people can hear you. She can hear us.
Gabe, can you hear me okay?
Sounds good. Okay, perfect.
And then to mute it, let's turn it off. Okay, great, thank you.
And I was really stupid and decided I'm going to teach a class on this also this semester. Don't do that. It worked out. My partner does college. I was just like, if I like this, like the blanket
Don't be afraid to make compromises. That's what I.
but Jen's also really and also I wanted to do it just to like experience it worked out because it was a great one experience. Yeah, so what people do, like some people just do like actually I got with an example
You don't know, do you? If there's a way to keep this chair from like fighting, it's gonna say there's no.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I was just swapping it out. One of the things is wall mic.
One of the stuff that like Alright.
Yeah.
Your camera doesn't do it.
All right.
Do you not want to run the chair?
Just in case I couldn't figure it out.
I would low key want to roll the chair, so I might just. It's like,
That was just something fantastic.
Oh, okay.
No, I could have this one. After asking me and everything.
remind me again what institution you're in. Let's see. Oh, okay.
After getting myself.
I just have this.
Yeah. Well, that's one thing, right? It's really hard to know. It's like, oh,
So it wasn't a pain to move to the
To what?
transition.
Yeah, it was not.
okay, back to
It wasn't looping. So I put it back on the thing and I clicked on it and it had like a loop.
Yeah.
You know, button you click.
Makes sense. Oh yeah, because it's just like a 10-second video.
Yeah. So now it's looping, but there are no viewers, so we'll just, you know,
You're no yours.
no, not yet.
Oh.
We'll just wait and see what happens.
Huh?
Oh,
I need to get the one.
Okay, I was like, dude, what is the degree? What is I I was gonna say it's probably all like place building and socialization of space type stuff. It's pretty heady stuff where you're like, what? Like everybody always loves to talk about place building. And I'm like, you just mean places for kids to play. Like that has an identity built around something you think the community's gonna like based on your surveys. Like it also doesn't want to be seen place building as a place making ideas or academics on site feels very mental. I have people say what's like social control what's his name? Who's the guy that did the collective efficacy research? Chapman or something like that. But the title of the book is American Cities, so it's like definitely Tom Ford, but it is. Yeah, it's the sociology of like criminology. So it gets me, but if you're not in that. Yeah, it's like I go for like just the like suits and rubber suits. Yeah, do you know what the efficacy is? Well, so his he was like social control is like he was like testing like the extent to which people in their community will they can measure efficacy and its relationship to social control. And they were like this dropped in areas where like social control. I get what you're saying. Yeah, social control if you're treating it like it's one of the criminologists, social control is different. That's their process. And they're like people feel connected to the person. Like it's like mass power. It's a desire. I'm expanding my understanding of sociology beyond the very pieces of literature I've heard of my
I guess next time, yeah. I didn't really love Oh, damn. I guess he just forgot also. That makes sense. Yeah.
This isn't my thing. It's just like, it's basically, it's just
Everything else is the same. USC has nothing to hear this. Nothing. It's so big. Have you ever been in college? It's like I went there for the first time. Like last week, it's like there's organizations that are really yeah, it's a really huge class. It's so big. Like USC feels really like compacted. You know, it's very tight. There's not a lot of space, but at like Clemson and this university, there's like it's so big. There's so much space for everything to get on.
That works.
Yeah. Dan Tucker is going to lead our discussion of the first work through of the environment and basic data wrangling. Dan is a graduate degree last year. Yes, last year. At Research Triangle Institute, RTI, and working on the context study amongst many other things. So this is a large study of something that works to help in North Carolina. So amongst adolescents. So if you're interested in follow all the and she's done some remarkable work on friendship stability, on quality, and other health outcomes. So she's one of our doing a lot.
Yeah, I think we have the microphone working. Can everyone hear me in the back? Okay. So this lab was labeled data entry and organization. I'm going to do 2 little mini lessons. We don't have a lab right now listed going over like basics in R in our studio. So I'm going to do a short presentation first on the R environment, what the program looks like, and the basic stuff will help you understand if you're brand new to R, or if you're kind of maybe a little bit familiar. Hopefully this will give you some reference guide, and then move into actual coding and do an example of how to get from your data set to network objects before the later presentations go into some more metrics and visualizations and actual analysis. And feel free to stop me if I say anything that doesn't make sense, or if you have any questions, or put it in Slack and give around a later in the ARA, we'll shout out to you. Okay, so first, I'm just going to go over a little bit on what R is, the difference between R and RStudio. Usually we're going to talk about R all the time, but we actually mean is RStudio. What packages are, so if we did the install sheet that Dave and Madeline sent out last week, you can install a bunch of packages, and it's helpful to understand which packages are that you install. And then just some basic getting started in R, or data workflow type stuff that I think is useful to know beforehand. I didn't learn so much after, and I wish I had learned it in the beginning. So that's what this kind of reference slides are for. Some general tips as you're going through R and these workshops, and some online resources for further use, cheat sheets, and different packages you can use as you're going through all this stuff. So what is R? If you have done any sort of quantitative programming before, you know generally a program software like Stata or SAS, SPSS. R is unique in that it's an open source software. So all the packages and functions we use, most of them are created by people who just wanted to do it. So it's not as regulated as more official programs that you might be used to, which is awesome because it's free and it's entirely user created, which also sucks because stuff doesn't get updated as often, and so something that you might have used last year might not exist anymore, or things may not have been updated. So there's ways to troubleshoot to kind of figure out and make sure that you're using the right versions of everything, and that the packages you want still work, and how to figure out what you need. So R itself is its own coding language and environment. Really emphasize the language part because it has some grammar and syntax, and when you're new to it, it feels like learning a new language. In that one, it takes a lot of practice, and she was really frustrating. It's an object-oriented language, which that's a weird term in general. What that means is any process you do that you want to save, you have to give it a name. So if you're used to Stata or SAS, you might just be used to doing kind of functions that do something to a data set, and then it automatically saves in your environment. In R, stuff only saves if you give it a name. And I'll show through a little bit, do some examples to see what that means when I say object-oriented environment. It just kind of sounds fun at the beginning. And like language, it's pretty steep learning curve. It's really frustrating at the beginning. When I've taught undergrads, I said if you feel like you want to put your computer out the window, then it's fine. That's how everybody feels when you're learning it. But as you keep going, I promise it does get easier. Just gotta kind of get that to the point. And all the RAs here are seeing help and the importance of computer science members on the internet who are willing to help if you're nice to them. It might not always be nice to you, but they're helpful. So we use two programs, R and RStudio. R is the actual statistical programming language. When you downloaded it, you downloaded two things. You downloaded R and RStudio. You can think of the two things, R as the engine of a car. It's the actual program that does all the work, that gets everything up and running. To most of us, if we just have R, it's completely useless. I have R, and I can't do anything with it. RStudio is the IDE, or Integrated Development Environment, which is a program that incorporates R and allows us to save files, to see what everything that's going on there. It's basically our user interface. So with the car metaphor, RStudio is basically your dashboard. That's how most of us interact with an engine, is through the dashboard in our car. So when we talk about R, we're usually talking about RStudio because that's how all of us interact with it. Unless you're like a super stats person, I've seen them using just R, not RStudio, and that's way beyond anything I could do. So when you open RStudio, for the first time, you'll see this window that's separated into 4 elements. As you see some of us going through our own RStudios, you'll see the colors are different. You can change the colors if you want based on what's visually preferable to use. So it won't always look like this, but it's the same basic layout. And I'm going to go through each window and what it's for. So every time you open R to do anything, you're going to be opening RStudio. So these 4 panes are your source, your console, your environment/history, and this last one, which has a bunch of stub windows on it, it's your files, your plots when you plot anything, where all your packages you've had installed are, and then a window for help where you can look up documentation for any packages and find out what the different functions are and how to use them. So the source is where you're going to be writing all your code. Anytime you see us opening anything and editing code, it's going to be in your source pane. I clearly didn't edit this when I taught it to undergrads last time because I have the homework assignments in there. But everything that we do here will be in an R Markdown or R script format. R script is basically just like a text editor where everything in it is run as code unless you tell R not to run it as code. R Markdown is a type of file that incorporates plain text and code that can be rendered into a PDF or HTML. So this presentation I made entirely with an R Markdown. To be able to output and show to everybody. So that's where you write all your code, and you should write everything down and comment it so that you can go back to it later and see what you did or continue on the work you're doing. The console is your engine. So it's the engine part of R. If you were just to open the R program, this is what you would see, just this type of window. All the other windows are to help you interact with it. So anytime you run something in your source code or click enter to have the code run, you're going to see some stuff happening in the bottom there, and that's just the engine doing its work and running all of the functions that you told it to do. Sometimes you'll get output
in the console, like if you do some basic arithmetic or run some models, things like that. But nothing that is in this window is saved. It just outputs what you told it to do. The source and your writing there is where you figure out how to save stuff. So your environment and your history is where your objects that you save go. So you'll see when we just start doing some stuff in R, anything you give a name will show up in the environment and history, and it also keeps a record of everything you've run so far in that session. Once you close out R, usually it'll clear that, so you won't have a record of the history, which is why you should always comment your code and tell yourself what you did, because you won't remember a few months later or even an hour later if you're me. And then finally, again, the files, plots, packages, help shows what's in your current working directory, and I'll explain what that is in a second. Displays what plots you have, what packages you have in there, and any instructions you might need help with. So just to give a little more detail, zooming in, this is an example of the source pane, so I've just zoomed in on the top left corner one, and this is an R script file. So everything you see with the pound or hashtag is commented out. So if you run that R, we'll just ignore it. So that's how you kind of write notes to yourself or give descriptions on what you're doing. Anything else, like you see the library, the different functions, those are code. And if you click on it, press enter, it'll run into the engine. But this is how you save your files and know what you've done in the past. Again, this is the console, so the engine, it'll tell you what version of R you're running when you first open it. Any warnings and errors will show up here as well. Warnings and errors are both in red, which gets scary sometimes. Red does not necessarily mean something's wrong, so just look specifically for what the wording is. You can also just do basic arithmetic. You can type directly into the console, but anything you type in there will just disappear once you close it out. Okay, again, so the environment, this is an example. I've saved an object. One of the training data sets in R is a cars data set. So you can see it separates them into data and values. So I saved the empty cars as an object, and I wanted to know what the correlation between horsepower and weight was, and I wanted to keep that number stored. So I just gave it a name, horsepower, weight, and it saved that number that I can reference back later instead of having to like redo the correlation function over and over again. And here's kind of just an example of if you want to view data like a spreadsheet style, what you can do is just click on the empty cars object in your environment, and it will pop up in your source window and just look like a spreadsheet. And that's something I and many of us would highly recommend you doing the first time you open some data, which we'll do in a second, is just look at the data like in a spreadsheet format, because you can pretty quickly see any weird or wonky values or weird structures that you wouldn't if you didn't just physically look at the data. Okay, and your files in the bottom right-hand corner, this is where you're going through your working directory. So working directory means that whenever you open R in a file or working with it, it's always pulling stuff from a specific folder, and you can tell what folder it is you want it to pull stuff from. And so what I would recommend during this workshop is you have one folder for the whole workshop and keep all the files that you see on the drive in there. As we're pulling in data, and different R scripts and stuff like that, it's much easier to have them all in one place, and then R knows where to pull them from. Because if you tell R to pull a specific data set, it's going to go to the working directory it's currently in, so it expects that that data set is in that folder you're working from. This bottom right pane is also where any plots you make will show up. So if you make a bar plot, network graph, whatever, it'll show up in this bottom right-hand side so you can see it, and you can export it or zoom in to save it to use for publications or presentations later. So the list of packages you've already installed that on the script that was sent out earlier last week, all of those packages are going to be in this little window here. It'll show you also some other ones that are preloaded in R. If you look and see, there's a checkbox next to one of them that's called Broom. That means that Broom is currently loaded. So we'll show you how to load packages typing in code, but if you want to, you can just go to the package pane and click the little checkbox, and that'll load it for you. You can also uncheck it, and it'll detach the package, which is useful if you're going between iGraph and StatNet, which are two network packages that do not like each other. You really shouldn't have them loaded at the same time, so if you're going between them, it's good to just uncheck one of them and keep the other one checked in. They have some functions that are the same name, which, you know, is super fun for us. But so unloading one of them will make sure that R doesn't get confused when you're trying to run stuff. And then any package that we've told you to upload, I think maybe including IdeaNet, will have its own documentation. Yeah, okay. Have its own documentation that if the package is in your RStudio, then it has the documentation in there as well. So if you're looking for like how to fill in a specific function, what the arguments are, what it can take, or some examples, you can go to the help pane, type in either the package or this function you're looking for, and you'll be able to find the documentation. Some packages are better documented than others. iGraph is very well documented, in my opinion. I believe IdeaNet is also very well documented because I know the people who wrote it. But some are very unhelpful. And the ones that are unhelpful, usually people have gone online and figured out what to do. So there's always a way to get help to figure out how to use a package if the documentation itself is not great. Again, it's all open source, so people are writing this and it's not as peer reviewed as other packages. There's also a viewer pane, and what that one does is show if you do any kind of HTML rendering or tables that uses HTML code, it'll output in there. So the file, the markdown file I'm going to show you next that we're going to work through, you can render that and it'll output the whole code and everything we've done in the viewer pane. And if you're doing any kind of creating PDF file or creating HTML files for blogs or descriptions of what you've done, it's a good way to kind of check how things are going to look once you're done with the code. Okay, so I've been talking about packages a lot. There's a specific process for getting packages onto your R, so you've all already installed the packages. When you install a package, you only have to do that once unless the package updates, which it will. You use just install.packages and then the package name in quotes. And then when you want to use the package, you use library and the package name, no quotes. Don't know why it's different, just to be confusing, probably. You can think of installing packages as putting in the light bulb and then the light switch as the library function. So you've already installed it, and then in order to use it, you have to hit the switch button, which is our library function. Okay, this is just a list of not exhaustive packages that we're going to be using throughout this week. Ones that are used pretty frequently. So we have Tidyverse, which is a collection of packages written by the team that works with RStudio, which is now called Posit. And it's functions to manipulate and clean data. It has a lot of syntax that's similar to SQL, if people are familiar with that. I find it much more user-friendly than using base R functions and cleaner. And it's easier, the data flows a lot easier using these functions. So any functions that you see me using cleaning data probably come from the Tidyverse. IdeaNet for processing, analyzing, and visualizing networks, which Tom will go into more detail later. Tom and Gabe and others on the DNAC team have been working on this for a long time. That's supposed to be a easier, more user-friendly way of doing a lot of the stuff we're talking about in terms of network metrics and creation that can help get you started. iGraph is another package for creating, manipulating, visualizing, and analyzing data. I'll be using that, showing you how to get a network object started in R. gggraph for visualizing networks. You can visualize networks with iGraph. I prefer gggraph, and I think Gay will be using gggraph to show some visualizations later this week. We prefer it because it's similar syntax to ggplot2, if any of you are familiar with that, so I find it just more user-friendly and prettier than iGraph, which is the most important part. And then finally, StatNet is the statistical methods for analyzing networks, so when Jim goes over doing like exponential random graph models later, we'll be using that. Again, StatNet and iGraph don't like each other, so I'm going to show you in a bit how to, if you create a network in iGraph, how to translate it to something that's usable in StatNet that can go back and forth to each other. I think creating graphs is much more fluid in iGraph, so I'm going to show you that way, but I'll be sure to show you how to get it to a StatNet object as well. So I mentioned creating some tips with getting started. Make sure you create a folder for each project you do, or in this case, this workshop, on your computer, on your cloud-based folders, whatever you use, and always set your working directory, so whichever folder that you want it to pull from to that. So you can do it in code. I find that kind of finicky. I prefer to do it just by point and click. So when you're in your RStudio, if you click Session, set working directory, choose directory, you can just manually pick the folder you want to work from. Okay, And so some quick symbols that you're going to see around here just to know what they mean. The C and parentheses is a function that takes comma-separated numbers or strings and joins them together in a vector. So you'll have, if you use the C function, you're creating kind of just an object that has a list of numbers or strings attached to it. The arrow dash, which is just literally a less than and dash sign, is the assignment operator. So when we talk about it being an object-oriented language, you give a name, the assignment operator, and then what you want it to be. So for example, if I want to create this vector just of these 4 numbers, I can give it a name called my numbers and assign it the list of numbers 1, 2, 3, 4 to that vector. So now my numbers, that object, means the vector that contains 1, 2, 3, and 4. Objects are case sensitive and can't have any spaces in there. So if you use capitals, whatever, you have to do that exactly. All of R is case sensitive, including functions. The percent greater than percent is called a pipe operator. Directly translated to English, it means and then. So if you, instead of doing a bunch of functions around each other, you can pipe what you do to the next thing. So if I wanted to take my numbers object and get the mean of those 4 numbers, I can do my numbers pipe to mean, which directly means take my numbers and then calculate the mean. And it's the same thing as just running the function mean on my numbers. For something as simple as that, it's not entirely necessary. When you're doing a lot of steps in data cleaning, the pipe becomes really useful rather than doing a bunch of separate lines of code. I've seen this a lot more recently, though I think the percent version of pipe is still the most popular. You may also see on Stack Overflow or other people writing the pipe as the kind of bar and then greater than instead of the percent one. Okay, some general tips as we're going through. Do not run all the code at once. Even if it works, you're not going to know what each line does. I would recommend running code 1 line at a time, and I'll show you how to do that if you're not familiar with R. Even if it doesn't run, if something throws an error, you're not going to know which line threw the error, and it's going to be really hard to debug the code rather than just going 1 step at a time. I feel like that's more of a tip I have to tell undergrads rather than this audience, because they just want to run through everything all at once. And then it's going to sound kind of funny, but just for errors, literally just copying and pasting the error into Google is how I solve most of my problems, and you'll end up landing on some kind of Stack Overflow page, which is where all the nerds are that can help with what you're doing. You can also create a free account. The best thing I was ever taught in grad school by one of my friends was how to write a Stack Overflow question so the nerds don't get mad at you and they actually do help you. If anyone wants tips on that, I'm happy to share, because I've had pretty good success so far. No one's yelled at me on the internet. And just in general, as we're going through all these workshops, there's a lot of different ways to do everything we're showing you. The ways that we're showing you, the way that I'm showing you how to create a graphed object or use R is just basically how we were taught. So there's different ways you can find online, and it depends on what we were taught first. So for me, it was lots of being in this workshop 5 years ago. That or whichever Stack Overflow page you happen to land on first is usually how people do it. So if you find a better way than what I'm showing you, this is not the only way to do it. It's just the way that I think is the most intuitive, and it could not be the most intuitive for you. So I won't be mad if you don't use this way. It's just a starting off point if you're unfamiliar with these methods. Okay, last thing before I switch. There's a couple of resources that I've liked that I use that are helpful. So a general R guide. I think a grad student made this. It's a book down, so a blog that she made in R as well. And just a general guide to R that helps you with some tips and tricks, more detail than I've done here. R cheat sheets. I think it's going to be posit.com now, but that link should still take you there for basic packages that we use in the tidyverse and some very common methods that you'll need to manipulate data. There are some really good visual cheat sheets that can help you figure out how to do that. And then there is a professor in the sociology department here at Duke, Kieran Healy, who has a book on visualization in R specifically, and I found that book extremely useful when trying to do visuals. He does a little bit of network stuff, but it's mostly just normal data stuff, and he has the whole book free online. I found it very helpful, especially if you're trying to make stuff look pretty with colors, and I think that's fun, but maybe that's just me. Okay, so I'm gonna move now to the R lab. Are there any questions so far? Okay, cool. One sec. Okay, Does it need to be bigger in the back, or is that okay? Good, okay, cool. Okay, so now we're gonna actually move to the data entry and organization management. Hopefully the little intro to R is not totally review for everyone. What we're gonna do in this lab is how to go from just a data set you have with network data in there somehow to the actual files that you need to create a network that Jim talked about in the last presentation. So this is an R Markdown file or .rmd. You might also see it with the new RStudio. Some people use QMDs. Basically, again, it allows us to combine regular text, plain text, and code. So you can render it into like the presentation I just showed you. I made it in R. Some people write all their papers in R because it really makes it really easy to add visualizations and tables in there as well. I like it when I'm teaching because it forces students to run things like smaller chunks at a time. They can't just run the whole thing. We'll go through this and just credit where credit's due. This entire tutorial I did not come up with myself. This was adapted from Maria Cristina Ramos's data cleaning for SNA tutorial from 2019, which is how I learned most of the stuff. Maria Cristina is another DNAC and Duke Social alum, and she's now at Florida State University, I think, as an assistant professor. Anyway, she's awesome. I've made some changes because, of course, this was made in 2019, so now lots of the stuff doesn't work anymore. Or some of the stuff is a little outdated. Some of the errors she was troubleshooting are no longer errors, which is nice, that have been updated since. Okay, so with an R Markdown, you're gonna have text like this, which is just plain text, and then these little, what we call chunks of code. So anything that starts with the little dashes and then the parentheses with, or the brackets with R is a chunk of code and can be run just like you're running an R script. So if you wanna run anything in here, you can run the whole chunk if you want to, or you can run it one line at a time. So if you wanna run it one line at a time, you can highlight it. And then if you're on a Mac, hitting Command Enter will run it. If you're on a PC, it's Control Enter. So if you look here, I just created an object. No, don't want to do that. Actually, I'm gonna, sorry, Gabe. It's not my computer. So here, I highlighted this little code. I wanted to create a vector like I did before with 1, 2, 3, 4. And now in my environment, you see I have this little object called A, and it tells me it's a numeric vector with range 1 to 4. So it automatically detects that it's numbers and not strings. So I can take the mean of A, give me output here. When you're in an R Markdown file, instead of all the code results outputting in the console, it'll just output right underneath the chunk, which is neat. I can also create an object if I want to that holds the value of the mean of that vector. So I gave mean A as an object of the name, and it just holds the value 2.5. So if I just run the object, it's the same thing. So if you want to hold more complicated calculations or values in its own object format, you can do that here as well. And that's again what we mean by object-oriented language. If you want to just run the whole chunk, if you know it's going to work or if it's just doing one thing, you can also click this little play button here, and it'll run everything in the chunk. You'll see it highlighted green there for a second. That means everything ran smoothly. If you run into an error, you'll see a little red light pop up, and that means something went wrong, and you'll see the error notice will pop up as well. Okay. So the contents of this tutorial, what we're going to do is first go again over, Jim mentioned this in the last presentation, but the files you're going to need to create from your original data set for social network analysis. You'll see SNA a lot as a shorthand for social network analysis. And then we're going to go through the process of how to get from your raw data to constructing a network object and checking to make sure everything looks okay. So the first thing you're going to do is inspect or evaluate your raw data. So physically looking at the spreadsheet format and looking at like what columns you have. We're going to pretend we have a code book for this, referencing back to your code book so you know what the values mean and how you might have to edit it. And then the third step, which is also something I learned from Maria Cristina, is making a plan. So in this step, we literally don't do any code. You like physically write down what your plan is, which I find when I actually remember to do that, I run into a lot fewer errors. And it's also useful if you're writing up reports or papers later to know exactly what you did if people have questions about your code or as you're describing how you used the data. Then so we have our plan. We're going to manipulate the data as needed and construct our network object, and then check to make sure that it looks like we're going like we expected it to. Make sense so far? Okay. Okay, so the two files we need that Jim mentioned earlier is a node list. So a node list is what you kind of were used to seeing as a data frame. It's basically just detailing the individual nodes you want to include in your network. So every row in the data set is just a person, or if you're working with organizations or whatever your unit of analysis is, that's what the row is. And then all the variables are the attributes that you might want to keep to visualize in your network or use to analyze if you are interested in how people are similar or dissimilar and such. I'll also note that I've written a lot more here than I'll say, just to have you have something to reference back to. So I'm not going to talk through everything that I noted out, just so you have those notes later. So just as a short example before we go into some more real fake data, we would create a little object called myNodes. This function creates a data frame, and then I've just included 3 vectors. So when you combine vectors together in one object, you create a data frame. So I'm going to highlight. You can also just put your cursor at the beginning of whatever the argument is and press enter. So it looks like it worked, it went green. And so now if I just look at my nodes, you'll see I have a little data frame where I gave each person an ID, what their gender is, what institution they belong to, and their name. And those are just details on the individual person that I want in my network object. I can also, if I want to look at the data set, click on it here in the environment. It'll open up as a little spreadsheet here again. The second file you'll need is the relationship structure. Again, this is like your edge list or adjacency matrix. I'm only going to show you what an adjacency matrix could look like in an edge list. I find those are the ones that I see the most. I primarily work with edge lists. I find them a little easier, especially when you're working with people and have to have different weights or characteristics of those ties together. So in this little chunk of code, I'm going to create an adjacency matrix that's completely random, so just creating a blank matrix and then filling in some names. So I'm adding some random numbers here. And then as Jim mentioned in the previous one, a matrix has the same exact people or numbers on the columns and the rows. So I'm going to name the columns the same names as our previous network, and I'm going to give the row names the exact same column names. And then one thing you want to note in the matrix is if it's kind of means something in the diagonal, if it has a value or not. So most of the time, if we're looking at, like, let's say I work with friendship networks a lot, it doesn't make sense to have somebody nominate themselves as a friend. So everything in the diagonal where the person would cross over themselves should be 0. Some people will nominate themselves, but if it's not useful to us, we'll make it 0. So most of the time, you'll see a 0 in the diagonal, or you'll have to edit it to that, unless having what we call a self loop, so a self-nomination, is like meaningful to you in your data, which it could be depending on the type of data you use. But I'm just going to make it a 0, because in this network, we don't do self-nominations. And then we can just look at this adjacency matrix, so you can see all of us are in the rows and the columns. And if we're tied together, there's a 1. If we're not tied together, it's a 0. And the whole diagonal is a 0 because we don't have self-loops in here. Matrices are obviously way more easier to see when they're very small. Once you get to like more than like 50 observations, it's much harder to kind of see what's going on in the matrix or like identify the ties with each other. Matrices are also useful when you have valued relationships. So I work with bullying data. And here you'd see 0 to 1 because the tie is present or not. In bullying data, if I bully Gabe, there would be a -1 between me and Gabe. And that gives you a sense of like what type of relationship that is. Or if this is a data set where it's how often we talk to each other, you might see values greater than 1. So if I texted Tom 3 times this week, then there might be a 3 in there. It depends on how you're collecting the data, what question you're asking, but it can show up in a variety of different ways. So we're going to end up using an edge list here, which I find a bit more intuitive and ends up being useful. So I'm just creating a random edge list. So the edge list will always have at least 2 columns, the from column, so who is doing the nominating, and the to column, so who's being nominated. And then I'm adding an edge weight just to see what it looks like. So here we can see the data set popped up. We gave ID numbers to the previous node list before, so we can connect that back to those people. So 1 nominates 4, and the weight, whatever that means, whether it's times of contact or strength of tie or something, is added in the end. So once we have at least one of those relationship structure files and a node list, we can combine those two using iGraph to create our graph object. So in iGraph, the network is a graph object, and StatNet, it's a network object, which are essentially the same thing, just given different names because they're different packages, but a graph and network are interchangeable. So here we're turning on the light bulb. I'm going to load library. And then the function in iGraph, if you have an edge list and a node list, is graph from data frame. The D argument is your edge list. Vertices, another word for your actors or your nodes, is your node list. And then because this is ostensibly a friendship network, I care about who nominates who, so I'm going to say directed equals true. If you don't care about who nominates who, or if it's a sex network, like Jim mentioned before, that's all the relationships are binary, then you would have directed equals false, so that a tie is just a tie. It doesn't matter who nominated whom. So run that one. And then the first thing I do, as soon as I have a graph object, is I plot it. Networks are very visual objects, and so usually you can figure out if something's really wrong just by looking at the plot itself. And you'll see a little network of all of us, and the arrows represent directionality. So here we like Gabe nominated Tom, Tom didn't nominate Gabe, and those directions can be meaningful depending on your network data. Okay, that's a little toy example. Now we're going to do a slightly more real toy example with some synthetic ad health data. So it represents an example of what data might be in ad health that Jim mentioned before, but it's all fake data, so that no privacy issues. First, we're going to go over the process a little bit, and then we're going to go through what the process is. So the process that you go through when you're going from raw data to a network object is, again, first inspect and evaluate your data, identify what you need from the data set to get to a network object. So what's going to be your ego, your node IDs, and the different attributes you need. So your needs information on sex, gender, if it's a bipartite network, if the groups they belong to, things like that. What pieces will be the edges. So in ad health, it's a friendship nomination. So it's the columns where it has the IDs of the friends that the individuals nominate. Those would be, we need those for our edge list. And then once you know what you need for your network object, you're going to need to identify any issues you have with your data that you'll need to deal with in the cleaning stage before you can even make your network objects. So if there are any issues at the observational level, so if you have extreme values, nonsensical values, or values for missing data that haven't been converted into missing data yet, so 9s for missing, or if something doesn't make sense, like I think there's one person in ad health that reported having sex like 100 times or something in like a week, which they were 15, so it doesn't make sense. So whether or not you cap those data or not, or just remove the observation, those are decisions you make obviously as a researcher who knows your data very well, but you want to make sure that you do that before you get to the network object, because then you're going to have to go back anyway. If you are using something like Qualtrics, Qualtrics has its own messiness to it when you're downloading the data that has to be cleaned before you can even get it into like a useful format. So just making sure the data is as clean as possible and finding out what you need to fix before going to the network side. Again, try your best. I know like I do this all the time myself. I start jumping into code before making a plan, and then I ended up having to redo everything anyway. So try your best to actually make a plan first. I know the code part's the exciting part, but it ends up being way better if you do it. So we talked about looking at the data, and so I physically will write out what I need to change just so I have a record of it as well, because stuff can get lost, and then it's really confusing when you're trying to write everything up. So plan the changes you're going to make at the observation level, what you're going to do with missing data, any recodes you have to do, and then plan the tasks you're going to need to restructure the data set. Do you want it in an adjacency matrix format? Do you want it in an edge list? And just write all these out. And then we're going to construct our network object. So hopefully everything's clean enough that it works to make our little graph. Usually the actual process is going back and forth between these steps multiple times as things don't work or things don't look right. But hopefully making the plan and doing it that way will end up being better for you. And then obviously check your work. You want to make sure everything makes sense and is working the way you expected it to do. Okay. So I am going to load tidyverse, which is again the package I use to clean data. And then hopefully this is, oh, I didn't even do this. You should have done this in the beginning. Yeah. Make sure that we're working from the right directory. Sorry, Gabe. Okay, so I saved this synthetic ad health data in that directory, and so because I made sure that the folder I'm working for has that file in it, this should work. Yes, okay. So it's a CSV file, so read.csv, and so I don't have to keep loading the data. I give the CSV file a name, which I've just labeled it for the ad health, and you can see it in my environment here. We've got a ton of observations and almost 40 variables, and so if I want to just look at the spreadsheet, I can just open it here and see that. And so we're inspecting our raw data to structure to make sure we understand it, and so usually opening the spreadsheet is the first thing I do. And already right away I can see some issues with it in terms we're going to have some missing data. We're going to have to recode some missing values. Those 999s are supposed to be missing values. So keep that in my head as I'm working through this. We can do some basic functions to see the structure of the data. So the class function will tell us what type of object it is. So it's a data frame, which is what we want it to be. Other types of objects that exist in R that are not as useful, but data frame is where you want it to be right now. And it's kind of hard to see if you just look at this what all the columns are, especially if you have more than 50 columns or measures. So if we run the call names part, it'll just give us a list of all the column names in there, and hopefully you have some sort of code book that'll tell you what all these columns names refer to from the measures in your data set. Another good function to use is the glimpse function, which will tell you every column name, what type of vector it is. So if it's an integer, if it's a string variable, if it's a factor, some factors are specific to R itself, but integer and double is another R one. These are all numeric vectors, and it'll tell you kind of the first 15 or so observations for each of these. Okay, so we looked at our codebook and our survey, and we can see that the ego NID is our respondent's ID number. All of the MF NIDs are the male nominees. So in Ad Health, they were told to nominate their 5 male friends and their 5 female friends. So the FNID are the female friends. Sex refers to the respondent's biological sex. Grade is their grade. And the ComCent value is whatever school they're in, because Ad Health had a bunch of schools, different schools, obviously. Typically, we usually plot one school at a time, just because it's already messy enough. You can put different schools together, but for the purpose of visualization, we're going to look at one school. And so again, the initial red flag I saw was that the 999 values in the nominations should be NAs, so we'll change that soon. We can also just get a quick summary of the distribution of all the variables. So if you do summary and then your whole data set, it'll give you a 5-number summary for every variable in your data set, which may or may not make sense depending on what type of variables you have. If you have strings or categorical variables, you'll get weird stuff there, but for all these numeric variables, we can get the general distribution of these numbers. Again, might not want to do it for the whole data set if you have a lot of variables, but it's a useful, quick visual look at everything. So I also want to see a couple of things just to get an idea of the data set as well. So obviously they're schools, so they are by grade. So I want to see how many students are in every grade. So it'll list all the grade values, and then how many students in all of them, and maybe how many people are in each racial category. A red flag for me here is that there's a 0 for racial category, so we need to make sure, go back to our code book, figure out if 0 means an actual category or if those should be missing for race. Again, you just want to jump through all of these little checks just to see what's in the data so you can make your plan. You can also run a couple of crosstabs. So I wanted to see what the sex distribution is by grade, so I just do with the data set, table, sex, grade, and then we're just ignoring the NAs for right now. And then just a simple looking at the sex by the schools just to see if there's any kind of outliers, like this one is weird. School 27 seems to only have girls. So things like that you'll want to go refer back to any like data documentation later to make sure that your data doesn't look funny. And then we can also do a couple of visualizations. We could do a bar plot of the total nominations people have, so see how many friends, the distribution of number of friends. So quite a lot of people didn't nominate anybody. Otherwise, we see a little bit of a curve for who've nominated a number of friends, 1 through 10. Okay, so now we're going to make our plan. So again, no call involved here. We're just going to think about what we need to do. So plan for our unusual observations. My plan here is to remove all the, or convert all the 999s to missing and remove them. Because for our edge list, we just care about who's connected to whom. Figure out on the documentations if our zeros in race are a real category, or if they're in A. I checked the documentation, they're actually a real category, so we'll keep them. And then our plan for constructing a network, so pick what type of network structure you want. In this case, I'm going to create an edge list, and then describe a series of tasks you're going to need to do it. So just as a reminder, how an edge list looks. We don't necessarily need the weight in this case, but we do need at least 2 columns, one that is from, so who the nominator is and who they nominated. And so this is a long form data, which means that instead of like the adjacency list that Jim showed before, where it's one person and all the people they nominated, each row is a different pair. So you'll see multiple people pop up twice and have multiple rows for each other. So my steps for constructing the edge list, I'm just going to pick one school to plot and look at for now. So I'm going to look at school 7. I'm going to convert the nominations from wide to long format to get that edge list. I'm going to select, make sure I have the right ego and alter. Alter, if we haven't gone over, is who ego nominates, ego and alter IDs. I'm going to remove the missing friend values and the crazy 999 values. So for this particular tutorial, we're only going to look at people who have a connection. So sometimes isolates are useful to have in knowing who's by themselves in a network. Sometimes you just want the people who have ties together. So we're going to actually start by constructing our edge list and then create our node list from that, so we make sure we match all of the edges and nodes together. So here I'm doing my first edge list creation, which is just filtering out all the schools except school 7. And we can use head to test that it worked. So that gives you the first 6 observation in a data set. So here you can see all the values for school or 7. Something that I do as well is every time I create an object that I'm editing, I give it another number so that I have a new object every time and I'm not constantly rewriting over my object, because I could just name this again AHS edge list and it would rewrite the one we just made. And for a simple code, that might be fine, but it gets really annoying if you have to then redo everything if you make a mistake later. So here what I'm doing is I'm taking this previous edge list, or the previous file we made, and I am selecting that object, the ego NID, all the male friends, all the female friends. The colon tells R that you want all of the columns between these 2 columns, so if you know the order of the columns, that's useful. And then my pipe, I'm going to use the tidyverse function to pivot longer. So to take it from a wide data set to a stacked long data set, I'm going to tell it to make all of the columns that are not ego's ID stacked. So we get 1 row per 2 people. And I'm going to run head again just to see it. And it looks like it works. So what it did is it took the column names and it made it its own kind of value. We'll get rid of that later, so we're just left with the 2 columns, but we have our ego NID and our value column. And the value column ends up being those ID numbers of the students that they nominated as their friends. And it might be useful to keep, in this case we're not, the name says what the column name was before for that value. So if you want to know if that's your male or female friend, you can keep that. In this case, I'm going to get rid of it because we already have their sex described in their node attributes file. So I'm going to create another file, edgelist3, and I'm going to only select ego NID and value, and then I'm going to change the name of value to alter NID. So I know for my own reference, these are the egos and these are the alters. So now we have a little data set, or this is a tibble, which is a similar type of file, with just egos and alters. But as we can see, we still need to fix the 999s, and then it automatically moves even the missing values in there. So we'll get rid of those because we don't need those values. Okay, so what I'm doing here is I'm taking the previous file, I'm doing NA omit, which just deletes the rows that has an NA value in the alter ID NID column, and then I'm filtering out, so anyone that has an alter NID of 999, I'm also removing those because we know those are NAs and we don't need them in our edge list. And then I'm just going to check again. With the head function, the automatic version is it shows you 6 rows. I'm telling it to show me 15. Here we have a cleaner version, so now our edge list is just the egos ID and everyone they nominated in stacked format. So you'll see ego 1 has 6 or 7, I can't count, different rows because they nominated that many friends. Are you with me so far? Do you have a question?
You said the 1, 2, 3 IDs of the.
Yeah. So ego 1 nominated this person whose ID in the data set is 1, 2, 3.
Oh, so it's not 1, 2.
Correct, yeah, so this is an edge list, so it's just 1-on-1. These are just their ID numbers. Okay, so we have our edge list, and now we're gonna use our edge list to create our node list. So for our node list, we need everybody. So everyone that's in the ego and the alter column. Sometimes you'll have people who were nominated but did not themselves nominate anybody else. So we need to stack those 2 columns and just get out all the duplicates so we have every single person in the data set. So what I'm doing here is I'm creating a vector where I take our edge list file, with the last one I used was edge list 4. The $ calls a specific column in that data set. So I get the ego values, comma, the alter numbers, and I use the C function at the beginning to create a vector. So now we can see in our environment here, we have AHS nodes, which is just a vector of all of the values as many times as they showed up. And you can see in here as well. The first ones are just all ones. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that nodes file and make it a data frame. Do you have a question? Or no? Make it a data frame. So now it'll show me the first few rows. When you have a data frame like this, R assigns its own kind of row numbers. So that's what this is here. It's not actually part of the variables you have, but these are all of our ID numbers. Here what I'm doing is, because we have duplicates of every ID, because we had that long data set before, which had every possible combination, I'm going to use distinct, which means only keep 1 of each observation. And then I'm going to rename this, because it kept the column name as AHS nodes, to ego NID, so it matches our edge list. Because you want to make sure that the column name for your egos matches your edge list and your node list. We're going to check to see how it worked. And it looks like it did, so it looks like in the order, we only have 1 of every observation. Okay, so here what I'm doing is I'm going back to our original AHS WPVAR CSV file that we loaded. That has all of our attributes in it. And I'm going to join it with this list of nodes that I have that are in the ego, in the edge list. So we actually had more people in the original file than we kept for the edge list. So this way I'm just pulling out the information of all the people that we need information for. And then doing the head. So now we have something that looks exactly like our original data set that we pulled, except it only has the egos, the observations that we took from our edge list. So it's a little bit of a smaller data set. I think it's like 440 observations, where the original data set had 447. So we just basically filtered out the isolates. Yeah?
Do you mind explaining the left join?
Yeah, good question. Okay, so join is a function in dplyr in the tidyverse, and what it does is it takes our nodes file, nodes2, so this file we created here, and it merges it with our original CSV file. Left join means that I'm telling it that our primary file to join on is the left, so the first file that shows up. And so what it does is it finds every matching ID value in the AHS WPAVR, and it combines it with the nodes file. So we get all of the attributes from there that are connected to it. So you want to make sure that you have a matching ID column, so we have ego and ID in both of them, and it joins based on that key variable. Does that make sense? Okay, cool. Thank you for that. Okay, so we've joined this, and we run here. But initially, it looks like it worked, and then it looks like something's wrong. We should only have one value of 1, and we have a bunch of them. And as I remembered, as I did earlier, we actually initially filtered out on school 7. We kept only school 7. And so what I'm thinking here is that it's likely that every school has the same ID values. So I'm going to check that. I'm going to look at our nodes and see if there's a bunch of different 1s for each school. And save it as an object so I can rerun it. And it doesn't look like that's the case. So again, our ComSint value is our school, and I didn't filter out in this stage, so every school has its own 1 person. So we want to do is filter out so that it's just school 7, because if you remember in the beginning, I said I just wanted to plot school 7. And in this case, all the schools seem to reuse ID numbers, which will get confusing. So I'm going back to the nodes file I created when I joined the attributes and the nodes, and I'm just going to filter so I only keep school 7 because that's the only people I have in my edge list. And I'm going to check that it worked. It looks like it did. You can do more checks if you want to, but just as a glance, it looks like I only have school 7 now, and so I have a unique ID for every person that won't screw up when I'm trying to create our network object. Now what I'm going to do, just for my own purposes, is just only keep the variables in the node list that I want to use for my network object. So I'm selecting the nodes file we just created, the ego ID I want, and then all else I want is the respondent's sex, grade, and their racial category. I don't need any of the other variables for this network plot or analysis. And I want to make sure that works. Yep, so we see we get a data frame of 4 columns, and we see that we just have our ego ID, sex, grade, and race. Okay, almost done, I promise. Now we have our edge list and our node list. So you want to make sure when you're creating these that every person you have in your edge list also has a row in your node list. And that's why we made our list of nodes from our edge list so that we made sure they match, because R doesn't like it when you don't have an observation row in the node list. Even if you don't have any information on them, if all their values are NA, you want to make sure they have their own row in the node list. So I'm using this graph from data frame function again, and I'm taking our most recent edge list file and our most recent node list file and keeping directed equals true, saving it as AHS graph. So far it looks like it worked. I want to check what class it is because I know what it's supposed to be. So iGraph object, because we used the iGraph package. Like we had data frames before, if you use StatNet, you'll see it's a network object. And again, the first thing I do as soon as I create a graph to see if it looks funky or makes sense is plot it. So iGraph has its own plot functions and way to plot things. Again, Gabe will show you some other cool ways to plot things later. And we get this hairball. Usually the first plot looks really bad. Hairball is a technical term that we call for graphs that are confusing, stacked on top of each other and all squiggly. But on the cuff, it does look like what I expect. It looks like a school where there's clusters of some people. I'm going to make some changes to it just to try and make sure that it doesn't look super wonky. So what I'm doing here is I'm rerunning this plot. I'm going to color the vertex by the respondent's sex so we can see if there's divisions by sex in the schools, like who's friends with who. I'm going to make the vertices smaller because they're a little too big now. They're stacking on top of each other. Because it's a directed one graph, we can get arrows, so who's pointing at who's nominating who. And I'm going to make the edge arrow size a little bit smaller. Yeah.
Can you scroll up a little bit?
Yeah.
Just the graph object. Can you explain to me what you're telling R on that first line?
This one?
Yes.
Yeah. So graph from data frame, I'm saying to iGraph specifically, take my edge list and create a graph. So the edge list is where it gets the connections, the relationship structure, and it makes this graph object with that. And I also want to add some attributes, so I want iGraph to know what each individual person's attributes is, so we add those attributes on it. Does that make sense?
Okay, yes.
Okay, cool. Sorry, thank you for your question. Yeah.
And when you say directed, then it's just going to assume that the first column calls the second column?
Yes. So if you had said undirected, then you would only need to have a dyad, these two people in there once. But when it's directed, you want to know who's nominating whom. So I'm interested in like friendship reciprocity. So I want it to be directed so I can see like, is this friendship reciprocated or not? Fun fact, most adolescent friendships are not. Yeah.
It's not direct, you just say equals false.
Yeah, correct. Which you will in some StatNet functions. It only runs with undirected networks. But in this case, we'll use a directed one. Any more questions so far? Almost done as far. Yeah.
Maybe you can explain the other line as well, the where you plot it. So you just, when you say color, will it choose colors automatically?
Yeah, so it will choose colors automatically. There's a way to choose those colors yourself. There's in the iGraph documentation. This is just kind of to show that you can do it. But you can define beforehand what you want the colors to be. I'm just plotting it just to make sure it looks okay. I'll show you what the colors look like in a second. But basically what I'm saying is here, for the vertex color, V refers to the vertices. If I had put E, it would be the edges. So V, all the vertices of the graph object, take the sex of that person and give it a color based on sex. So if it identifies two categories, they'll get two different colors if this particular data set subscribes to gender binary. If you have more than one or you have some unknowns, you'll get more colors. Does that make sense? Okay. The edges, the connections, again, if it's directed, will have an arrow, and so I'm just making the size there. The numbers are kind of relative. You just really have to play around with it. I know from experience that that's the size I want. There's no like unit of measurement there. It's just whatever iGraph decides the unit of measurement is. And then just because it's a little too messy, I want to take away the names of the vertices. So I'm going to run this plot, and we'll get a little bit of a prettier picture. So it's still a little bit clustered because they're high schools and they're all kind of connected to each other in some way. This one's particularly looks like a denser high school with some little solo dyads on the side. But you can see it's a little easier to tell the nodes are not super on top of each other. You can play around. I'm not going to go too much into this because Gabe will go through it later when he does the visualization lesson with layouts and different algorithms that can arrange the nodes in a different way based on what you're trying to show. Or to make things a little bit clearer. But I usually do this just to make sure nothing looks crazy.
The split is junior high.
Thank you. Okay, last part. I'm running 2 minutes over, I'm sorry, Jim. So again, I mentioned before that iGraph and StatNet don't play well together, so we just created this all with iGraph. And so if you want to use the same object later, when Madeline does the StatNet metrics tutorial, we'll use this package intergraph, which takes our iGraph object and converts it to a network object. Nothing changes, it's just that now the object will work with routines that you do in StatNet. So we'll run this library command, and then I'm going to create a new object. I had made AHS graph before, but from intergraph, the function as network changes it to a network or StatNet object. So I'm going to run that. And then I can check again, if you remember up here when I checked AHS graph, it told me it was a graph, an iGraph object. Now if I check AHS network, it's a network object. And those are just specific to the different packages. And if I just want to make sure that it looks kind of similar to what it was before, StatNet also has its own general plot function. So if I just plot it again, looks like it's the same one as before. StatNet and iGraph have their own defaults for how they make networks, but essentially doing the same thing. Okay, so that's, I think, any other questions right now? If you come up with stuff later, I'll be around. But that's essentially how you go from your data set to a network object, and then making sure you can go back and forth from iGraph to StatNet as you use different packages. Intergraph also has functions to go from a StatNet version to an iGraph version. Cool. I'll stop. Yeah.
So you said they don't play well with each other. So where you're supposed to go to intergraph first, iGraph first, and then to intergraph?
So you can make a network object in StatNet. I think that iGraph is easier to make them. So yeah, so I created the network in iGraph, and then I used intergraph to translate it to a StatNet object. And then later, if you're going to be using StatNet to do any kind of calculations, you can use the StatNet object. Does that make sense? Other questions? Yeah.
When we start manipulating the StatNet, you said we do need to turn off the intergraph.
Yeah, I recommend that just because they have similar functions. And you can do that again here, down below, where it says packages. The structure of your R might be a little bit different. You can move the panes around. So if I wanted to scroll down and find iGraph, I would just uncheck that, and you can see iGraph. Oh, because it's dependent. If they're dependencies, it won't work. So you'll have to unload a couple of them, but you can also, you'll be able to unload them from the start. Any other questions? Yeah.
I have a question. So in your step 3 main plan, step 3B was plans for constructing the network. Is that guided by theory, or is that more like a function of how you want this to perform, like in R?
I would say it's a little bit of both. I think with, at least when I'm working with stuff with networks, I'm usually incorporating like theory and R stuff. It's going to be primarily how you play with R, but if you want, the way you want it to look in R is going to be based on the theory that you're using or what you think the network should look like. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
That's something we'll get to in some plans. Great calculus.
Yeah, this is more the practical side. There's like other ways to think about it before.
That's helpful. Thanks.
Any other questions? Okay, cool. I will stop there and hand it back to Jim.
All right, thank you very much, Leanne. Stand up, move around to make sure you're awake, and we'll get set up for the next event.
Is that okay? Okay, cool. Good. Okay. Is this getting weird here? Hi. Sure. Yes. Yeah, basically taking from, manually from the original data set. So like the way the data set is up is it was like every person and who they nominated. So I just took who they nominated and made the edge list from there. Yeah, sure. We've had a minute. Okay. So. Unless they'd named it something else. Do you know who Margaret? Can you tell them to raise their hand? Okay. Yeah, where did you see it? They are? They identify themselves?
Leanne, I think
Oh, I stole them. Yeah, that's the room.
Oh, yeah. That was Mandarin.
pull back together when Coach gets a chance, and we'll take it off. Can you give me the back?
I didn't even know she was going to be I saw her on the schedule and I was like, no wonder you're not going to do this. Like, you're going to fix. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
All right. Quick break this time. So we're going to do lunch in just a bit. We'll get a little more time. All right, what we want to do now, is that too loud, too much, too little? Can you hear me all right? All right. So, thank you very much, Leanne. A couple of quick points that the buggers in R and iGraph and StatNet, there's a lot of sorting issues and ideal linkage issues, and you can really mess things up. So the key is make sure you pay attention to your data and then it looks like, so what Leanne was pointing out is that these things really do matter. You have to double check things and make sure they're right. Because iGraph sort of assumes that you have nodes that are labeled from 0 to n-1 and that they're linked right and all the rest of this stuff. So if you can check it, do. That should be your mantra whenever you're dealing with their kind of with R and iGraph and the rest of these. All right, so it's useful once you have these data to do something with them. So the first thing you want to do most of the time, other than plot it, is calculate some metrics. And what I refer to as metrics are just any score on the graph. And we're going to talk about two classes of metrics today. We'll talk about more throughout the course of this semester or this workshop. But we're going to talk about, I guess, three types here. Some basic reachability features, some volume features of the network, some very simple things. Reachability and path structure, that's the thing that makes a network a collection, a system. And so those are the features we're going to talk about there. And then centrality, which is probably arguably the most commonly used metrics on the network. So you've seen this already. This is the simple adjacency matrix. The basic volume features that people care about are first the size, which is just the number of nodes and the number of edges. And so in this case, you have 5 nodes and 5 relations in this little graph. And then the main volume feature that people tend to care about is something called density. And density is the average value of the adjacency matrix. It's the average value of edges across all relations in the network. For a binary graph, it's the probability of a tie on any randomly chosen dyad. So that's what it would be. For a valued network, the probability doesn't make sense. It would be it's a mean essentially. But so in this case, for a valued network, you take this entire network and you would just sum up all the values and divide by the number of possible ties. Notice that it's 5 times 4 because we ignore the diagonal. We don't care if people like themselves or not. We hope you do, but it's irrelevant for most of our stuff. Degree, the problem with density is, and you guys, this is pointed out above here, the problem with density is that the number of possible ties ends up scaling much faster than, so the denominator ends up growing much faster than the numerator. And so if you have a density measure and you're comparing two networks, it's really hard to know if the issue is that one network is just bigger than the other or if the density is actually different. And so density is a pretty hard to interpret number across different sets. And so what we typically use is average degree. And degree is the number of other nodes adjacent to or incident to your focal node. So it's the number of ties a person has in a binary network. And so each person has 2 types of degree in a directed network. You have your out degree, which is the number of ties you send. And you have the in degree, which is the number of ties you receive. As you might imagine, right? These are, it's just 2 different ways of summing across either the rows or the columns. So the sum of the out degree has to equal the sum of the in degree. So in this case, there's 7 overall linkages, value linkages, directed linkages. Once you have an edge, if it's a directed network, you want to know whether the network is reciprocated or not. You might imagine that this is relatively easy, but it turns out there's a lot of different ways of calculating reciprocity in a network. The standard measure is to break your network down into, for each dyad, whether the dyad is mutual, like this one, whether it's asymmetric, like A to D, or whether it's null, like C to E, there's no tie at all. So the distribution of mutual, asymmetric, or null dyads on the network is the dyad census. It's the categorization of all possible directions of dyads in the network. And the global reciprocity is just the number of mutual over the number of mutual and asymmetric. So that is the proportion of all the observed non-empty ties that are reciprocated. But when people think about reciprocity, we tend to think about it from a person-centric idea. And so we would imagine that the ties reciprocated is that of all the ties sent, how many of those are also reciprocated? And that's a slightly different number. So in this case, you see that there are 4 ties that are reciprocated out of the 7 total ties sent. So that is, this tie is sent, and that one is sent, and that one's reciprocated. Those 2 are reciprocated. These ones are all sent but not reciprocated. And so in this case, you have 4 reciprocal arcs out of 7 total arcs. And so the arc reciprocity is 57%. Both of these numbers are kind of interesting, right? So we can have a debate over a beer whether or not 57% is a high reciprocity rate or a low reciprocity rate. Most people would say, well, it's compared to what? And so compared to what is what this little row measure is. Row says, well, it's compared to just flipping coins at random. And so if we were to take every dyad and flip a coin, make it symmetric or not, given the total number of ties in the network, we would expect that this is 38% more than you'd expect by chance. And so the formula for that is here. We're not going to go through what it is, but rho is the chance-adjusted probability of having a reciprocal tie. Now, a degree distribution is a network level statistic, and that's for each node has a degree, the number of people they're tied to. And the classic degree distribution in a social network is scale-free, or it has this really long tail. So if you plot it like this, it's impossible to see really what's there. And so you typically plot it on a log-log scale. So we have the log of degree and the log of the count. And the characteristic signature of a power law distribution is that it's a straight line or close to a straight line in the log-log plot. And what this is really saying is just that there are most people, the vast majority of ties, people have very few ties, but a few people have a whole lot of ties. And that feature is something that we found in almost all networks. So sexual networks, friendship networks, if you let people know, the number of authors you have or co-authors you have, most people have a few co-authors, but a few people have lots and lots of co-authors. The thing that makes it interesting about a degree distribution is that the people who have high degree are also often stars or hubs in the network. And they're responsible for connecting the overall graph. And so if you know which nodes are the hubs, then the removal of those nodes or the suppression of their ability to pass things ends up disconnecting the network. This is a big deal in the 80s and 90s when people were first thinking about sexual networks, because as you might imagine, if you wanted to stop the distribution of something like HIV, you want to focus your energies and attention on the people most likely to hold the network together, that is the people most likely to spread disease, and so you want to get people with high degree to use condoms or other kind of prophylactics to stop the movement of an HIV. And this, for example, is from Colorado Springs. This is some of that data that Rich Rothenberg and John Potter collected, and these are all commercial sex workers in Colorado Springs, and they're Johns, and you can see, for example, the commercial sex workers tend to have very high degree, but in this case, they're not necessarily the hubs of the network. It's their Johns and their drug dealers that are the ones who are pulling the rest of the network together, because in this particular context anyway, the commercial sex workers were pulling in people who weren't themselves otherwise connected to others in the network. So their high degree didn't really correlate with being a hub in the network in the sense that we had it here. The thing that makes a network a system is the extent to which the ties link to other ties, right? And that sort of binds the entire thing together, the entire community together. And we refer to this as connectivity. And there are three features of connectivity we're going to talk about today. One is reachability. Is it possible to get from one part of the network to another part of the network? The second is, given that it's possible, how many steps do you have to take? What's the distance? And the third is, how redundant is the linkage between any two parts of the network? So do I have a single path that I can get you? Like I'm stuck on I-5, or can I find myself a way around the city? Right? And so those three things all connect different parts of flow in a network. In order to get connectivity, you need a concept called a path. And so a path in the network is essentially is where you start with one node, you follow an edge to land on another node, follow an edge, land on another node, and keep moving. There are lots of different flavors of paths. There's walks, there's circuits. We're not going to worry about the distinctions between those right now today, but by and large, you need to think about the system of paths, because that's what's going to decide whether a network is reachable. For reachability, the key is that you want to take any network and sort of follow that path as far as you can. And so that's what's known as a component. A component in a network is a set of nodes, the maximal set of nodes, for which if you were to trace all edges going out from any node of the network, you would reach every other network. It's the end of the set. You can think of this, another way to think of this is the connected sets in the network. And so in this particular network, there's one giant component. That is a component that contains more than 50% of the nodes. The giant is known as the giant component in graph theory. And then lots of little components. So there's a bunch of 3 components, a few 4 components, a handful of 6 components. But those are all the small ones. And so what's not a component is like this little chunk right here. That's a part of the network, but the component is maximal. It's everyone you could reach from that set. Now, it turns out that there are 2 flavors of components. You can have what's known as a strong component or a weak component. A strong component respects the directionality of a graph, of the arrows. And so in this case, the red component there is one strong component. If I start in the upper top, I can follow the arrow down, over, and come back. And so that all 4 of those nodes are reachable both from each other, right? So the entire directionality is the same. Whereas this white node, I can't, once I go here, I'm stuck. I can't get anywhere else. So that means that there's no one in the red node can reach the blue node, or if they can reach it, in that case they can't get back. In this case, the blue node can reach the red node, but once they get there, it's stuck and you can't get back. So a strong component respects directionality, and in this case there are 2 strong components of size 4 and a handful of little components. And a weak component just ignores the direction. It says, let's just focus on the edge as if it were not directed. Components are interesting because components are the limits for disease diffusion, right? Or any diffusion, but disease is what we're often interested in. And it turns out that there's a strong linkage between the degree distribution and the component distribution. If you imagine a degree distribution in sexual networks for a health process, for example, you could have a network where you have most people have very few sexual partners. So in this population, most people have 1 or 2, a handful of people have 3 sexual connections, and the average is about 1.68. And if you were to simulate a network, given that sort of degree distribution, out of 10,000 nodes, the largest component would be about 200, and it has this kind of really spindly structure. So if a disease found its way in here, if any person along the chain stopped the transmission, either due to random chance or using a condom or some such, then you wouldn't get the disease to pass very far. So these are pretty safe networks with this distribution. If we were to shift it a little bit and take some of the people who have a degree of 1 and give them a degree of 2, you end up with an average going up to 1.74, and now you get a little more connectivity. Shift a little bit more, a little more, a little more, like this. Now notice that you've shifted from 1.68 to 1.8. So that's an average shift that you wouldn't really pick up within the standard error of most standard surveys, right? You wouldn't know you had the difference. But the difference in connectivity moves from 200 to almost 6,000 in this population. And most of those nodes are reconnected in that red set. They have a redundant set, which is called as a bicomponent. And so what that is known as in graph theory is the emergence of a giant component. And almost every network, depending on the shape of the degree distribution, has some tipping point, some phase transition where you move from almost no one connected to almost everyone connected. And as you might imagine, I cheated. And the phase transition here is right at about 1.7. So I picked a few nodes on one side and a few on the other, and you shifted it to the other side of that. Knowing where the phase transition is in your network will help you understand whether or not your setting is one where you have to worry about the spread of disease or one where you don't have to worry about the spread of disease. Giovanna Murley, who's a co-PI on my training grant here, and I once simulated all the sexual networks in China and Shanghai, and we were able to discover that it's very unlikely that those sexual networks would be on the far side of an emergent component. So the chances of a generalized HIV epidemic in a place like Shanghai are incredibly low, given the structure of the networks. So that's the kind of thing you can do once you understand these features. All right, so connected or not is the limit of spread on a network. Once you have the limit of spread on networks, you want to know what's the likelihood of spread. And so the likelihood of spread tends to go down with distance. The further away we are, the less likely we are to share something. And so we calculate distance usually with what's known as geodesic distance, or the breadth first distance. So you start with A, you find all of their peers, and A has 4 people 1 step away from it. These people are 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, and 5 steps. And so the diameter of this graph is 5 steps. Well, sorry, the maximum distance from A is 5 steps. And you have some people that are close, intermediate, far, and farthest. You'll notice a handful of these edges, these are known as transverse edges. These are reconnections at the same distance, but they don't reach any new people. Distance is also directed. It's a problem with switching slide decks. This should look like a matrix, but my font, my monospace font disappeared. That's kind of odd. So anyway, you can think of a distance matrix from A to A, for example. In a directed network, the distance from A to C is going to be different from the distance from C to A. So it follows the directionality of the person. In this Colorado Springs example, the 695 people in this set, the longest passed in this network is about 17 steps, and the average distance is about 5 steps, right? With 75 people being within the 3-step orbit of the average person in the network. Yes, please.
So can I ask, a distance like physical distance, or like what is each step represent?
Yeah, so the distance is the number of hops.
Oh.
Yeah, so literally right here. So everybody you're directly connected to is distance 1. Their direct friends who are not friends of yours or not contacts of yours are distance 2 or one direction. Or distance 2. Those are distance 3. Those are distance 4, and that would be distance 5. Have you ever heard of the 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon? That's the distance, right? So 6 degrees of separation, that is geodesic distance. The thinking is that that's the number of hops you'd have to go through to reach someone else. A geodesic distance has this characteristic where you're starting with one person and broadcasting out to everyone they could reach. And so it gives you the shortest possible distance in terms of number of steps from A to anyone else. Most diseases or information or whatever don't know the shortest distance, and so they're not going to be able to follow the geodesic distance. And so the shortest distance we use, because it's easy to calculate, to be honest, substantively, you're often going to want to use what's known as the random walk distance. So you would imagine that a person, got a disease, they're just going to randomly flip a coin whether I go down this side of the path or that side of the path. And so the random walk distance is another flavor of distance. There's some weighted distances that are based on the strength of the edge, for example. So you can tailor this depending on what kind of process you're dealing with, but the distance is always some function of the number of edges you have to go between me and you. Does that make sense? Awesome. All right. It turns out, just if you're curious, in most networks, geographic distance and social distance are highly correlated. That's just good fact of the day. So now we have reachable or not. So is it possible for me to get to you? If so, how many steps does it have to take to get to me from you? And now the third element relevant for disease diffusion of some sort is usually how redundant are the paths from me to you? Is it a single path or are there multiple paths? And so that tends to be measured in terms of this thing called transitivity, so at the local level. And so here you can imagine the ego has one person tied to all of their altars. And so in that case, there are no redundancies. The altars are not tied to each other. In this case, ego is tied to those same people. Some of them are also tied to each other. So that creates transitivity, that a friend of a friend is a friend is a transitive tie. And so a transitive tie means that if I get to ego, and I get to altar, or if I get to these two folks, odds are good they also get to each other, and so whatever's happening here is going to circulate. In this case, if something gets to here, it has to go back through ego before it can get to all of them. So redundancy creates these possibilities to create new transmission routes, to go around bottlenecks in the network. Now that's true at the local level, but it's really important at the global level. The key to this, of course, the first foundation is components. And so in this first graph you see here that you have one component and a second component. But it turns out that this redundancy we can think of in terms of cut nodes of a graph. And so in the first case, if I wanted to reach from the top of this graph to the bottom of the graph, there's a single node that is a cut node in the graph. If I were to remove that node, it would fall apart. In this case, if I want to get from the top of the graph to the bottom of the graph, I have to remove two nodes to separate these things, so that they're what's known as bi-connected or two connected. So that means there's no way that I can block the flow from A to B without stopping it at least two separate nodes. And that's nice, because that means that no single node can control the flow of information or goods or what have you moving across the network. In this case, this node has a lot of power, right? So if you're trying to, this node is a broker from the top to the bottom, and the bottom can't interact with the top except through the bottom, except through this key cut node. In this case, information or whatever can flow around. In this case, there's three. There's an interesting mathematical feature here, which is that the number of cut nodes is also equal to the number of node-independent paths in the network. This is just a mathematical theorem. And so there's this nice cohesion feature, when you think about the flow of information or goods or some such, that there's a direct analog between the number of nodes you need to remove to split the graph and the number of unique ways you can traverse a graph. So as a general principle, the higher the connectivity of the network, right, the easier it is for things to flow through that graph, right? Because nodes can't stop something from moving. Does that make sense? Awesome.
What is the definition of splitting or disconnecting?
Yeah, so the definition of splitting would be if I remove the node, how many pieces are left over? So in this case, if I were to remove this node, it's still a single component. If I were to remove this node, you'd have two separate components. And we can algorithmically figure that out. I know which ones are which because I can look at the graph and see it. But there's a feature called max flow min cut, which it's an algorithm that lets me go through and identify which nodes, if removed, would separate the graph. And I can do it for nodes, which is what I'm describing here. You can also do it for edges. I can say if I remove this edge, what would happen if we remove that? So that you can be both node connected or edge connected. And these are two different ways of getting at that. But the key element is the opposite of cohesion is fraction. And so if you want to ask, the nodes that are difficult to cut apart or difficult to break up are going to be more cohesive than nodes that are not.
You could have more than one node in each. What if I have two ties and then it's still the same graph and then one additional node that's isolated?
Yeah, so if I were to remove these three nodes and just have this to myself, that would still be disconnected.
Okay.
But it's sort of substantively not very interesting. Right. Yeah, so that's actually, it's a little bit of going deeper than we want to, but it's every node, the cut set for any node is equal to its degree, right? So any node that has 5 ties can be separated from the graph if I remove the right 5 people, right? But for a graph as a whole, we can say this graph is essentially more fragile than this graph, because in this case, I have to remove only one node. In this case, I have to remove at least 3. Now, cohesion, it turns out, in a network, and so we've proposed this as a measure of cohesion, or what we call structural cohesion. Turns out there's a kind of an interesting feature of it, which is cohesion is rarely homogeneous across the entire population. Some parts of the graph are more deeply connected than other parts of the graph. And we refer to this as cohesive blocking. And so the graph as a whole, in this case, is not connected. The connectivity is 0. That's what the K stands for. And so that's because these two nodes are isolated. Right? So they're off in their own world. The rest of the graph is over here. But then embedded within this whole graph are 2 components, one little of size 2 that is one connected, and another node. In this case, it's bigger. I don't know how big this is. K equals 1. And it's K equals 1 because if I were to remove this node, or this node, or that node, right, they're linked to this graph by a single edge. So those nodes are cut nodes for the graph as a whole. But then embedded within that are slightly more cohesive sets, and embedded in that are slightly more cohesive sets. So you can decompose any network into these subsets that are more deeply embedded within the graph. And those graphs, by being embedded, it means that they have lots of opportunities for sharing ties. And if things come out, they come back to themselves. And so the only way to isolate these graphs, or the simplest way to isolate these nodes in the network, would require you to dig deep down into the structure of the graph. That's what we mean by embedded. They're deeply inside the network. These nodes are peripheral, these nodes are embedded. And every network has this kind of an embeddedness structure. And that's interesting because you can use your depth in this structure to think about how much you know about the network. And that's one theory says that the people that are deeply embedded are the people that really know the network because they're living it every day and they're sort of engaged in all these different parts. And all the flow has to move through them, right? So there's lots of different circuits that are going to come around and flow through these networks. Another theory says that people on the outside are better observers. They have more time to look and to watch and to see what's going on. And they can see what's going on amongst the people who otherwise are busy living the life of the network. And it depends on your context, it depends on your setting, upon which of these is going to be more or less true, but you can write a good theory about why it would be the case that embedded nodes might feel more a part of the society or more part of the community or something like that. Please.
So how do you identify the group that is most embedded? Is that a little bit that?
Exactly. You do exactly this process that I outlined here in this tree. You find the 0 cuts, remove those nodes. Find the 1 cuts, remove those nodes. Find the 2 cuts, remove those nodes. As you keep doing that, the network gets smaller and smaller. And the ones left over at the end are the most embedded. Yeah. So it really is a recursive process. I mean, you don't actually go to the group and remove them, right? But algorithmically, you go through this structure of the graph and you identify the nodes that, if removed, would break it apart. And so you're cutting, as Carter Butts likes to say, you cut society, you cut meat at its joints. You find the weakest points in the setting and you break it there. Then you find the next weakest point and you break it there. And you keep doing that over and over again. And the pieces left over are definitionally not the weakest. And so those are the ones that are the most deeply embedded. Please.
So are 7 and 8 in the same level of depth? The most embedded?
Yes. In this case, these are both, they're the most hardest to get to. There are 4 cuts into the graph. One is a little more connected. It has a k equals 3. The other has k equal 2. They're at the same depth. Please.
Can you explain one more time what the K represents?
K is the number of nodes that you would have to remove from the graph to break it into more than one piece.
So on, I guess 3, where it's circling all of those, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I see the lines now. The
Yes.
lines were hidden by the other lines.
Fair enough, yes, yeah.
Okay.
That's the problem with this set, yeah. So here is k equals 0 because it's already disconnected. Here you have 2 sets of k equals 1. Here you have, and within the largest one, you have 3 more sets of k equals 2 or better, and then k equals 3. They're all nested inside of each other. It's kind of we like this measure. My Doug White and I spent a lot of time working about this, and it ends up being fairly predictive of some interesting things. So that's cohesion, right? So that's the cohesion. So far we've now done volume, which is degree and density. And we've done cohesion, which is the number of paths that relink and the ways and the distance between them. You could do a lot in networks with just that. If you want to go out and make money in the police department, you can identify the cohesive structure of gangs, for example, and figure out who's been arrested for who. And you can get jobs doing what's known as link analysis in most major police departments in the country, right? And that's it. You can walk away now and do nothing else. If you want to do more, right, the next thing you want to do is identify sort of individual variants in your embeddedness in the network. And embeddedness used loosely here. And the common term for this is something called centrality. So centrality in a network is the idea that some nodes are going to be, this picture might work just fine, that some nodes are on the edge, so they're not central, and some nodes are on the middle, and they are central. And it turns out that there are lots of different ways to measure centrality, because there's lots of different ways to be on the outside versus to be in the middle. And so these are big multidimensional graphs, And you think about something as like a little graph I showed you a minute ago is what's known as planar. It fits nicely on the page. But real graphs don't. They're this bumbled hairball mess. And so we want to find different ways to think about being at the middle versus being at the edge. Now there's something of a growth industry in inventing centrality measures. I'm going to talk about 4 of them. I'm going to talk about these 4. There are a lot more out there. The standard joke in networks is if you want to make your name in networks, invent a centrality score, right? So that's what's left. We're going to talk about 4 of them. These are the classic centrality measures. We've already talked about one of them. It's degree. And then we're going to talk about these others in a second. But just know there's a lot of them out there. And you might ask yourself, why are there so many centrality measures? It's because centrality is implicitly a theory. It's a theory about what matters in the graph. It's a theory about how the pattern of relations affects some behavior. Most of the time, our theories have to do with the flow of goods. We think that might be that people who have lots of ties are influential. If that's my theory, then degree is what matters. If instead, I'm a Ron Bertian kind of person who can think about the ways in which I can control the flow of others, then being between lots of others, to be in the middle of lots of flows matters. And how you define the flow, how you define being in the middle, all these other things are different theories. But some people look at a thing like this and go, I'm done, I'm out of here, this is all I can take. I think that's the wrong reaction to this level of variability. This is your opportunity, right? You shouldn't be constrained by the fact that, well, closeness centrality didn't work. Well, closeness centrality might have been the wrong theory, right? So what you want to do is say, what's my social process? Go back to that multi-level graph I put out before. Whatever your behavioral assumption is, what you think drives people's behavior, you can map that to micro-relations, and that will again give you a centrality score. And there can be lots, you might end up with your own, secret centrality score. The people most likely to tell a secret to somebody else. Right? If that's the theory you think that matters most for driving behavior in a setting, then define the process that links secrets to structure and measure it. And that's your score. And that's all this is. What you're seeing is the history of that being done across lots of different settings, and we're going to give you the general ones to start with. So I'm going to start through the next 4 or 5 slides are all going to use the exact same pictures. So we have a couple of end cases or liminal cases. The star graph, and in a star graph, for any measure of centrality to be a centrality measure, any centrality measure should have the case that in a graph of this structure, the hub should have the maximal value and the leafs should have the minimal value. All right. In a circle graph over here, each node is indistinguishable. Right? So everyone should have exactly the same score. For any measure I come up with, because every node is exactly equivalent, it should have the same score. In this case, there's going to be some variance. So this node will be different than this node, will be different than that node, because they have a differential pattern in the overall network. I'm going to explain how in a minute. And a line graph is the same kind of idea. There's lots of different ways to write the sort of formula for this, and it's, again, it's the part of the jargon of the business. I wouldn't worry about that too much right now. Degree centrality is the one that I've labeled the nodes with here. So degree centrality is just the number of nodes adjacent to me. So in this case, this person is adjacent to 7 others. This person is adjacent to 1. This person is adjacent to 3. This person is adjacent to 3. This person is adjacent to 2. If you think intuitively, centrality is in the center. Centrality is in the center. The person in the center should have the biggest centrality score. Then you look over here and you go, wait a minute. This person's in the middle. They have a nice big centrality score of 3. But this person's at the edge, and they also have a centrality score of 3. That's not right. That's because degree is a local centrality score. It's just the number of ties I'm tied to. As far as degree is concerned, the rest of the paths don't matter. That might be good. If your theory is a local theory about sort of local contact, then that's important. If it's not, it's going to give you some kind of a mixed understanding of the network. I did this little made-up graph just to drive the point home, right? So in this case, the node that's tying the whole system together actually has amongst the lowest degree centrality. And so it's the pattern of ties that matters in our heads, but a degree measures the people that you're directly tied to. Now, some theories, degree really matters. So if you care about, I think particularly for negative ties, So if I care about whether or not people are bullied or not, the number of times that I've been bullied might really matter as an individual behavior. And the fact that I've been bullied by somebody who's also been bullied is much less interesting. But for information flow, it matters. All right. Once you have a centrality score on the node, you can characterize the system by centralization. So centrality is an individual level score. Centralization is a system level score. And it tells you the inequality in the dispersion of centrality. You might think, well, there's a whole set of things. These are Freeman centralization scores. And what Freeman does is he takes the observed score minuses any observed score from the maximum score and normalizes it. Turns out that these centralization scores are really hard to compare in lots of ways. I actually prefer just the variance. Like we have lots of good dispersion measures. The classic variance measure works just fine. So either of these work. You can do whatever you want. I'm going to give you the formulas for all of them, and you'll see them in the literature. But essentially, centralization is the distribution of centrality in the network. All right, so degree is a simple one. We already have that. It's out of the way. Let's now think about the degree centralization scores. Sorry, that's on here. So in this case, the degree centralization for the Freeman centralization is perfect. That's because the star graph, it has to be perfect. In the circle graph, it should be 0. And that's because if you were to take, this is the maximal possible the most centralized a graph can be is to have a hub and spoke structure. In this case, you'll notice that the centralization is really low, right? Even though it kind of looks like a star graph. And again, that's because it's a degree centrality score. So because it's a local score and most people have 3s, like this is a network full of 3s. So there's very little variance. Now let's think about a measure that takes the path structure into account. Closeness centrality is a measure that uses that distance measure we talked about before, the number of hops between people. And it says a person is some average number of hops from everyone else in the network. That's what this D is. So the distance from person I to person J is just the number of hops it takes me to get to Lane. And so I go from Lane to Gabe, from me to Gabe to Lane, that would be 2 hops. We take that and we sum that up across from ego to all possible other people in the network. Right, so Moody to Gabe, Moody to Lane, Moody to Dana, right? So I go over to all possible people in the network and I sum up how many steps it takes me to get from each of those people. That would be the farness. Right? That would tell me on average how many steps I have to take to reach everyone else in the network. And then I might want to do something like, normalize that or something in a minute. If we take the sum of the distance, because we want to take people, we would like to have a number that's big when people are at the middle, we invert it. So we just flip it around. So that says how close I am to someone else. It's the inverse of how far I am to someone else. I thought I had it on one page, I'll put it here. So this is an example of what that would look like. So the person in the middle is our first person here on the top. And so that person is 1 step from everyone else in the network. So you sum it up. So they're 1 across everyone else. You average that out, and that tells me that they have 1/7, which I believe is 0.1, 0.3. Whereas everyone on the edge, they have to go, they're 1 step to the middle, and then 2 steps from everyone else in the network. In the circle graph, each person is 1 step from 2 other people. There are 3 steps from a few more and 4 steps from a few more. But if you go through and look at this, you'll see that every person has the same set of numbers, just ordered a little different. Right? And so this is why everyone has the exact same distance to everyone else. A line graph makes it pretty easy. Here you can see that this person in the middle has the fewest number of hops to reach everyone else in the network. Right? So that would be that's the person right here. This person is the maximal number of hops to reach anyone in the network is only 3, whereas the people on the end are at least 6 hops from 1 other person in the network. So their distance is further. And so this sort of scales nicely. So the person in the middle has the highest centrality score, a little lower, lowest. Now a little kite network, you can see that again, people on the edge here have the lowest centrality score, a little higher, and highest. Right? So these are the people that are the most in from the network because they can reach everyone else quickly. Closeness centrality is what's known as a radial centrality score. You can think of it matters in situations where you can imagine, kind of like heat. Like I'm sending out a broadcast into the world telling stories. My friends pick up those stories, they tell it to their friends, and it moves out, and it just sort of radiates out through the network. And people with high closeness centrality have the ability to broadcast to more people with less effort. That's the intuition behind closeness centrality. This closeness centrality is based on geodesic distances, on that shortest possible length between everyone else. You can have a closeness centrality based on random walk distance. You could have a closeness centrality based on a limit of weight. So there's lots of different ways you can define your distance and then define a new closeness centrality, but the traditional one is based on geographic distance. The final measure is known, the final centrality is where the final of the classics, there's one more coming, but the third one is this thing called betweenness centrality. And betweenness centrality says a node is important because it can interrupt the flow from someone else. So in order for B to reach anyone else in the network, they have to go through A. In order for C to reach anyone in the network, they have to go through A. So A is between everyone else in the network. And that's exactly what betweenness centrality measures. Betweenness centrality says, for each person I, let's look at every other pair in the network, and let's find the shortest path between that pair, and then ask, is I on it? Am I on the shortest path between Lane and Dana? If I am, I'm between them. This score goes up once. That essentially says I have the opportunity to interrupt the flow between Lane and Dana. Now, if I have the opportunity to interrupt the flow between lots of people, then I'm between lots of people, and so I have a high betweenness score. So you can think of betweenness as your ability to interrupt the flow of goods in a network, or the flow of information in the network, or something like that. So in this case, for your star network, the nodes on the periphery, they're not between anyone else, right? So they have no ability to block the flow from anyone else. They're always receivers and never givers. In this case, these nodes on the very end, they're not between anyone else. But this node in the middle, like almost all paths have to go through this node, right? So this person has very high betweenness centrality and lower centrality everywhere else. Funny little graph. In this case, these nodes on the edge have betweenness centrality 0, like we would expect. But oddly, the highest betweenness centrality is this sort of ring on the outside. These nodes in the middle have lower betweenness centrality. Why would that be? That's Christ Moody. Why do you call it centrality if the node in the middle has a low value? What's your intuition? Anyone? Please. Go ahead, in the back end.
I have a question.
Yes.
Does betweenness just look at 1 degree? Just look at
No, it looks at the entire range. Yes. Thank you. You were having an answer.
Yeah, I think that's kind of intent, right? Like they have those spokes coming off of them, despite the fact that they're kind of more on the peripheral, like beltway, and not on the in the middle of the city.
And those, that's exactly right. So these nodes here are the only ones that uniquely sort of trap these folks. The key for these nodes is that they're not uniquely on any path. Like there's a short path from this node to this node, but you could go around this way, you could go around this way. And all of these nodes don't need to pass through this node to get to anyone else in the network. And so that ability to route around this middle means that there's very few opportunities to block the flow. Please.
So is this different from bridging?
It's exactly bridging. Betweenness centrality is a measure of bridging. Yes, thank you. Good point. Please.
And the centralization score at the bottom is a reference to the entirety of the network?
Yes.
They're just a function of
Exactly. So the centralization says that this thing is about 18% between completely even and completely star-like. So that was the logic of the centralization score, was to give a 0 to 1 score. And so 1 would be a star graph, and 0 would be either a circle or a complete clique. Everyone is exactly the same, and so it's somewhere between the two. The real problem with centralization is that it assumes a single center as opposed to lots. So that's why it's a hard measure to actually interpret. Please.
Are there measures of centrality that incorporate the time strength? Because potentially it seems like maybe you would need that middle person if you really need for certain things to pass through, if you really need well. But you might not take that path around.
Yes, absolutely. And so this is the way I've described it here is just using a binary undirected graph. But these measures have been constructed for both weighted graphs and directed graphs. And so you can have a version that says it's not just the shortest path, but it's the shortest number of weighted hops. So it's easier to get from me to you on a freeway than it is on a back road. So you can take that same sort of flow between this in the same kind of way of thinking about it. Raquel, was that a question? No. Anyone else? Awesome. And please ask these questions. That's the whole point of why we're here. So that's exactly what we should be doing. Okay. So the reason I focus on these three is that I like thinking of them in combination, right? So degree gives you local volume. Closeness gives you your sort of overall reach to everyone else. And betweenness gives you your ability to monopolize flow in the network. Combined, they tell you something really interesting about the position of a node in the network. So for example, if you think about a node that has lots of ties, high degree, low closeness, well, that means that I have lots of ties, but it takes me a lot of hops to reach most people in the network. So that means I'm isolated in a cluster on my own off on this edge. On the other hand, if I have really high closeness but very low degree, that means I have one or two ties, but those ties reach people who then reach people who then reach everyone else. And so I'm at the center of the network even though my own volume is low. And that's a unique kind of social position. And you can think about these combinations that way for any network, for any combination of positions in the network. Make sense? So it's a nice way of thinking about the pattern of ties as distinct from a particular metric. And there's one kind of centrality that is different from the others because it combines elements of them. And it's known as, in sociology we refer to it as Bonacic power centrality, which is a flavor of it. There's another one which is known as eigenvector centrality. There's also page rank. These are all the same characteristic. What they do is they take a centrality which is not just due to my own feature, but to everyone else. Most of you have probably used Bonacic. You've used the centrality probably this morning, or I wouldn't be surprised. Did anybody Google anything this morning? No. So Google is an eigenvector-based centrality score. So Google's search engine, the heart of it is PageRank. And PageRank is a flavor of eigenvector centrality. And Bonacic power centrality is also a flavor of eigenvector centrality. And the way these work is that the eigenvector centrality, which is defined in this set, is intuitively the way to think of it is that my centrality is a weighted function of the number of ties that I have and the number of ties that the people I'm tied to have. So if I have 3 and my friend has 3, then I now have 6. Or that edge would be weighted 6, this would be weighted 6, this would be weighted 6. Renormalize it, do it again. Renormalize it, do it again. Take the weights by averaging the number of ties I have with the number of ties you have, weight it again, do that over and over and over again. And you end up with people who have really high ties, a really high centrality, if I'm tied to other people who are also highly central. You can think of it, for those of you that this helps, is that it's really much better to be king of the popular kids than to be popular amongst the nerds. Right? So if you were like, many of us were probably on the sort of, I won't speak for you, but many of us become academics because we weren't at the cool table, right? I mean, if we weren't at the cool table, right, we might have been popular amongst the Dungeons and Dragons set, but that's very different than being popular amongst the football set, right? And so popular amongst the popular is what Bonacic centrality gives you, whereas degree centrality just tells you how many friends you have. And that's the difference. And so eigenvector centrality, Bonacic centrality, that's giving you the weighted effect. Now the reason we use Bonacic power centrality is because Bonacic added this little coefficient beta to this basic notion of what eigenvector centrality is. And this is a radius of how much the network matters. If this beta is equal to the largest eigenvector, or think about it as a scale as big as it can be, then the entire network is taken into account and it's equivalent to eigenvector centrality. If this thing is 0, it's equal to degree centrality. So essentially it's telling you what's the scope. It's a tuning parameter to tell you how much of the network to take into consideration when you're thinking about whether or not it matters. Right? The other nice thing about beta is you can sign it. You can say it can be either a positive score, which is what we've sort of been discussing, or you can flip it and say it's a negative score. If it's a negative score, if you have a negative weight, it says I get more centrality power, I get more power by linking people who are otherwise not linked to each other. And so it bridges betweenness. So Bonasich is nice because it sort of gets all of these elements together. And if you think about what that looks like, is that on a line graph like this, if I have a sort of a middling weight, so I take this, a pretty good weight, positive score does exactly what you would expect. The person in the middle has the highest centrality, then a little lower, then a lot lower, and really low at the bottom. But the negative score says that these people in the middle here, they have, these folks right here, they actually have pretty low centrality, and that's because the people on either side of them have the ability to interact with people that they wouldn't otherwise set. So it gets at some of this bridging characteristic. I've yet to find a whole lot of good health reasons for it, but this is really important if you're studying markets, if you're studying what's known as power exchange networks. Negative Bonasich centrality is effectively your ability to exclude trading partners, and your ability to exclude trading partners is the thing that gives you power in an exchange network. So there is a field for which this really matters. I just haven't seen it a lot in the health yet. All right. We're getting behind. I'm going to skip balance theory, because we talked about that already. Triads are my favorite thing in the world, so that's a set, but I'll sneak it back in. You get to hear me a lot today, so I'll sneak this back in later. From a health standpoint, one of the key features that we care about is this thing called homophily. It's probably the single biggest principle that we know in networks. So sick people hang out with sick people, people that are good to their good, healthy exercisers hang out with exercisers, Republicans with Republicans, Democrats with academics, right? So you get sort of this nice sort of selection of homophily, right? We know where things are at. This was the whole point of this discussion, this piece I showed before. Homophily can be structured by lots of things in the feature. It's nice to have a couple ideas about how to measure homophily. And so we measure homophily usually based on some feature of a mixing matrix. And a mixing matrix is just an aggregation of the adjacency matrix, where we've aggregated it by some category. In this case, I've aggregated the adjacency matrix by grade in schools. You have 7th graders, 8th graders, 9, 10, 11, and 12 in this small rural school. And you can see that there are 104 ties amongst the seniors, and there are 192 ties amongst the 7th graders. There's only one tie from the 7th grader to a senior, and one tie back from a senior. Did I symmetricize this? I did, yeah, all right. So we don't know if it was directed or not, because I constructed this network to be undirected. But in this case, we can see there's one link between a 7th grader and a senior, and 22 links between a 7th grader and an 8th grader. So the adjacency matrix is the base data we typically use to construct a homophily score. And the way you construct the homophily score, there's bunches of different ways to do it. And so the simplest possible way to do it would be to say, well, what proportion of ties fall inside the group versus between the groups? So you just take the ratio of the number of ties on the diagonal versus the rest of the ties in the network, and that gives you a nice, easy to interpret, very simple measure. Another version of that is the externalized internalized index, or the EI index. This is the number of external ties minus the number of the balance of external ties to internal ties over the total of ratio ties. So this is essentially telling you what proportion of overall ties on balance are going outside the group versus in. The nice feature of this is it has this nice range between -1 and +1, where -1 means you have a fully exogenous network, and +1 means you have an entirely internal network. Or other way around, sorry, -1 is internal. The simplest measure probably are various versions of what's known as an assortativity index. It's just a correlation coefficient. We say for along the edge, what's the correlation of my grade with your grade for the school as a whole? The beauty of the correlation coefficient of the assortativity indices is that we're social scientists. We've been using correlations like every day for our life. So we interpret it, we know what it means, right? It makes sense. You don't have to worry about these other kinds of interpretations. The problem with all of those measures, the correlation maybe not quite as much, is that it has the compared to what problem. And the segregation index or modularity index are always compared to a random mixing model. And so that's what we typically end up using a lot of the times. So we can take the number of out-group ties or cross-group ties, the observed number of cross-group ties, and compare those by this expected value. So how many would we expect by chance? And the classic version of this is we calculate chance the same way all of us did in our Stats 1 class of calculating a chi-square table. Right? We take the row sum, divide it by the column sum, or times the column sum, and divide it by the total. That gives you the expected. Again, this is like literally Stats 1 chi-square calculation, and so we know how to calculate that expected value. We compare that then to the number that we would expect under that model on the off diagonals, to the number we actually observe on the off diagonals. If we get a lot more, then the network is segregated, right? They're breaking up into groups than we expect of them. An example: imagine you have a little network like this. In this case, you have two attributes. You can either be brown eyes or blue eyes, or you can be square. If you're not square, you must be hip. So we have hips and we have squares. It's an old rock and roll reference for the old farts in the room, right? So you have hips and squares, brown eyes or blue eyes, and you can see that the hips and the squares really are like very far apart from each other. And so in that case, it's a 2 by 2. In this case, there should have been that 30 over there. We got somehow. But in this case, the segregation in this network is very low. In fact, there are more cross groups negative, so there's more cross group ties than you'd expect than you expect by chance. So it's a negative score. In this case, most of the ties, that 30 should be there. Most of the ties are on the diagonal, and so the segregation is about 70. So that tells you this sort of notion that compared to chance, there's lots more in-group mixing than not. The other way to think about homophily, which I think is probably one that you're probably also pretty used to, is thinking about odds ratios. If you've ever done a logistic regression, then you've used an odds ratio. And an odds ratio is nice because it just says that what's the relative odds of a tie within group versus between group. Now, some people don't like the odds ratio, like if you want to think about things like marginal effects. So logistic regression is having a down moment right now, and sort of in the methods world. For whatever reason. But if you're used to thinking about odds ratios, it's a perfectly good way to use it. The advantage of an odds ratio over a segregation index is it's what's known as margin free. I could double the size of the population and it wouldn't change the score. That's not always true with segregation indices, right? Because it changes the denominator a little bit. So the formula is there for this. If you want it, it's for this little network for the hips and the squares. The odds of a within group tie by shape is about 16 times the odds of meeting between group. That's how you would interpret that measure. Now the final measure that in network science that has sort of taken over the idea of homophily or other kinds of mixing is known as modularity. And modularity we're going to go through in great detail when we get to the community detection idea. But effectively, it's a normalized version of segregation. Because what you're doing is you're taking your row effect and your column effect. So row times column divided by total, subtracted from observed. That's your chi-square. Right? It's right back where we started. And that's your expected number of ties. That's your observed number of ties. You do it over all pairs, and you only look at the ties within group. So that's what this is doing. There's this little guy here, which is really going to be a pain in our ass later, but I'll tell you about how that works when we have time to get to it. But the modularity score has this nice feature that it ranges from 0 to 1, usually, or from random to 1. And so it has, in this case, the hips and the squares is about 0.37 in that flow example. All right. Questions, comments? That was a lot on metrics. You're going to see a lot of these come over again. I'm going to give you more triad stuff later because I can't help myself, but that's where we're at now. Please.
You can reinterpret that 0.377, like where was that?
No, I can't. That's the problem. I can't because this thing complicates the bejesus out of it. But if it were 1, it's essentially your distance towards perfect segregation. So if the value were 1, you would have all ties within groups and no ties between groups. If the value is 0, it's just pure random mixing. Anything less than 0 means you have more ties out group than in group. We almost never see a negative value because that would mean heterophily as opposed to homophily. The one case you obviously see it is for heterosexual mixing in a sexual network. That'll have a negative modularity score, but by and large, you're going to see positive values. So I like to think about it as its range from 0 to 1, which is random to complete. And so this is about 40% of the way to complete segregation in this network. conditional on big asterisks what this little resolution parameter means. So that unlike segregation and unlike odds ratios, it doesn't have a nice numeric interpretation. You just have to think about it as this continuous scale from half empty to complete. Does that help? A little bit? All right, I believe, someone correct me if I'm wrong, the lunch is ready? Yes. So, go back, get your lunch. Most of the time this week, we've got some feedback. The days are a little bit too full. So the next 2 days, tomorrow and the next day, your lunch is on your own. Find a new friend, go have lunch with them, discuss your problems and the problems of the network problems, but your social problems, and then and do that. Today we're going to have a lunchtime talk where Dana and I are going to it's hopefully a discussion about the ethics of network data analysis, about collecting data and how you make sense of that. I think Ashton ran out. I saw him a minute ago. I'm going to bug any of you that have collected data. You're going to hopefully engage in this conversation because it turns out that there are some interesting issues that have to do with this fact that all the beauty of networks carries with it a certain set of baggage and a certain set of complications that we need to make sure we're all aware of when we get into it. All right, so take 10 minutes or whatever it takes to get your food and find your way back to your seat and stretch and such, and we'll come back and get some ethics. Is this muted now? Thank you for asking questions. Because it's impossible for me to know if people are following or lost.
No.
I know it, so I just keep going.
I didn't quite understand what you were saying about the Shanghai.
Yeah.
Like, that the likelihood of like a sexual transmission is low because of the network structures, like it was.
It's
they
the
branched
average
out.
degree. The opposite. The average degree was so low that there were a fair number of intersectional degrees, but they aren't reconnected enough to cross this threshold of a giant network. So the global network is going to be lots of isolated pockets. Yeah, it's kind of cool.
It is very interesting. Yeah. It's definitely a lot of ideas to conceptualize and think about and apply, and also.
Hey, John, how are you? Small favor. I left my pressure washer outside in the backyard, and I covered it this morning with plastic, but with the heavy rain, I'm afraid that the plastic might go off. Maybe if you have a chance to just cover it. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Thanks. I appreciate that. It's just one of those like things. All right, thanks a lot. I appreciate it. Hi, Rick. Sorry, the conference went over. I thought there was going to be a problem. Well, I haven't met with Topher. Actually, we've had one conversation on the phone, but we're looking at putting a small duplex in behind property that I own at 13 and 12 Carroll. And then somebody down in looks like there's plenty of space actually. Duplex and two single units. I would be a respectful leader. Want to just look at the possibility of putting a duplex back there. Maybe another single. Yes. Well, yeah. It started out. I mean, I lived there for 5 years and bought it, and I now live 2 blocks away. So yeah, it's a rental property. Okay. Okay. It's 1312 Carolyn. CARROY. Yes. Yes. 27707. Currently it's about 2,000. obviously, the big kind of sitting pretty for that. Yeah, that's what yeah. Yep. Okay, that sounds good. Yeah, thank you, Rick. I appreciate it. Good to talk to you. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, well, now I'm in Massachusetts. But I'm thinking that it takes you over. That's I mean, the weather is crazy. We are very
Oh, yeah, you're from London.
yeah. I mean, like, I really like the Italian people. No, but I mean, also, I moved to the village, but I moved to the village so like when you sign the contract on the apartment without everyone in there, all the visual like there, so you all say just online. And I was like, sure, let's try. That was like a quarantine, but like okay. Sure. Something very like we can't go the whole time. Yeah. Yeah, so it was just one of those situations where like we oh my god! And I was like, you're not gonna believe it. And then she was like, you're left. I'm not. She just had all our stuff. Like, she was the one with the data plan. She was the one with the currency exchange. Yeah, she had everything. And I was just on. Oh my god, I know. Oh, it was so tough. She's like, I sent someone more hotel to get you. Okay. I just have to find a guy. It's good to sign up.
All right, folks, if you get a chance, last folks grab some food there. You're coming in the back. All right, thank you much for that. What we're going to do now is talk about the rest of the afternoon. We got a few things going on. There's a couple of the data collection things. There's a bunch more data going on tomorrow. So before we get into that, the goal is to think a little bit about the ethics of data collection. And I'm really happy to have Dana participate as well, who is assistant professor of population health. She's doing network data collection and working for a long time. And she was also an alum. She's part of this group at one point or the other. And she just finished a large-scale COVID study that had to do with tracing and tracing data and a lot of process. I've been involved with that less data, other data around the world, and things like that. So we're going to really open the floor with a few questions about what's going on mics so that well we get that out of me. And then there's a few questions about the ways in which we do this. Just as a quick show of hands, who was involved in filing the data collection right now? And about some happening in the process. How many people are using sensitive data? Is it identified at all? Great. Other people have no idea what they're doing yet. It's open all the department process. All right, we got a little bit going on here. Okay, great. And so I guess I'm going to start this. There are two basic problems, maybe three, with network data collection that are somewhat unique to data collection in general. I'm assuming that all of you are basically familiar with protection of human subjects. That the overall goal and principle is that we get to get our information and do the work we need to do for the betterment of the world. And the last thing we need to do is hurt anybody in the process, right? And so respect for subjects, making sure that we do no harm, and doing the best we can to, the work that we're doing is making the world a better place as sort of the guiding principles of what we do. For network analysis, right, that's a little bit complicated because we first have to get identifiers for global network analysis. We have to figure out the names of the people that we're interacting with so that we can find them again, so that we can link them across that adjacency matrix. So it doesn't matter to me so much that I know that you have one friend. I need to know that friend's name so that I can then interview them and link them together, put these linkages together. So the basics, sort of non-independence of network data analysis requires us to have a non-anonymous surveys. We have to, our survey data collection almost always has to be confidential but not anonymous.
The second feature is the assumption of the boundary specification assumption usually is that we have the full population, or at least a good chunk of the population, for like everyone in a school, everyone in a community, everyone in an organization, which means that it raises this question which is known as deductive disclosure. And so deductive disclosure is the idea that even if I don't know your name, I know enough about you from the survey data collection and that you took the survey that I can figure out who you are. In the AdHealth case, like when we were first designing that study and thinking through it, we'd play little games like, how many Jewish basketball players are there in the school? Well, Jewish basketball players in 7th grade, it's one person. And once I know that person and I have their data, then I can figure out, well, every other question that they did on the survey. So highly clustered population surveys lead to this ability to determine who's in the case, even if you don't know their name. And the final issue, I think, at least the ones that come to my mind, Dana, add to it if you want, is this idea of what's known as secondary consent. Is that especially when you're doing a snowball survey or doing some kind of a survey where you're going out and asking people to then ask other people, the people that you've asked in the survey have the opportunity to consent, but the people that they've named do not. And so those people are currently in your survey, but they're not consented to be in your study. And so figuring out how you deal with informed consent through this process of other expert informants is tricky, and we need to think about what that is. Dana, does that cover your...
It does, but I wanted to add something about the second point, which is that when you have relational data, as in a network, you might not have very identifying characteristics on a single person, but once you link them to someone else who might also not be very identifiable, that relation is what makes it easier to know who they are. So I'm a 46-year-old woman who lives in Chapel Hill. That's not very interesting. There are a lot of 8-year-old kids who live in Chapel Hill, but if you know that there's a 46-year-old woman who has an 8-year-old daughter, the set of people gets very small. So just by having that relationship, even if you have two people that might not be identified singly, once they're in a dyad, then it becomes easier to identify them.
So those are I think the big picture questions. And so now what the whole purpose of this is supposed to be a discussion. So what we hope to do is, and I think I see Michelle, was she in the back already? So I'm going to recruit you, Michelle, to answer questions. And I thought Ashton was here, who's done a lot of responded to different surveys.
Stepped out, yeah.
John has also done a fair number of this kind of work in lab settings. And there are a bunch of others who are, Mark, I know you've done a lot of data collection already, so there's a handful of folks that have been around who've done data, so please jump in and help us answer these questions. But I wanted to open the floor to sort of, to hear what people have, what your concerns were, what your thoughts were. Otherwise, I will ramble, as my students, as Rima will be happy to tell you, we will do this a lot. So, Michelle, please. I did not mention it, so.
So, when you have secondary subjects, these are individuals who you're reporting on in your social network study that, they're identified, they're reporting information about them. A lot of people I will request from IRB is a waiver of consent for those secondary subjects. The IRB sometimes will think of those individuals as those are subjects in your study, even though they are not, like, the person in front of you who is actually filling out your survey. They're who have you don't have the ability to go get their consent because you can't just go ahead and reach out. This person, John Doe, said that they're your best friend and you confirm this information, you consent to the study. So for that reason, I usually ask IRB for a waiver of consent for those individuals, like saying yes, they are subjects in the study, but it's impossible for us to consent them. And usually I have approvals on those and it sort of gets around concerns that IRB might have about whether we're not getting identified information on individuals or not in the study. Outright asking them, what do you think? I want a waiver of that consent. You also might do that if you're doing an online study sometimes, whether or not network measures.
Dana, did you have that same experience with Snowball?
No, I didn't. I did a respondent-driven sampling study early in the pandemic, and John has his hand up as well.
John, please.
I just want to confirm the last point about recently to get social media data, they're requiring the second confirmation. So, like, for instance, Facebook, when I know Facebook one particular issue across the whole wide domain of social network analysts or studies, things like that.
One real take-home concern, like I think you wouldn't be in this room if you weren't trying to make the world a better place. So obviously we're out there trying to do good. Talk to your IRB. It's kind of like voting in Chicago, early and often, right? So make sure that you know the people on your IRB. Make sure they understand what you're doing. Make sure that that this isn't the first time they've ever heard of a social network analysis, right? And you want to make sure that you know, like, there's a huge community of people out here who've been doing this work for now decades. And I think the number of people who've been harmed from the social network survey is a grand whopping 0. So I think we're in really good shape in terms of the extent to which we've had any actual incidents. And so the key is to make sure that your IRB is fully aware of what's happening, because their job is, you know, they're doing their job. But if they don't know the field, which many of them don't, it's really hard for them, especially those that are engaged in the medical IRB. They're used to just a very different system of processes. And so it's useful to make sure that they understand what's there. So what do we do? Please, go ahead, question.
You know, research in academia has historically excluded minoritized and marginalized populations. Big issue that we face in this work is that we haven't done a good job of building trust. We've often broken that trust. My work is specifically with Latinx populations in the US, and one thing that I always promise my participants is anonymity and confidentiality, particularly as it relates to immigration status or different things like that. I'm really interested in social networks, but I'm really concerned about this ethical issue. I don't want to kind of undo the work that I've done in my research and my work to build that trust. So do you have any experience in how to protect anonymity as much as possible, knowing that it is somewhat difficult, and knowing that even if we haven't harmed anybody yet, we've historically not included these populations. So I don't know if we've faced a lot of these issues just yet, but this also pertains to things like gun violence or gang activity or things like that that I'm interested in but concerned about. So what tips or experiences do you have about that?
Yeah, that's a great point. Is that an answer to that question, or?
Yes.
Yes, please, Deb.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, because my dissertation was included in immigrants in Massachusetts, and there's a large population there undocumented. So I requested that IRB waive consent. So there was no paper trail between my participants and the research. So it was practically, it was no competition with practically I collected EagleNet. So I just assigned them to a code, and I collected for the authors just the first name. So it was like the keywords were a code and the authors were the first name. So
That's an excellent point. And one of the key advantages of local network data collection over system level network, over so egocentric data collection over sociocentric data collection, is that it can be done anonymously. So you can then ask people to say, you know, just give me your first name and tell me the first name and initial, or, you know, whatever code that lets them remember the names of the people that they're arguing with or engaged with. And so you don't have to collect names. You don't have to have them at all. The other tip is that you might need the data you might need identifiers for data collection, but you probably don't need them for data analysis. And if that's the case, by all means, use it while you need it for the data collection, and then keep them in separate files and destroy them when you're done, because there's no need for you to have them. And if there's no need for you to have them, there's no need for anyone else to have them. The problem is, for sociocentric data, is you still have this deductive disclosure issue. So it's still possible that the data could be uncoverable if someone were to go in and try to figure out from the series of characteristics who these people are. And so it's your job to try to make sure as best you can that the data are stored in a secure way, that they're kept in a process that makes it possible, that it's difficult for non-trustworthy people to get it, and so forth. And so the key there, I think, and there's a lot of work that has to go into building trust with the community you're studying. And so the beauty of the data, for example, like John Potterett's data, is John Potterett worked for 20 years on the ground as a public health worker in Colorado Springs, and everybody there knew his name. He was out there on Saturday night, he was there working with those people, and so he had the chance to make sure that the community trusted him, and he was, you know, he returned that trust at every moment he had. And I think that process of building those kinds of relations, that you can't do this work by just flying in, dropping in, hoping people like your survey come back again. Please.
And I would like to add to that too, because we did engage community participants during my COVID study. We weren't interested in whether or not they were documented or not, so we didn't ask. The survey was presented in Spanish or English. It was exactly the same. We worked with a community representative, and we also had something called the Certificate of Confidentiality, which means that you can't be compelled to share your data. So there's no way for someone from another agency or organization to use your study data to find people after the fact. And so that's what I would definitely recommend, is getting a COC.
Do you ever exclude nodes or links if it's too unique?
So in public health, you suppress anything that, depending on the data, there are either fewer than 5 or fewer than 10. And so if it's something that is smaller than that number, depending on the area and the data that you're using, you just don't report it. You either make the group bigger, or it's something that you just don't say.
I don't know who's first, please.
I'm curious about, like, considering that you can kind of work backwards with sociometric networks, and there's like a growing push towards data sharing. Like, how do you balance reproducibility and like these other aspects, which now every NIH grant has like a data clearance capability.
Oh God.
You want to take this?
Yeah. So yes, as of
The reason we're laughing is that we've been going around with a couple of papers on just this point. So this is exactly it, right?
Yeah, we're really trying to find a home for it. So yes, since 2023, if you have federal funding from NIH, you are required to share your data. None of the data sharing plans online are actually specific to network data, which has a unique structure, it has unique risks. And so that's a bit problematic, is when we're used to sharing data, to share network data in the same way, it really just doesn't work. You either lose the ability to replicate, or you risk the privacy potentially of some of your subjects. And so before that policy was in effect, Jim and I, Gabriel, Tom, John, all of us have been working on this NSF-funded platform for secure network data sharing. It should be ready for prime time by the end of the year. Can I say that? But it will be a repository that allows sharing of sensitive data. It also will have an interface to be able to analyze some of those data, and then there will be a way to share publicly available or less sensitive data as well. But what you're asking, I'm not actually answering your question, I'm plugging IdeaNet, which you'll hear about shortly, is that depending on the tools that you're using or the technique that you're using to share data, it either might not be protective enough for network data, or you might lose the ability to replicate. And so there are a couple of techniques that people typically use to share data. You can aggregate, you can reduce the data sensitivity of some fields, you can report part of the data. That doesn't really work for network data. And so depending on what technique you're using, it will have different implications for network data.
And so our main solution has been to say that you have to essentially store all the data in a secure, encrypted, fully fledged space. So you don't share data publicly, but the data is available by customizable DUA. So we create, the point is to create automated, simplified data use agreements that essentially require anybody who's going to have access to data to already have IRB approval from their home institution, that they're going to meet the requirements of the data, whoever deposited it, whoever their IRB requirements are, that those are met. And that if necessary, the strictest element is that the data can only be used within an analytic enclave. We're not providing the enclave currently, though there's a separate grant that's under the review to do that. But the solution is, we think it's a rock and a hard spot. So you either are replicable or you share. And our point is, well, you can only share under the conditions that are effectively the same conditions that the investigators had, which is to hold the data in a space that can't be made public. It's not out here in space. So that's been our solution. Now there are some folks, it's an interesting question. So if you're dealing with something like census data or other data, there's a whole field of data masking that has to do with statistical reinterpretation of data. There's a theory that lets you get a lot of the moments of network data analysis without having nodes. So for example, if I give you what's known as the eigen spectrum of a network, I should be able to use that to get lots of information out of it without ever having any identifiable features. I could give you the coefficients from an exponential random graph model, and you could simulate data that looks a lot like the data that I have without actually being real. So there are other algorithmic solutions to sharing something like the data, but it wouldn't be exactly the same. Please. Yes, you.
I'm working on a project right now that's a network intervention, two different approaches to getting people to get breast cancer screening. And we're having this, it's not even really a problem, but the idea is leveraging community members to spread information within their own community. But there's a lot of misunderstanding of the intervention itself. Like people aren't quite, we do a survey after the intervention and people aren't quite getting all the information. But then we are encouraging them to spread the information. So I'm not sure how to negotiate that tension.
Yeah, this is some boy, talk about a rock and a hard spot. My guess is that kudos to you for doing the right thing, which is the post-intervention survey, right? It would be so much worse if you did the intervention, have no idea what it does, and it goes out in the world somewhere, right? So, but the fact that amen, right? So you're doing the right. So first point is, if you're going to do an intervention, monitor it so that you can see what effect it has. But once you have it, then the only sort of solution that I can think of is that you have to then modify the messaging, right? So you have to keep doing this, and this is why any of these kinds of processes, you hope to start small and move out and do the field work. Now I know your team, I know Melina's team, and so there's no way that those folks you haven't done the groundwork to get into it. But even then, it's going to have this kind of process. So it's just iterative, and all you can do is hope that the positive messaging swamps the negative messaging. Please.
So following up, it's a longitudinal study. We have 5 years. We're doing the intervention over 5 years. And I mean, I've been on it for a year, and the intervention itself is very different than it was a year ago. And I'm wondering, we have 2 different interventions, and both are very different. And I don't know what the credibility looks like of the study 5 years later when we start collecting data. And over the course of 5 years, the actual interventions that we're comparing are so different.
I mean, I think that's something you just have to describe to the, in the write-up and say, and I think that the beauty of that kind of model is that, if I were a reviewer and what I learned was that the team that did this intervention had modified it based on a follow-up of the respondents in order to make it more effective, I would see that as a positive effect, right? And then in the initial study, it's like this is what you find based on the final intervention pieces as you've done them. And the next grant will be the one that takes the final one, right? That's why this is a process and not a work of art that's finished for one time at all. Please.
I guess I work for a center that does a lot of peer network interventions, and one of the ways that we've adjusted that process, I'm not sure what your intervention looks like, but typically you're relying on peer network peers to facilitate and distribute information throughout a network. Typically would be built in a period of time where you do practice role leveling sessions with the intervention team so that you practice the information that you're distributing so that that information is more directed, and so you reduce some of that imperfect transformation as it gets distributed through the network, and that way you're able to build self-efficacy for the participants, and also if you use that as a metric, it also reduces dropout so that people are more likely to stay within the intervention rather than feeling like these people who participated in our study because on the post-survey intervention, you're like, well, none of the people you spoke to actually did the thing that we asked you to do, and then you label that as like a failure, then that person doesn't want to participate, continue to be like a peer or mediating node. But if you measure it based on, okay, how many people have you talked to? Did you these other more tangible metrics where success is easier, you get greater retention of people who want to act as a peer network, peer mentor moving forward, but also you reduce some of that messaging issues. At least that's what we found.
Are you paying it for that? I'm sorry.
Connect afterwards, and we'll have a whole session on intervention that Tom's going to run as well. So we need it, please. Please.
So I think there are 2 things here. One is the fidelity over time. So it's documented fidelity over time is one thing. Another is documenting adaptations over time. So one thing is more of you want to stick to, and one thing to make a change in direction, right? And there are actually different examples data out there on how to document both of them and track them so that will help you over the 5 years.
Please, sir.
I think this large population cohort longitudinal data collection for wildlife. I think one ethical challenge is just like that I struggle with is you get into like, because the social world is so complex, you know, this relational data is so interesting. Like, as a researcher, this temptation of like, ooh, I could ask more invasive, and like, it's just like the data, like, ooh, there's some, it always raises some new question that's more invasive and more, like, there could be more, and there's, as there are new techniques, it's like, oh, I could do something with that data, and I could end up like sort of putting video cameras all over the village and kind of watching everyone, you know, and then you just sort of like this imaginary of like watching every part of every social interaction. And so that I just kind of feel like that's a challenge in and of itself. But like that is true in non-network spaces, that I just noticed like being interested in relational things. Even as I ask questions like about negative aspects of relationships, I've had to be like, is this appropriate to ask? Like, if you hate your neighbor, and like maybe that's just not something that I would ever answer myself.
Right. I mean, it's one of these. It's one of these things. I think that one thing to remember is that a survey is, a data collection event is an intervention. Right. Anytime you do it's a social. It's a weird social thing to drop into somebody's house and spend 2 hours with them asking questions about their life, right? And so this kind of a process is something to think about in itself. But I really think that it's, so I think you're right. You should there are two kinds of trade-offs. One is that the most expensive thing we ever do is showing up at their front door. Once you're there, like you already invested that money, you want to get all of it you can as you're at it because you're not going to get a chance to come back again. So resisting that urge and asking only the questions you need to ask in order to answer the questions that you've posed and that you think are reasonably within the scope of your study is something, it's just a disciplining feature. But I think that shouldn't stop us from asking interesting questions. And so there are a number of folks now. We've had a study here that myself and Leanne was involved in, where we literally put cameras in this very building watching undergraduates doing work with each other as part of a process. And you know, we had to, the amount of work we had to go through just to store that data and make sure it's secure, and make sure it couldn't be identified from other people. And we did, you know, in the end, converted the videos to, you know, to mask faces and things like this are all part of the process of trying to figure out how can we make it as safe as we can without hurting, you know, other people. And in these cases, these are undergraduates working on a pretty innocuous set of tasks, and you know, it's probably the least revealing thing they've actually done. But we took it seriously. We wanted to do our best to make sure it was secure as we could. You know, we have another a faculty in our department is literally has cameras set up on a playground or a preschool, looking at how kids share toys or not. And so it's a process of bullying and self-reflection to figure out that kind of process out. It's a great set of social psychological questions about the development of, you know, about identity as kids become, you know, really young kids to becoming middle school or middle-aged adolescents, middle-aged children, excuse me. And so this process is something, sometimes the questions really are important. We really want to understand them, and that they're not going to ask questions about where do they live. They're not going to ask questions about all the things outside that scope to try to help maintain a boundary on sort of this cross-knowledge. But it's this is part of the reason we're doing all this work for the archive, is to try to make sure that it's there.
But also it's a common ethical question in any data collection, right? You know, I'm going to ask you about your sexual partners or your drug use or anything that you don't want to come out. So it's, you know, part of your ethical duty to just say, is this really useful information? It's common across a lot of spaces. And Ashton is here too. I don't know.
Yeah, Ashton, I want to invite you to bump in as well. I know you've done a lot of work on RDS and these types of things that you'll talk about soon. But if there are other particular features of this, about these items, don't be shy.
I guess it wasn't kind of minor, but you know, it just came up with something I was working on today and yesterday. You know, you might, there's all these techniques to sort of make it less risky, so you create data that are restricted versus not restricted. And one thing you might do is say, like, flag all personal identifiers. We have to be careful because we realized yesterday that one of our people putting in the network data was actually putting the names of alters in like just a notes column in the data set that was like the publicly released data set that we were going to release. That's like potentially didn't actually ever happen, but it could be a huge breach of kind of ethical things. So we have to be very careful about some of these training aspects because it wasn't something we thought might happen, but yeah.
I saw a hand over on this side and I've lost it. Please.
Do you think that the risk of confidentiality breach is like disproportionately greater for other people in the network? Like if I read a paper that I'm probably not going to make sense of who's a node and who's what and where. But if I'm in the sample and then I look at the results, like how do you sort of account for the fact that other people, especially if you're talking about something sensitive, maybe intimate partner violence in other community or something, how likely is it that other co-members of the sample who don't realize they're related in these ways figure that out, and what's the risk for harm to them, and you balance that in preparing to do the work?
I mean, I would say that that's theoretically possible. Is that what happened with Mario Small's graduate students? They recognize themselves, or?
I think so.
So there have been cases of re-identification, right? And so sometimes I believe you could absolutely recognize yourself. As far as then recognizing other people in the sample, I think in a small set that would be much easier in some of these small spaces or rare cases and things like that.
I think the key there is to make sure that when you report results, and it goes back to the point I made before, is that it's ask yourself if you really need to report the actual relation, or if you can, in the paper, you can do something like, instead of presenting the actual sociogram, predict a cutoff, a small piece of it.
Mm-hmm.
And the key is to make sure that what you're presenting is a plausible version of reality that helps you illustrate the point you need to make in the summaries of your data without being dishonest, without making it certain that that's the person that's doing this violence. So it's one thing to say that the interpersonal partner violence rate is 10% in this population, and it's more common if you have concurrent relationships in this part of the network than in that part of the network that is characterized by X, Y, and Z. And I can summarize that without having to show the actual sociogram,
right,
for example, and saying that, and then the advantage is that if I'm reading it as someone who could be, or as someone in the community that sees a report, it probably rings true to people in the community about what the rates are and what the risks are. And if I'm a person whose reputation might be hurt by being engaged in this, I can recognize that this is true, but it's nice for me also to see that it's not clear that that's me. Right? There's another version of this that is probably less the case in this kind of a population than it is in some of the other work we do. But when you do consulting work in networks, people often want to see the sociogram, right? I want, if I'm hiring you to come into my company to figure out which are productive employees versus not, part of the issue is I want to see who's engaged, right? Who's engaged in stuff. And so you need to have a really upfront conversation with everybody before the data collection happens, so that they know when they, give you their data, that they might be, put up on a blue board here and say, like, here they are. And if everyone agrees, before they go into the process, that's one thing. But if people, especially if they don't have the opportunity to agree, then that's something else entirely. You need to be really careful with that. Please.
Yeah, we actually, when we work with college students, we actually show a subset of them their Google Network sociograms, and we show it over time. I think actually the idea of like research as an intervention, like there's something really powerful about seeing your own network mapped out, and especially like between times, because it's longitudinal, various time trends sometimes that can get quite emotional for people because they could lose a time for because of death or some other reason that's sensitive. But I'm just wondering if anyone else has experiences of like sharing the data with the participants themselves, with the idea that like knowing something about their network might be useful.
Yeah. I mean, we've been thinking about the risks and the concerns, but the flip side is it can be really beneficial. So in lots of settings, to be able to show people what their world looks like, it makes the invisible visible, and that can be really sort of powerful and useful, and it can help them. A trivial example, I've done some consulting at a university I used to be involved with. I don't know if that's big enough, given that I haven't been involved in many universities, but where we took an English department and mapped the co-student networks, and it revealed a clear division in that department, and only 2 people that linked between those 2 divisions. And it was really useful for that faculty meeting for them to sit down and say, well, what is this division? Right? How do we bridge it? What makes it useful? And so in that case, it was a very clear case of who the faculty members were. Everyone knew who they were, but it was nice for people to see that so that they could actually do something with that information. Now, co-mentoring of students is a pretty low bar for risk, and the benefit far outweighed the risk in that particular situation. But it made it obvious what needed to be fixed in that setting. And I think that knowing what your network looks like and what the different divisions are can really be illuminative. It can help people understand. So there's a lot of positive that can happen to it. The key is you don't want to do it without people knowing what they're getting into. And so that you know, I mean, if someone wants to hide certain parts of their relation, that is their right, and we should make sure that we respect their right to hide information they don't want us to know about. We would like them to not hide relevant information, but if it's not relevant, we don't need to know it, and they have to have the right to control it. Any questions? Not, please.
But another and also a related question, which was I did a project here in Orange County that was mapping human service providers networks, and one person told me about this group they had that was like, I don't know, providers of color or something, and all the other participants, it was a very small sample, got involved in that coalition through the results of the project, which was very cool. But on the other hand, this was a very small group of people providing services in Orange County, and it was really easy to figure out who the people were. And that was in my RP application, that was in the disclosure that we gave to the participants, but even so in these interviews, these qualitative interviews, some of them were making really cavalier statements about funders, about other organizations, and it was fascinating. I would have loved to include it, but ultimately my advisors were like, probably don't.
Right.
And they knew they were going to be identifiable. So I'm like wondering about where's that line? How do you decide that line?
It sounds to me like I would agree with your advisor. It's like, is it essential? Is it embarrassing? Is it, you know, I think anytime you can come to a general conclusion without having to reveal information that could potentially be embarrassing, then do that. Like, and just be clear that what you've done as an analyst, and that's our job. Like, our job as analysts is to aggregate and synthesize information, and do that. Like I said, by doing that, we've not only like taken the data as best we can and done something reasonable with it, but we've also protected our respondents from saying stuff, even from the things that they might want to say. I mean, I'd be happy to dish on half my colleagues with you, but I'm not going to do it. I'd rather you think better of me and not report that information. All right. Other questions? I think one thing, so you're going to see a lot of data. The people who've collected network data, and many of us have used like AdHealth data, which, you know, if you've tried to use AdHealth, it's a pain in the ass to get the contract and do the training and get on their server and all sorts of things. But they do that for a reason. It's because, you know, they were given permission to get into, you know, the intimate lives of students across the, you know, and then follow them for now 25 years. And so that kind of data collection requires a certain amount of, you know, trust on the part of respondents, and it's going to take an amount of work for us to use, and our job is to use it as responsibly as possible. And so I think that just keep that in mind as you move forward. Protect your communities and make sure you're doing the outreach necessary to get the right people in the community, the people that are relevant both for the questions you're being asked and for the service you want to provide to the community as a whole. And by virtue of doing that, I think we will not only promote this great way of doing work and do a better version of it, but also, I think, you know, I hope make the world a better and safer place by virtue of it. Questions, comments, thoughts, concerns? All right, I think the next in line is IdeaNet, right? Awesome. Okay, if you have, you know, if you're, maybe take us a quick minute while we switch things up. If you have dirty plates and such, find a home for them, and we will now go on.
All right. So we already talked about the repository, so
great.
Just, you know, go right into the package and reasons and all.
That's for the recording.
No, we have 2 minutes.
Are you plugging into this machine?
Yeah.
Yeah, Chris. Yeah. Are you working on the slides?
All right. Check. What's yours? HDMI. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, everything's good. that fluctuate between 4 and 6 inches.
Create a video.
And it's great to be able to tell the funders, the grant funders, like, we had this live stream, there were people there.
And also,
You have to tell them how many.
It'll happen.
Yeah, sure.
All right, we got folks back at it. All right, let's pull back together. So Dana mentioned it briefly. Tom Wolf, who's graduated last year, 2 years.
Last year.
Last year. See, the time just flies.
Yeah,
Tom graduated as well. Tom is now a postdoc at Northwestern, working at the Network Canvas Lab with Michelle and a group of remarkable folks there who also have, I think, you all might have met here at Central Network Today. So if you learn nothing, maybe at least find a postdoc, Spencer, who will give you a job. Tom's work is, he's one of the best coders in the business. He's been deep in the weeds of network analysis. And this project we've engaged is, we call it IdeaNet, which he's going to describe. The joke version of it, this is Analyst in a Box. We hope to sort of take a lot of what we're teaching you in this class and distill it down to a simplified interface that lets you get the work done and create a bunch of these things in the process. His own work is really remarkable, that his dissertation was on intervention communities and dynamic networks and understanding the involvement and movement of these things. And so thanks, Tom, for doing that. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, and thanks to you, Jim, because a lot of the discussion of the repository there in that last conversation had some slides to introduce it, but the basics were covered there, right? But the IdeaNet project, which is an NSF project we've been involved in, a lot of the crew here involved, Gabe, John, Emily, Dana, right? It's motivated by this idea, as was raised during a question in the last talk about this idea of balancing reproducibility in network research with data security, right? And so, like as said before, we're hoping to launch this secure data repository for sharing network data between researchers and across institutions. But there's this other component, right, to reproducibility with network data, which is network analysis is increasingly popular. When Jim showed some graphs, and you're all here, right? Like we all know about the growing popularity of network analysis, and related to that, as the popularity of these methods has grown, so too has the number of tools available and the way that things are measured. And so this ends up creating some pitfalls, right? Where which tool do I use? Sometimes some tools are better suited to certain tasks than others, right? How do you balance these things? The other thing is that as different people have developed their own tools, much in the same way that we much in the same way that we talked about people developing their own centrality measures for different purposes. Sometimes different tools out there will measure ostensibly the same measure or same metric differently, and then this can lead to some reproducibility issues where maybe you get access to the same data as this previous study did, but then when you run it through, it doesn't give the same numbers, and there's some confusion there. So as a kind of companion product to this data repository that we're developing, we've been building an R package that kind of aims to take the best out of different network tools available and consolidate them in a very entry-level user-facing package, right? And our aim is that whereas a lot of times when you're doing network analysis in R, and we'll see this in both tutorials we've seen before and later on in the week, right? There can be these many steps. We're trying to streamline this as much as possible. Now there are some caveats, right? We're currently readying this for release on CRAN as a formal package. The need to balance, getting something actually out the door with, as far as like the full range of network analysis methods out there. We don't cover everything. We've got plans to add more features in the future. Also, right, there are certain types of measures that one-size-fits-all tool is better suited to. So things like measuring a node's centrality, right, or centralization or cohesion in a graph. Those are measures that can generalize across a network. But other times we might have measures that depend specifically on attributes of nodes, right? And IdeaNet isn't aiming to cover those as much, just because you might need to custom tailor those measures to the specific setting that you're working with. So on the Google Drive, there's the folder for this presentation. I've arranged it so that there's the R Markdown, which is here. If for some reason it's not running, I've already knit this Markdown into an HTML, so you can just follow along in the output. Presents nicely there. And there is a lot of things in the text here. I won't go verbatim with the text. A lot of it's written there just for kind of future reference and a refresher. But to start, there are a variety of ways of installing the IdeaNet package that we've developed. The most straightforward way, which in the install script we sent to everybody, is via GitHub. Just running this script will download the latest version of the package and all of its documentation. Hopefully you should have had that done that ahead of time. Another thing, that, like if for some reason you're having issues installing from the GitHub page, I have included a source file of the latest version of the package in that folder on the Google Drive, and if you just run this code, it'll install it, and in fact, it'll install it quicker. So as we've talked about, right, network data can be stored in a variety of formats. Most common are a combination of a node list and an edge list, or an adjacency matrix. On top of that, and I alluded to this a little bit earlier, given the variety of software out there for analyzing network data, whether it be modules or libraries or packages in existing programming languages or standalone applications, network data in these formats can also be stored in a variety of different file formats. And that can lead to some difficulties with accessibility and reproducibility in terms of just how do I get this data open in R. So the first feature we have within the IdeaNet package is this function we call netread. And it's designed to take a variety of different network data storage formats and turn them into like a very nice R-friendly edge list that not only could you use in other functions within this package, but also just within R in general. Right now, netread supports just standard CSV Excel files in the way that you formatted for edge lists and adjacency matrices and adjacency lists. But we also support the reading of UCINet DL files. For those of you less familiar, and honestly, I'm very much an R guy, so if there's some details about the software that I'm missing on, some of the more experienced folks can feel free to chime in. But UCINet is a Windows-only application. It's generally very good at measuring centrality, structural features, community detection, and role analysis. The drawback to UCINet, aside from Windows only, is it costs money, right? And for young, early career folks, right, free and open sources is always nicer. But fortunately, UCINet data are usually stored in these DL files, and by using the netread function, and here it's just set up very simply, you put in the direct, the location of the DL file, and you specify that it's a UCINet file with the file type argument. You see here, it just very quickly read in the data, and here it is as a nicely formatted edge list where we have our we have our sender column, we have our receiver column, and then any of the other edge level attributes, right, just as they were organized within that UCINet file, are presented as their own columns. Similarly, we provide support for files that are designed for PIAC. PIAC is a free application, unlike UCINet, but it is Windows only as well. But PIAC is tends to be the go-to software application for dealing with like very large networks. And in fact, there are different versions of Payek called like Payek, Payek XL, Payek XXL, right? Like it is like its big draw is scale. But nonetheless, if for some reason you're wanting to work in R and your collaborator's giving you data stored for Payek, similarly, you just specify the location of the file, specify that it's a Payek file. And here in this example, sorry, I need to, there we go. And here we've read in, an example of a Payek file, and this Payek file happens to contain both a node list and an edge list. And similarly, it's extracted all the information we would need to proceed. So that's just a matter of reading in data from other sources. But the real fun part of the IdeaNet package is the streamlined processing and analysis of relational data. And for sociocentric networks, and here I'm just going to focus on sociocentric networks that are just single relation types, the real core of this analysis is in a function we call netwrite. Here I'm going to just demonstrate what netwrite looks like. We have some example data sets native just stored within the package when you install. This is another synthetic, simulated @health data set here. And if we just look, right, it's this is the similar to what Leanne showed in her presentation. Similar structure, senders and receivers of ties. Here we have some attributes of node IDs, their grade level, their racial categorization, and their sex. But the netwrite function will take these two data sets or an adjacency matrix and just in a single function do a lot of the really basic level network analysis that you would want. A bit of a trade-off here is that relative to some other R functions, right? You may need to specify more arguments, but it really depends on just sort of the complexity of your network, right? So the more distinct features of your network, right, like directionality of ties, and if you have multiple tie types, right, the more of these arguments you may have to specify. One thing I should say is that while we might not be using all of these arguments here in some of these examples, they're detailed here. Also, the package already comes with, I would say, fairly thorough documentation to walk you through all of this. But let's just go ahead and show how we would use netwrite to process, and get a pretty good starting point for analyzing this high school network. So here, within the netwrite function, we're going to specify the type of data we're working with. Here we have an edge list, right? If we have a node list, and this is similar to iGraph's graph from data frame function, right? If there's a node list available, we want to inform what that node list is and what the column within that node list containing the unique node identifiers. Then we want to specify from the edge list which columns are the senders and receivers of ties. We're going to specify that this is a directed network. Among other outputs from netwrite, it creates an iGraph object in case you want to use that later. And this is just telling us what to name the iGraph object. And then this shiny argument is for a little fun thing I've included at the end. I won't spoil the surprise yet. So we're going to run this. And this is a fairly small network, so it ran quickly. But depending on the size of your network, right, you may have to wait a bit. Because this is, as you're going to see, this is doing a lot. This one function is doing a lot. Sometimes you'll get a list of warnings. One thing to bear in mind, and this is not just when using kind of very generalizable tool like this, but whenever you're doing network analysis, similar to what Jim was saying about centrality measures and like what do they mean in terms of in terms of the substantive setting of your network. Similarly, right, like the way certain measures are calculated might not be compatible with certain structural features of your network. So for instance, with something like eigenvector centrality or monocyte centrality, right? Like a lot of times those measures will kind of assume like one single connected component. And if you have isolated components from each other, right, depending on the tool that you're using, you might get some messy numbers or missing values because it doesn't really know what to do with a network structure like that. To the best of our ability, as we've curated the measurement of certain metrics from different sources, we provide a pretty extensive set of warnings about, hey, as we noticed this feature about your network, and it has implications for how this measure is generated. Bear that in mind as you're looking at the output. Now, one thing, I don't know, how many of you are, as far as familiar with R, like work with lists as a class of object? Okay, we've got a couple people. This is something that it gets, for a lot of folks new to R, lists are not something that's as intuitively accessible. Because of the way R packages are designed to work, with the idea is like good programming practices, you put in a set of inputs and a function's supposed to give one output, right? By default, NetWrite creates several outputs, but they're all stored in a single list object. However, R has this list to environment function that will take everything within a list object. In this case, we've called it NW for NetWrite and FOMESA, which is the high school network. And we're going to just split this up into the global environment. And so we can see the number of objects here, right, in our environment grew quite a bit. That's because NetWrite is, created a lot of things for us to look at right away. And let's go ahead and take a look at what it creates. So NetWrite, the NetWrite function, when you're giving it a sociocentric network, it's creating measures both that are at the node level, right, and at the structural level, right? And we just talked about, each of those, like centrality measures versus cohesion measures. It's generating a whole suite of those and splitting it up into different objects. So here, just to start, NetWrite produces a summary, a little visualization here that provides some system-level summaries, right? So you can see here number of weak components, which I don't think we've talked about. We haven't differentiated between component types yet. But things like degree assortativity, transitivity, right? Here we have the just a visualization of the degree distribution across the network, clustering, and the average path length. Now, this, as far as like a quick glance of just making sense of your network and its structural properties, this is nice. But, suppose that you're really interested in some structural feature that isn't covered in this visualization. Luckily, we have a whole data frame here called system level measures, and we tried to be as thorough as possible, right? This is going to tell you, right, like whether or not the graph is directed, right, how many isolates are in there, the number of components as defined by certain conditions. As Jim said, he loves triads, so we've got the whole number of different types of triads in there, right? We call it the triad census. We have clustering. I would say, a lot of times there are debates within network science about how, when you're introducing your data set, you should describe the structural properties of the overall network as kind of like descriptive statistics. And I think, and people debate over like what are the must-haves. Our goal here is like, we're hoping once you run this, like whatever your journal or your community demands, like, use that to describe your data, like we've generated that for you, right? The other nice thing is we're not going to get into multi-relational networks, but like this will also, like it'll calculate these for the aggregate graph. It'll also break it down by relationship type. So this is a nice, it's obviously, if you venture into more complicated territory and need to do some more specific things, like we might not be able to handle it. But as a starting point, I like to think that we're offering folks a lot to start with. On the subject of we can't cover everything, right? We do take the network you fed in, and we do create an iGraph object, right? So if you do need to go back to some of the more established tools, right, that have more involved processes, right? You have the means to just get started, to take what we have and expand on it using an iGraph object. We also include the iGraph object, right? Because it's often iGraph objects are typically the most straightforward starting point for visualizing networks within R. And as you can see here, I've taken the high school here, and I've colored the nodes by grade. Gabe is going to go into more detail about best practices for visualization of networks later this week. We also create iGraph objects for the largest components within the network, right? So if you're just interested in sort of like the, subsets of network, of the network you're working with, we also provide that. We also have a reformatted edge list. In the past, the iGraph package has, because it was originally developed in Python, it had some issues where like it used zero indexing like Python did, and when you were working with R, it could lead issues. Like part of what's going on under the hood with NetWrite is we create a new set of ID numbers to like avoid that issue of, that issue ever possibly arising. So we have the edge list here. Now let's move on to moving on to the node level, right? And I'll just open node measures here. It's taking basically when you give NetWrite a node list, right? It's going to keep those original node level attributes. But if we go here, right, all of the node level measures that we talked about earlier today, and a few more, right, are being calculated, and it's appended to that original node list. So as far as for if you're just thinking about like basic regression models based on structural position within the network, right, we're giving you a lot of the basic starting points that you would be generating yourself over maybe like 50 lines of code or something, just right out the gate. And we also have, I was intrigued by this today, Jim, with the reminder of the difference between Bonasich with regular weights and with negative weights, and we provide both right out the gate. I think that's not always that's not always as immediately accessible. So I'm proud of ourselves for that. Just like with the system level plot, we also have a kind of summary plot to show the distribution of different centrality scores, for nodes in the network. So that's also quite nice. But that's the core NetWrite function in a nutshell, and it offers a lot. And it's we're proud of that. It's also very standardized, right? So not only if all goes well and we have our secure data repository and people can access the same data sets, if they're also using the IdeaNet package in tandem with it, right, that's going to further ensure reproducibility as the same tools are being applied to the same data, and we've curated the measures and verified their accuracy. Just to show, to prove that we also support adjacency matrices, we have a little example of, this is a completely fictional network, but it's a little adjacency matrix that Jim designed that contains every possible type of triad that can exist in a directed network. It's actually it's a very good data set for testing networks, and I wish I had known about it years ago in grad school. It's a good methods object. But here we've running NetWrite on this adjacency matrix. Note that we don't have a node list here. But despite the many arguments that NetWrite can take, we're only using 4 here. We're telling it that it's an adjacency matrix. We're specifying what the matrix is. We're saying that it's true, and then we're naming that iGraph object again. And once more, we have the list and we split in the global environment. I'm just going to show real quick. This is the network, the iGraph object plotted. But similarly, right, we can now open the system level measures, right, and it's giving us that same information for that little adjacency matrix network. I designed, part of this was due for time because I thought I'd be talking about the data repository more. But as far as other features, we do support, if you have an edge list with multiple relation types, the NetWrite function will process that the same way. It will calculate, like I said, for the system level measures, it'll provide measures for each subset of relationship type. It also does that at the node level. So let's say you have family and friendship relations, and you're interested in the betweenness centrality in just the friendship network. It's going to give you betweenness centrality for friendship, for family, for the whole network. And that gives you a lot of power and a lot of different variables that you could possibly use in modeling. I didn't want to inundate you with too much, so I didn't include the examples for that. However, a lot of this tutorial and what I've written here is adapted from the documentation vignettes we actually have in the IdeaNet package here. You can access them by just running the vignette function, specifying the name of the vignette and then specifying it's in the IdeaNet package. But if I just run this, we can see, right, we have a whole extensive, a lot of what we covered, but then going into multi-relational networks and community detection. The idea is our target audience is folks who are like many of you are new to network analysis, and right, we want this to also be a tool to help familiarize folks with network analysis, and so our documentation reflects that. Like we're trying to walk folks through as many steps as possible. Other things I want to say before we get to this last section. In the last year, we've added functionality for ego network analysis as well, and so we have a couple of features. One, the core. This is netwrite. We have a function called ego netwrite that once you pass in a node list, an alters list, and an alter edge list. Gabe later in the week will talk about these kinds of data structures. But it's going to similarly give you a data set level summary of what the typical ego network in your data set looks like. It's going to provide system level summaries for each of the individual networks, and then it's also going to create node level summaries for all the alters in the networks, right? With the same philosophy in mind that we're trying to give you as many of the basic measures as possible for analysis, so that when you're modeling, right, you don't have to generate all of those, spend a week of coding to generate a lot of the basics. Another thing I will say is we also have a function that we've just recently really refined, that if you have an ego network data set that is in that very wide format, right, we're going to reshape it into something that's a lot friendlier. That's also something we'll talk about tomorrow. The aim here, right, has been to minimize the amount of coding that folks new to network analysis have to do. But what if you just don't want to do any coding at all, right? Like it's tedious, maybe you don't need it, and we made you install R, but maybe you'd rather just avoid it entirely. Fortunately for those folks, the IdeaNet package also offers a Shiny-based graphic user interface. I can't take too much credit for this. Emily in the back has been absolutely vital to developing this, and it's taking it's a nice interactive implementation of the functions I've just shown you in a much easier and intuitive way. And I'm just going to illustrate this real quick. You can choose edge lists or adjacency matrices here. There's some formatting little bits here, but you just pass in a CSV of an edge list. If you have a node list, you pass in a CSV of a node list, and just going, as you use this app, you go to the right over these different tabs, and it kind of goes through the process of like loading in data, specifying what these, what the data, the specific variables mean. So over here in the process tab, we're just going to choose the sender and receiver IDs in our network. We can specify that the network's directed. It's not, this particular network's not multi-relational. And then over here, we specify similar aspects about our node level data. If later on in visualization you have certain variables that you think would be relevant to coloring nodes or something like that, you can specify this here. And then once you've set all of this up, you can just go to the Visualize tab. And there you go. You've got the network here. And there's all sorts of customizability here, right? You can scale this up and down. If you don't want isolates, sometimes isolates can be troublesome for your layouts. You can get rid of those. If you have duplicate edges or loops, similarly. Any of the layout algorithms that are offered by iGraph, you can quickly just choose. So if you want a sphere for some reason, yeah, Fruchterman Rheingold is generally what I use. We also offer node sizing by a few different centrality measures here. And if you want to change kind of like the scale and the disparity of it, right, we have a slider for that. And then, as I showed in the last tab, we specified some node features that we thought might be interesting for coloring. You just choose the variable, and then we have some color palettes available, right? Here we're coloring by grade. We have a little legend here. And this is really neat. This is built off an R package called BizNetwork that has a kind of interactive HTML5 element to it. But once you click toggle interactivity, you can highlight a node and it'll show its ego network. And if you have a central, suppose like I have this central node here and I really want it to pop out, but your standard network layout algorithm is going to place it here, I can just click and drag it out here. So if you want to do any slight customizations to make things a little bit more intuitive to look at, it offers you that ability. And then the other thing is up here, you can specify your file format. And then once you've customized this as you see fit, you can just click it and just save it as a PNG or a PDF. Yeah. Again, I wasn't as essential to the actual development of this app, so I can't take credit for it. But it is quite convenient and cool. We have a tab here, the visualizations we talked about before, both at the system and node level, as far as distributions and very basic measures are also there. This tab is great for the folks who want to avoid coding entirely. That data frame of node level measures with all the centrality measures you might want and need for regression. This is that table here. If you want to quickly look at it, right, you can select and isolate different variables, right, to get a sense of their distribution. But we've also added a little feature here to generate quick visualizations for univariate and bivariate statistics. So here, let's look at the inbound closeness centrality and the distribution of that. We have it as a histogram, a box plot, or a density plot. But then we also can choose a second variable, right? So closeness in, and to do closeness out. And then here we can select a scatter plot. And any sort of like exploratory analysis and visualization that you would often do when you're just starting with the data set, you can do right here within the app. And the other convenient thing is you can download the generated set of node level measures and all centrality as a CSV. So if for some reason, like suppose you're a Stata person. I'm not, but suppose you're a Stata person and you want to do most of your modeling measures, export it to this CSV, and then go use it in some other software. And then the last thing, and I didn't cover this in part because some of this is going to be addressed later on in the week, but we also have been adding in modules for more advanced methodological techniques. And currently we have modules for MRQAP, which I don't know if we're going to go into later on in the modeling. We will. And then positional or role analysis. We touched on that a bit with the example of the family and the children and the different configurations of relationships they had. But there are methods specifically for kind of extracting role positions within networks. And we've built a very streamlined tool for that that's often lacking in a lot of software tools out there for network analysis. But I won't go into too much detail with those since that's going to be covered later in the week. And just I just realized I forgot one thing. You don't just have to color on node level features here. We're going to talk more about community detection later in the week, but one of the options you have for coloring nodes in your visualization here is where nodes fall within specific clusters or communities in the network as detected by various different algorithms. So that is a very quick and kind of high-level overview of the IdeaNet package. The one thing I would like to close on is help us help you. We are gearing this for CRAN release. We've built a small community of folks who've tested this out. We've gotten great feedback about people trying out this tool and saying like, this made my dissertation so much easier, right? But the help goes both ways, right? Because in those early stages, right, we designed this and tested it on data sets that were available to us, and we made certain assumptions, right? But then as other people tested it out, right, we encountered snags and use cases and bugs, right? The more people try this out and adopt it, the better we can make it. And we've already had some really valuable exchanges, just even in the last year with developing it. So I highly encourage you to try this out, over this week and then with, your projects. And I have my email address at the bottom of that R Markdown. Like, do not hesitate to email me. Like, putting out fires in this is, not that there are too many fires anymore, but once upon a time, putting out fires was like my #1 priority for a while, right? So I am quick to respond. And I'm always eager to kind of figure out a new methodological puzzle to get working in here. Yeah.
Where do we find this shiny tool?
Oh, it's already included in the package. If you've installed the package, you just run the IdeaNet Viz function without any arguments, and it's just going to open that app for you. Yeah.
Why does 1 and 4 have the same colors?
Part of that's if you look here, they're slightly different. It's just the particular rainbow palette just doesn't have a great differentiation. If we changed it over to like a heat map, I mean, it's just that's one of those things that like when you're doing visualization, sometimes something that works for one use case doesn't work for another, and just trying different things out. But that is the when it comes to kind of the philosophy of this package. I know as a graduate student, I had many experiences where I had an idea, like the theoretical idea I wanted to test out, and I'd spend, a week writing the code to do it, and it was a dud idea, right? And I'm like, shoot, I wish I hadn't done that. I mean, the nice thing about this, like, a lot of this is built on those failures I had in the past, where then I turned it into a streamlined process so that in the future when we have ideas we want to test out, right, you don't have to spend that time anymore, right? And I think this is also where the future is going with, just Jim showed with the ChatGPT example, right? The more, the better we can get with technology to automate these processes, assuming that they're reliable, the more time we have for actual theory testing, which is, for most of us, why we get into this game. Yes?
I just wanted to say thank you.
It's not just me. It's not just me. The whole team.
The whole time I'm just like, wow. I'm just nerding out, and I wish I had this for my dissertation last year. So I just feel like it's going to be a game changer. I spent so much time going through different programs to find just the right statistic to look for, and so just thank you for trying to make this easier. I work a lot with qualitative researchers who are interested in using network visualizations. Can you get to IdeaNet without going into R?
You would need R to install it, but as far as this visualizer, once you had R installed, then you could just run it, and they don't. The only line of code they would need to run it is just that IdeaNet Viz function. Yeah.
And then lastly, bipartite networks.
So it's a coming feature. I think that's honestly once we get this on CRAN, that is literally the first thing we're working on. It's been on the docket for a while. Yeah.
So actually going on to the prior comment, someone new to this field, you're on the path of least resistance.
Yeah.
Avoiding all these packages over the course of the week, do you recommend starting and trying to figure out an IdeaNet, or is there a path to best start out on?
I think I sort of alluded to sort of my view of it, and if you ask different people here over the course of the week, they might differ with me. I think IdeaNet, a really great use for IdeaNet is step one, right? We know that degree, betweenness, eigenvector centrality, those are often things we kind of take for granted that we extract at the beginning of the process. This is great for you know you're doing that. You don't quite know with your project yet if you need to do something a bit more tailored. I would start with that. But I think as we, right, I think many of us have experienced our academic projects often end up being more complicated than we think, right? And we all fall down our very niche and specific rabbit holes, right? Like for instance, some of the dissertation stuff that I did that Jim was describing, right, is like very momentary, we call them relational events, like networks of momentary interactions, right? Like that's, you know, there's been great developments in that over the last like 10, 15 years, but that's still like very niche. It's not the sort of thing that like your starting point, right? I would say start with this. Do your modeling. See if that's all you. In some cases, right? Like there are some ego network analysis projects that I've talked to students about where like what we offer in EgoNet, right? Covers the basics of what they need, and there's not too much further from that. But yeah, inevitably there's always something a little extra that you need to do. But the time you save here will help you kind of learn what specific tasks you need for later on. That's my philosophy with it, at least.
I mean, I might say that one of the nice things about starting with IdeaNet is that at the minimum, you'll get an iGraph object out of it without having to do all the specification there, and you can probably figure out what to do. An iGraph. So we haven't created it here for you. You have the tool now to watch. Once you close this thing down, you go into R, you any of the tools, data structure.
And I'd like to add that, like, on the ego network side, right? Like, one of the neat things about egocentric data that might be touched on later in the week, but there have been some advances. We do this in my work over at Northwestern. We do this with modeling HIV transmission, right? But there are methods out there. There are methods and tools out there for taking a representative sample of egocentric networks and then simulating global network structures and then using that for simulating disease transmission. We don't offer that in here. However, the EGOR package, which is an R package specifically for ego network analysis, the objects that it creates, or its core kind of R object, is very compatible with the tools out there in R for simulating those broader structures. And while EgoNetWrite isn't as convertible to that, like you can specify an argument in EgoNetWrite to generate from your data set the EGOR object that you can then pass to simulate those things, right? We know, so for instance, like we're going to talk about exponential random graph models later in the week, right? Like the tools out there for ergoms, right, are like perfectly fine. In fact, like the ergom package itself has a Shiny app like this to fit ergoms that, like, if we added it in there, it would be redundant. We know we can't cover everything, and we also know that there are tools out there that we fully trust. And so oftentimes when we recognize what we do trust and think is intuitive, our goal is to kind of set you up for using those things, those more advanced things. Right? This is meant to be the jumping off point. Like I said, if you have questions later on and as you try it out, I am happy to talk about this indefinitely.
I have one other way you use it for training that I've done is you can be fairly certain that the numbers in there are probably right. And so when you're learning how to do a vector by hand in R, you eventually want to do that and you write the formula. It's a nice thing to check against. Like how close do you think I am? And I've been doing that for the last 6 months.
I will say, yeah. I will say when we developed, and I wasn't here at the genesis of this project. A lot of the real foundations John Morgan built, but when we came, when I came on the project, it was explained to me that like the target audience for this is folks like you who are new to network analysis and have health applications. But it has also extended to, because of the accessibility that we're trying to promote here, a new goal has sort of emerged of using this as a teaching tool. And I actually, like in the past year, I've linked up with one of my old professors from undergrad, and we redesigned his networks course and had this as like a teaching tool. And we're always thinking about how to refine it year after year, right? Like as I said before, where like I want this to be like a launching off point for networks in R. Like I do also want this to be a pedagogical tool. And as we expand our documentation, right? Like we want to make it that you can use this as a reference manual for not just R, like an R package, but also just for network analysis and kind of reminding yourself, like, why do we measure these things and how do we use this? Which is also to say, if you teach a class on networks one day and want to use this as a teaching thing, also feel free to reach out.
All right, I think before I let Tom go away, I do want to point out that this work has been the original visualizer work. The IdeaNet is an NSF project that myself, Peter Luca, and our PIs and co-PIs on. But the Shiny app was originally, the first version of it was created by Kieran Lilly, who is an undergraduate. And now Emily Harity has done most of the recent work, who just graduated with her bachelor's 2 days ago. It's been a student-driven project to make a really useful tool, and then the other artists, our professional John, Dave, Ross, and Adam all worked on various things. So it's really been a remarkable project, and I really hope that the next part of this is that they will be automatically linked between the school to the secure data repository. So you should be able to have it integrated with that. That's what IdeaNet stands for, integrated data.
Exchange and analysis for networks. I should have
So,
that.
so the integration is to go to this archive eventually. So it would be really useful for us if you do use the tool. Let us know how it worked, what we need to fix, and how to make it better. And I can hopefully give a solution to some of these real problems.
Historically, if you point out an issue with me, we patch it up within like 3 days.
All right, thank you, Tom. Thank you. The new copy is the Patriots, I think.
The exception that sort of one or and so get a bunch of experience. When I was reading, no, this is right. I give you a hint of the direction of it's arguably pretty complex. That's so UNC
Actually,
UNC.
I take care of the just ask me like whatever Cody has very specific questions.
But it just seems like
way harder.
Generalizing
Well, Maybe the thing to think about is that, like, oh, it's not showing. Oh, the other thing is, like, sometimes when you watch it, it's like, I thought, do you see, and I guess they have to.
Yeah, I don't know if it's on, but I'm wired.
Alright, circle back up. Gabe, you want to grab the back over there? Alright, we want to do a couple different things now. So the next thing on our agenda is to show you how to do some of the calculation of the centrality scores and some of the other cohesion metrics. The old-fashioned way, if you will, the non-IDNet way, just using the direct code, so that you can see how that works. Because we just did it in the fast way, we perhaps completely unfairly given Madeline only a half hour to show you this. So, so this is one of those things that's left to the exercises largely, but Madeline has agreed to be a good sport and show it to you anyway. So Madeline Wellens is a graduate student here in sociology. She just defended her proposal and is now EPD. Working on social networks and mental health, particularly, and our mental health and aging, and some work on sleep as well. So a whole array of things that have to do with networks and health. And take it away.
Awesome. Great. Well, thanks all. I'm definitely not gonna cover everything that's in this file. I'm going to skip around some of like the plots and stuff, but it like helps you visualize. So feel free to. It's on the Google Drive, so feel free to go through this on your own time as well, in case I skip something that you think is really cool. So first, we're just gonna clear the old data, load these packages and all that. And now we're gonna import this data, which I think I actually already did. Yep, here we go. So the data's all in. It's the AHS network. I believe this is the same one that we were using with Leanne. Is that right? Okay, cool. Okay, so first we're just gonna go over some of the first like fundamental things. So network size is just this command, so you just run that and it'll give you, so there's 440 nodes here. Then the number of edges is just, a lot of these are pretty simple, just telling you, it's like network dot and then whatever statistic it is. So there's 2,099 edges, and then the number of dyads, which is node pairs, is a lot, 193,000 and some change. And now we're going to get into the big meat and potatoes, which is a lot of the centrality measures. So first, total degree centrality, which is, again, just degree and then the network. And that is loading. Oh, right, because you have to just load degree, right? I was like, where's the output? And then here, so we're going to run it both in degree and out degree centrality. And then I'm going to show you one plot because it doesn't come out as an output. So here's Oh, the margins aren't working. But essentially,
I don't know if you read it out.
I ran out.
Randy did.
Yeah, I don't know why the margins are too large. That's weird. Let me see if this works instead, because this is the nicer plot anyway. Nope, all the figure margins are good. This was fine on my end, so I don't know why it's being weird now. I'm gonna just try and clear everything first, and then do it.
I think if you pull up the plot thing, it might work usually.
Really?
Because, yeah, I think it's saying that
Oh, it's like there's not enough space for it to go.
Mhm.
Let's see.
So sorry, I have it on my bottom, which is
Like this?
because yeah.
Okay, let's
So
try
just
that
give
again
it a
then.
shot.
Oh, because I just destroyed everything. That makes more sense. Okay, let me just try and reload all this again. Sorry. Total degree, in degree, out degree, and then plot. No, it's still not giving me anything. Figure margin's too large. Well, we can just skip I was going to skip the plots anyway, so we can just skip the plots. This worked fine on my computer, so I don't know what's happening. Oh, okay. That's probably just a weird setting on here. This is why I should have used my computer instead of games, sorry. Okay, so, okay, so we're gonna skip the plot part. So this is plotting a lot of these in degree things once again, and here you can like put, like with like which Gabe's gonna go over later, is you can set vertex attributes and like node attributes and stuff. So there's a way to like essentially make one of those nice plots and have the centrality be shown as like maybe the size of a circle or something like that, but Gabe will go over that. This is just more of the degree. So here's closeness centrality. Let's see if a histogram works. But essentially, no, it's not going to do that. But this is the closeness centrality just for each node. It'll show you the close. Yeah, that can't be closeness because that's all zeros.
Maybe it's round.
Maybe it's right. That's probably it. Because it wasn't, yeah. Let's see, on just the largest, strongest component. I might need to just swap out our computers, honestly, because I think you might have settings on here that might be having, because it was coming in fine for me earlier. I'm not 100% sure why. But let's try closeness 2. So this is, yes, okay, so closeness 2. So this is just focusing on the largest strong component like Jim talked about. For components earlier, so this is just another variation of closeness. And now we get to the good stuff. So the more often used version, so Bonasich, I always pronounce that wrong. Bonasich centrality we can calculate on just the largest strong component only. And here you're getting a matrix. A lot of these outputs are going to be matrices, but again, you can plot these all and it'll show up really nicely. We're just not going to do plots because there's not enough time. And then we're doing it again with a lower beta parameter, which I think gave relatively similar results. Yeah, relatively similar results. And then we're just gonna go through this again, just more, sorry, a lot of this is repetition. Okay, and then this is running them side by side. Okay, and now information centrality. Did you go over information centrality? Okay, information centrality is, like it says here, it's a hybrid of closeness and Bonasich. So high information centrality indicates a large number of short paths to many others. So it's a lot talking about like diffusion of information. So to do that, you're just gonna do pretty simply info cent and then the name of the data set and then rescale. And you'll see these are all very small, which makes a lot of sense given that it's just so many nodes. And then betweenness centrality, again, a lot of these are really similar, so sorry if this is just very dull of like, here's one thing that you can do, and then it's the same thing. But it's just pretty similar commands, which is also convenient though for doing these. So, and then one thing that, this tutorial was made by Molly, who is left in 2020, I think she graduated. So she did something really cool here, which is she was like looking at how to like rescale things. Something you're gonna have to do in different aspects is you might have to like log something or square root something to make things be actually comparable. And here, that's one thing that Molly noticed, like some of these were like in the thousands, and a lot of these were like 45 and things. So then she did square roots. This is not, okay. Gabe, can we do a quick switch out? Because that's like not even showing me half of this stuff anymore. So I think that's probably just would be better to just. Yeah. Yeah, I just like won't go beyond 388 for some reason. I don't know what's happening. No, you're good. It's not your fault. I'm the one who took your computer without a test run, so it's definitely my fault. Okay. Is it running okay on everyone else's? Yeah. Okay, cool. That is good to know. Yeah, our studio will load. Okay. Okay. Let's try this again. Okay, perfect. So we were at the comparing closeness. Sorry, my computer is old, so it's going to take a minute. Okay, here we go. Okay. So we were at plotting between. I'm going to show this plot as well, just so we can see. So this is, for example, one of the plots you would see if you're in it. So this is sort of plotting the betweenness centrality. And then one thing that we can do here is also that we're going to do a bit later in this as well is comparing different types of centrality measures, because as we talked about, they're very different. So this is a plot that's just comparing in degree and betweenness in the largest strong component. You can do that with all of your data if you want to. It's just in this tutorial we tend to focus just on the largest strong component for a lot of these centrality measures, at least, not for later. Okay, so now when we're comparing centrality measures, this is in degree and betweenness on a different scale. So you can sort of see, it's a bit weird in that it's like everything is a circle, but you can sort of see comparison-wise, like that it's relatively linear, but not entirely. So there's definitely differences. You can compare correlations of these as well, which I would highly recommend. That's something that I do when I'm running a lot of analyses and I want to make sure that I'm using measures of centrality that are either working together, or I need to know if there's something that's going on that's like, if they're going to be relatively different, so you can see how well they're correlating and if that might tell you something about your data or about how your measures of centrality are working together. Now we're going to move on to centralization and whole network measures. So there's density, which is pretty straightforward. Again, like a lot of these, it's just GDEN and then the network. And then we have degree distribution as well. We have 3 different histograms you can see. So you can see like the in degree versus out degree versus total degree. So these are just some nice visualizations for some of these densities, and degree distribution is like one way that I think of it as well. Sort of just like comparing everything across like different measures. So you can help figure out, one, what measure you want to use, and then also what measure might be best for you to use, what measure might seem the most normal, or just sort of testing your hypotheses in a sense of like what you think is going to be a good measure to use, like making sure that it's actually going to work. We have a bit of cluster. Did you go over clustering coefficients or no? Okay, well, I'll show you how to calculate it, but this is just a measure of transitivity essentially. And then this one, oh, because we skipped triads, that makes sense. Okay, so there's a bit of, this is some of the things that Jim would enjoy. We're about to move on to triads and dyads. But transitivity is related to triads. These dyads, so this is symmetric dyads, seeing like who is, like if it's, they're directed towards each other, so not just one person sending a tie and the other one's like not sending a tie to that other person. There's an edgewise ratio, which is again pretty similar. It's just G recip and then the network. And then here is Jim's favorite thing, the triad census. So it'll tell you all these different types. It's here at the bottom, so it's kind of hard to read. All these different lists of triads here, and just like the number of them that's in each. And then we have more component stuff as well. So like we talked about, we did this a bit before when we talked about wanting to use strong components in this. So we're just gonna, this is just like an easier way to figure out how many components there are that you think are fitting these categories. So here's strong, there's 73 strong components. Weak components are, there's only 4, which is, you know, helpful. Examining the strong component, or the people that are in them, sorry. Not the number of components, the number of people who are in that component. So the strong component, if you want to look at it, you can see, I believe this is as a list. So it shows you the component as a list. So here we're going into the list and going to membership. So if you run that, that shows you essentially the member, like each person, which sort of like components they're a part of. And then here is when you can see the size of each component. We're going to run a little histogram. So you can see a lot of them are very small. Most of them are extremely small. This is very right skewed because there's a couple of components that have like 100+ people in them. But most of these are, you know, in like the 4 to 10 range. There might be some like 20s. Yeah, that's true. Yes, most of them are much smaller than that. So here are some by components, which in AdHealth, it makes a lot more sense because it's in these large connected networks. By components might be more helpful. So seeing the size of these by components, we're going to do another little histogram, and you'll see that's a little bit better in that it's not just like one at the end. It's a little bit more informative. But yeah, so a lot of these, again, are just, it's going to create an object, and you're going to go into the list object. I think Tom talked a bit about lists. You're just going to do the little, like the $sign component, and that will then let you go into part of the list and pick out, like, you're essentially going into this object list, and you're picking out this thing from the list. That way you don't have to go in the manual way, which can be kind of annoying sometimes, especially if you don't know exactly what you're looking for. And now we're going to do some cut points. How am I on time? Oh, okay. We have plenty of time. So calculating cut points. Here you go. So again, a lot of these commands are pretty simple. Running the cut point node. So here's another little pretty graph that Molly made up. So this is just graphing all of these cut point nodes. And then I think I was planning on skipping K-cores. Did you want me to go over K-cores, Jim? Okay. Yeah, and then clicks are also, I think I was going to skip. But so that is the really, really, really fast version. I purposefully left time here because I have a feeling there will be questions. Because a lot of this was very, you know, it can be straightforward, but you have to like be familiar with the commands. So to me, I'm like going through this and I'm like, oh, this is straightforward because it's just this command does this and this command does this, but that's not how it is for a lot of people. So yeah, if you have any questions. Yes.
I have a question about visualizing degree distribution. So when you get the in degree, out degree, and total degree distributions, are there particular like patterns we should look out for, or anything is okay?
I think it varies based on your data.
It's going to depend if you can scroll back up to your, or just back up to your, you don't have to rerun it, you can just tab back to the distributions there in your visualization window. Just the arrow back. I think.
Oh, right.
Yeah, just go back. Go back to that where you had right there.
Yeah.
So that's a pretty classic in-degree distribution where most people are not particularly popular, but a few people are really popular. So you see that one person has about a degree of 18. The out-degree distribution is both, it's probably the most important thing in a directed network like this, but in also, in some ways, the saddest, because you'll notice that it maxes out at 10. That is not reality. That's the survey. So the survey wouldn't let you nominate more than 10 people. So everybody has a max degree of 10, or everybody who has a max degree has a max degree of 10. They don't have any more. And so the reason that the out degree is so much higher than the in degree is purely a function of the survey design. So yes, it's very important to go and look at these distributions. And the thing you should look for is there a cap? I mean, you should know that from your survey, but if it's data that you didn't collect, you might not know that. So that's a good thing to know. The total degree, if I remember right in this case, that the way iGraph is calculating total degree, it's actually the in degree plus the out degree. It's not the joint degree, which is a slightly different critter. But again, because this one is swamped by the in degree, you're going to get a distribution that looks almost like the in degree distribution. What's interesting here is there must be a count, not a percent, because it can't possibly be that 60% of the people have 0 out degree. But you can see here that all those zeros that are in the out degree distribution and the total degree distribution now are taking you down to the arrows drawing down the bottom, the low end of that histogram. So that's the kind of thing you would look for. I think one of the key elements when you're thinking about these local metrics is remember all of them or all of these node level metrics are designed to figure out. Let's see this well. All good metrics are unidimensional, right? A measure means one thing and just one thing. And so each of these metrics means one thing very well, but networks are composed of lots of different things. And so the reason we're throwing at you a bucket of different indices is that often you want to think about what one thing matters the most for the process you care about. So the centrality scores are each trying to get at one of these dimensions. So it's the proportion of the times that other people in the network nominate me, that's in degree. The number of times I've nominated other people, that's out degree. The extent to which I have a capacity to break someone's network, that's whether I'm a cut point or not, right? So each of these elements means something very specific. And what's nice is that iGraph will calculate 100 of these things. We could go through and describe them all, but that gets a little list-like. Yeah. And so what's useful to do is not to plug it, but go to the book and have a chance, and then we talk through the what and the why of each of these metrics, or at least most of them. And so the main thing that you'll end up doing, we're going to talk about this in detail on Thursday, is that the metrics are usually used to either describe qualitatively, when you want to say what's the distribution of kinds of people in my network, if the people that are have high out degree also have high in degree or what have you. But more commonly, it's used in a regression. So I'd say, what's the probability of someone smoking or not? If I have a smoking intervention, or if I want to understand smoking effects, is it the isolates in the school? Is it the people in a particular cluster? Is it the people who are central in one degree or another? These kinds of features then are used to predict the likelihood of a person smoking or not. And so these, for those of you that are in the machine learning world, these are all features that you would then put into the model for feature selection, predicting something like smoking, for example. A couple of things I did notice here. You got to be a little bit careful. I didn't catch this before, but Bones's centrality, if you're getting negative values, as you're seeing here, it means the beta weight is too high. You probably shouldn't run Bones's centrality on disconnected components, which I think is we're also doing here.
That makes sense, yeah.
And so, because it's essentially, it's a type of eigenvector centrality, so it only works if the matrix is invertible. If the matrix with multiple components is rarely invertible. And so those numbers are probably a bit nonsensical. Yeah. And so what you'd want to do is just identify so as far as an example goes, you want to just identify the largest component and run it on a smaller beta coefficient. One of the nice things about IdeaNet is that we do that for you. So we pick a sensible value, we pick it so that it doesn't go out of range, and we apply it to the right set.
Yeah, that's weird because this is on the largest strong component only.
Yes, but an exponent of 1 is impossible to manage.
Yeah.
Right.
So something's up.
Yeah, so it should be like 0.01 almost, probably.
I see.
Other questions
Other
or thoughts? Again, this was the world's fastest
Yeah.
builder. What we wanted to do, we didn't, this was supposed to be mainly to get a sense of this kind of syntax. So if you want to know how to do these things, then iGraph, literally, if you go to the iGraph manuals, has hundreds of these kinds of measures.
Yeah,
And so you have centrality, underscore, a bunch of different things, and then options for most of them. So it doesn't make a lot of sense for us to give you all of them. The thinking was to give a sense of how you calculate a few of them, and then you can go and get a sense of where to find them.
Is this MyGraph or
So this is StatNet.
This is StatNet.
Yeah.
You do this with StatNet, okay.
Yeah, that's what Molly did. You can calculate a lot of these things in iGraph as I mean, you can calculate all of these things in iGraph.
Yeah,
StatNet I think
usually
is.
do this in iGraph. Interesting.
Yeah, I personally, it varies for me depending on, because I think a lot of the code is just a little bit simpler in StatNet, and I mean Molly had it all in StatNet, so I was like, I'm not going to change this all to iGraph. but yeah, I tend to do, I would say most of these things I do in StatNet, except when I'm doing just straight up eigenvector centrality, I do that in iGraph, just because, I don't even remember why, I think just because I was taught to do it that way.
The nice thing about StatNet is Carter, the underlying metrics engine for StatNet is SNA. Carter Butts wrote it. He's a sociologist, so it kind of fits some of our assumptions about the way these things work. Whereas iGraph is written by graph theorists, and so it tends to have a slightly different conventions. So it probably is a little simpler. Please.
Could you just talk briefly about the total degree distribution, like versus the how many partners you have without counting reciprocals?
Yeah, here's the total number of adjacent nodes. So total sent plus received. So yeah, it's just adding them essentially. Sent plus received for each person.
Right, but when you interpret the data, what does this mean compared to that?
Honestly, I don't really use total degree. is one way to do it. But I mean, because of the issue that when it comes to, at least when it's a large network, don't use total degree, because then you come to this issue of, you're just essentially adding the in degree and out degree. But if you're using a smaller network, then it might be more beneficial. Like I'm using some text and call data of like 20 some people, and for that I find it a little bit easier. But even then, I still would use in degree and out degree, because a lot of that is sort of total degree is like a different version of your network size in a sense. So that's like one thing that you could do for it.
I think it's the most interpretable thing to do is to use the degree on the undergraph.
Yes.
So when you have a network like this where the out degree is truncated, then you can at least then assume the debate whether or not how to treat that. But it's usually more interpretable to think about the degree that is that based on the symmetricized version of the thing. Right?
Okay.
And the problem, of course, is you usually think about a max symmetric. So anybody who's nominated me, we assume that I would have also nominated them. That's what we would be like a max symmetric. Because reciprocity is going to be constrained by the out degree. So because you can't reciprocate more than 10 ties, your own reciprocation rate is so one of the nice things you can do there then is think about as a function, each person's, if you want to think about reciprocity, it's more useful, I think, to think about it as a function of a person's own out degree. So of the 10 ties that I've nominated, what proportion of those people reciprocate my nomination? Now that'll give you a better sense of the overall reciprocity rate than will a global measure, because the global measure has been constrained so much by this truncation. As a general data collection thing, I think Jimmy will probably go over this at some point, is that we tend to ask people to nominate a fixed number of nominations because it's a pain in the ass to sit and answer a survey for an hour and then list off 50 of my friends. And so if you want to get your respondents to respond to your survey, you simplify it, make it short, and do it this way. It has huge downstream consequences to the analysis side. It fundamentally changes this out degree distribution, which is then the thing that determines like all the rows of the adjacency matrix. And it determines that, it determines the structure of the network as a whole. So when you make a decision about how you're going to limit the number of ties that people can respond to, know in advance that doing that is going to distort the vision of the network. To the extent to which that distortion is good or bad, like how much damage it does is going to depend on the context. And we'll talk about that in the missing data thing on Thursday. But but it's this trade-off between the amount of time you can hope to get from your survey subjects and the amount of information you hope to do on your set. And that's going to be a balance that you have to play with in a given set.
Especially if you're doing longitudinal, because if you leave it to, if you let there be no limit, then generally there will be a huge drop off from like wave 1 to wave 2. People will be like, oh, I remember filling this out for so many people, so I'm only
Once they
doing it
learn
for
that
2.
you're going to be stuck in your chair for an hour and a half, they won't do it the next time. Right?
Exactly.
So again, there's this trade-off between respecting your survey, the time of your survey respondents, and getting the answer you want. And so a lot of the times you'll be better off, instead of saying, give me to your 10 closest friends, give me like the 10 people that you like are really that relationship that's really central to what you're trying to figure out. So if friendship isn't what you care about, but you care about discussing, who you smoke with, then there's probably a smaller number than that, and you're going to do less distortion when you have these kind of things. So think carefully about those kinds of designs. Jimmy, that's a great lesson.
Advice on analyzing directed versus undirected networks. I tend to lean undirected because I feel like it's like faster or easier, but then you don't get things like in degree, out degree. Preferences, advice.
My recommendation is that it depends on what you're trying to answer. So I think in degree is a great measure. In degree is a popularity measure. It's really robust to missing data. It tells you something about the status structure and the setting. And so as a metric that's useful, in degree could be quite nice. As far as then, if you want to calculate closeness centrality or clusters or something like that, symmetricize the network and run those on that side. So it's going to depend a little bit on the metric. But any kind of flow process, because of this constriction due to out degree, I think it's symmetric and run on that. But I don't want to throw away the unsymmetricized data, because that, especially for something like a friendship or bullying or other kind of affective relationships, the asymmetry is where your status structure in the system is at. And so most of these networks will have a hierarchical ordering, a status structure built into them. Like there will be kids that want to be at the cool table but aren't at the cool table, and that will be revealed by the asymmetries in the network. And again, looking at one of the nice things about, one of the things where the truncation degree doesn't absolutely kill you, is that if you find directed ties that then create cycles, that indicates equality at the meso level because of the cycles that are doing it. But if those cycles then are embedded in a hierarchical structure, that's revealed. And so there are ways of getting at the information that's there, sort of hidden under the ties. But for a lot of the metric construction, I do symmetric networks. Awesome. Thank you, Madeline. All right. And Ashton, are you next? Next. All right. And did you load your slides up here?
Yes.
Thank you. Good. Thank you.
On the thing, or do you want me to put on the? Oh, they're on the USB.
They're on USB.
Oh, you have it right there?
Yeah. I think, right?
I think there's a USB right. I can bring my laptop. This is here too. It's a good sound.
That was smoother than I expected. Do you mind if I take that back now? Yep. I think it should work, right?
Yep.
Thank you. I'm just trying to get Jen to put it on.
All right. Now we're going to move over to our data collection sort of branch of our plan for today. It's really my pleasure to introduce Ashton Verdery. Ashton is a PhD from UNC, so it's back home in our part of the world. And he's now at Penn State, who, can I tell people?
Yeah.
He was just promoted to full professor. Just got congratulations to Ashton. He's been one of the leading sort of voices in responder-driven sampling. This is a way of collecting network data by letting your respondents sort of work through your population, and it's a really powerful way to collect data that's otherwise almost impossible to get. Like all good things, nothing is free, and so there's constraints and problems with it, and Ashton has become one of the world's leading experts in how to actually figure out and get good estimates from these kinds of data. So it's a real treat to have him here today, so thank you, Ashton.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. It's always a great pleasure to be back here. I want to emphasize, although I do my PhD at UNC, I spent equal amount of time over here hanging out with Duke. So I learned quite a bit from the Duke Network Analysis Center. Today I wanted to talk about network sampling, give a kind of basic overview for why you would want to do it, and kind of contextualize this problem of there are lots of populations that we're interested in that we think have social networks, and we can use the network to learn something about them. This, I think, will lead into kind of a subsequent consideration of what if we also want to learn about the network. And I want to emphasize respondent-driven sampling is typically not very good at learning about the network. It's good using the network, but it kind of obscures what the network actually looks like. So I'll talk through the kind of concepts of RDS and some of the big challenges that it still has and some of the kind of opportunities that it has. And then I'll try and conclude, if I have enough time, with some alternative approaches that emphasize rethinking how we're collecting the data and some of the opportunities that are available for that in certain circumstances. The basic idea is that you're looking at a population. We know many populations are connected to one another, so imagine there's some underlying network here, and we want to sample it, but we can't go out and sample individuals because we don't have a clear measure of it. But we can start with one person in the network and say, refer us to a friend of yours, and they refer us to a friend of theirs, and we can go through the network through this kind of referral-based sampling procedure that's familiar with snowball samples and other things like that. These ideas have been around for decades, but what's exciting about respondent-driven sampling is starting in the late 1990s and taking off in the 2000s was the realization that we could leverage this process that social scientists have used for a long time to collect data to collect data that you can then generalize to the network itself. So you can learn things about the whole network from the sample of people you collect through this referral-based process. So why would anybody want to do this? I actually feel like kind of always between a rock and a hard place on this because I see a lot of problems with RDS, but I also recognize that I think that these kind of approaches of novel data collection formats, approaches that don't rely on standard randomized data collection are really the way forward for social science. There are lots of populations that are of interest to researchers that are difficult to study with the traditional format. I think the idea that you could knock on undocumented immigrants' doors as a researcher with little connection to the community and expect to be able to have them respond to your survey is very unlikely. So there's lots of populations we want to know about that we can't collect data without some sort of community access to them. Also, as we're learning about here, there's all sorts of new tools that we can apply to kind of network data to learn new things, test key theories about relationships, structure of society, and things like that. And then I think the big one that I often emphasize is contemporary surveys are in an existential crisis, which means the entirety of the social science enterprise, or at least a very large portion of it, is in existential crisis, owing to response rate declines. To kind of emphasize that, here's a graph of response rate for dozens of about 8 big surveys that have been repeated over time: General Social Survey, National Election Survey, Panel Study of Income Dynamics, and things like that. And survey rates, you can see, have fallen off a cliff since the 1990s, and they're continuing down quite a bit. On the other graph, this is one that I found from the Panel Study of Income Dynamics, which has done a good job of maintaining higher response rates. It's one of the ones that's closer to up here. But they've done that in the face of escalating costs per recruitment, which means that all the money that's available for social science research is increasingly going to collecting these data and kind of crowding out other kind of social science endeavors. I'll take questions at the end, if that's all right. So I think there's good news in some ways that there's some people arguing that survey response rates are bottoming out, but they're bottoming out at extraordinarily low levels. This is from Pew, and I kind of always harp on this graph because they tweeted, look, this is great. Survey response rates have bottomed out at less than 10%. And if less than 10% of the people that you're collecting data from or attempting to collect data from are responding to your survey, there's great potential for kind of survey response biases to come into the process. Respondent-driven sampling and many sampling methods are motivated around this idea of trying to collect data on hidden populations. Hidden populations are defined as those that lack a sampling frame. That could be because people don't want to be found. They're just kind of unregistered in kind of the basics statistical systems that we have. They might not respond in general if people come up to them. And they might be an extraordinarily rare population. So there's a lot of techniques around the kind of different scientific fields for collecting hidden population data. There are techniques from ecology, for instance, to collect data on kind of rare animals that could be applied. But it's a bit of a challenge because unlike with animals in kind of a forest, you can't just grid up the space and then randomly sample. You have to have quite a bit of community information to be able to collect that data. So the traditional way this is kind of taken on in the social and medical sciences has been what I would just call a set of convenience samples. You collect the data that you can collect. Who's in your clinic, the people that you can find on street corners if you're interested in surveying populations of people who are unhoused, or other kind of activities that are similar to this. The challenge with all of them is that it's very difficult to make a strong argument that you're learning about more than the individuals that are in your sample. And that's often what we want to do. So we want to make an inference to some larger population, not just the 200 people we talked to, but the 2,000 people that we think they're representative of. So there's very limited ability to kind of infer representation. We don't know how well we might have covered the sample frame. There's often with convenience samples, it's very difficult to count a response rate, for instance, because we don't have a sampling frame. And other kind of challenges are that it's time intensive, costly, and sometimes dangerous to survey in these conditions. If you're sending people into kind of homeless encampments, there's all sorts of researcher risks that you also need to consider in addition to kind of dangers for the population themselves. So to kind of attempt to address those issues, in the late 1990s, Doug Heckathorn, a sociologist, proposed this procedure called respondent-driven sampling, building on classic ideas of snowball or referral-based sampling in qualitative and other research areas. He argued that if we make some modifications to the data collection procedures in snowball sampling, we can come up with a method that allows us to make generalization to a population. So the key innovations that he proposed were limiting the number of recruits that each person could bring into the survey. So rather than one person, say, bringing in 5, we try and have one person only bring in 2 to kind of extend the chain further in the network. And second, using a series of statistical estimators to make adjustments to the resulting data to allow us to make generalization to the population. And I'll go over those in a bit. RDS has become hugely popular. It's a huge kind of endeavor. There's over 1,700 publications as of last year on respondent-driven sampling. NIH has funded over 120 studies with $59 million worth of kind of funding of collecting RDS-related data. And if we compare it to other network methods, it is like the big gorilla in the room in terms of kind of federal funding and amount of studies that are collected with it. If you compare it, for instance, to egocentric data collection methods funded by NIH or NSF, you see just an order of magnitude different levels of funding. This approach for respondent-driven sampling, I want to emphasize, it's most often used for kind of health-related research, but it is actually widely used for other social activities as well. So probably the biggest population that is surveyed with RDS are people who inject drugs. Second to that population are other groups thought to be at key risk of HIV, including commercial sex workers, high-risk heterosexuals, other people who use drugs. It's also been used to study other kind of difficult to survey populations, including survivors of wartime rape or vegetarians and vegans for a less kind of depressing topic. It's also used frequently to study things like social kind of groups that we think might know each other but aren't studied typically in the social sciences, like jazz musicians working in New York or things like that. The most common questions that RDS are asking in its kind of application are what can we learn about the population overall? And typically the big quantity of interest is trying to estimate some prevalence statistic. For many of the HIV-related applications, that prevalence statistic is what proportion of people have HIV or are engaged in key like health risk behaviors, including like sharing needles or sex without condoms, to better understand, is this a population that needs kind of further intervention or surveillance?
There's also a subset of questions trying to seek out what size the population is. As I mentioned, RDS is mostly used in the health fields, so public health, infectious disease, substance use, that's the bulk of it. But there is some work done in other kind of areas, including sociology, psychology, and things like that. So I said Doug Heckathorn came up with an approach to make snowball sampling kind of palatable to be able to create this generalizability to the kind of overall network. The key insight that he had is this twofold procedure. The first one is to change the way that people are referring to one another by limiting the number of chains, limiting the number of coupons that individuals can give out to others to kind of make the chain go broad in the network. So you typically have this chain referral, peer recruitment kind of endeavor, starting with a set of seed participants, your initial sample people that are selected by convenience. Those people are each given 2 coupons. Then they're asked to give 2 coupons to, or give 1 coupon to someone else. When that person participates in the study, they get 2 coupons and are asked to then continue that process. So by limiting the number of coupons, the thought is that the sample will go further into the network. So that's this procedure here. It typically creates structure so that nobody participates more than once. The researcher lacks control of the sampling process, and often people are incentivized to recruit others into the sample by creating sample incentives that say, give you $10 if you participate and $5 for each person who redeems a coupon that was initially given to you. So that gives this kind of dual incentive to participate. The second innovation that Heckathorn had was to weight cases after the recruitment procedure occurred. And it kind of connects weights to the theoretical sampling procedures that networks like this, or that a diffusion process like this would take in a network, and gives higher weights to people that are more popular. So if you are kind of randomly passing around coupons in a network, the people who are more popular are more likely to receive those coupons. So they get weighted down, and the less popular people get weighted up. I did say that backwards, but initially, sorry. And from that, you make population inferences to try and understand what the statistic of interest in the population is, as well as quantify uncertainty. So as I mentioned, typically RDS, you give out coupons. The practicality of this is you usually start with 7 or 10 kind of individuals in the initial wave. You give them 2 or 3 coupons each, and you typically ask those individuals to hand out coupons to people that they know who don't know each other or at random amongst the people they know. Coupons typically are used to track these chains of recruitment, so I can tell that I gave you a coupon, and then the coupon that you gave to, say, Jimmy Adams in the back, that I could tell that you were the person who had it, although nobody else can because it's anonymized through kind of basic coupon numbers. There are other features of the coupons that typically you want to put a valid date so that they're not sitting out there forever, and kind of describe where the survey site is and the details of the study. And the resulting data that is typically derived from respondent-driven sampling looks something like this. This is from a data set that Giovanna Merli collected, I think with Jim, in Luzhou, China, where they sampled female sex workers. So they started with 7 kind of initial individuals that they recruited through kind of a convenience-based approach. They gave them each a few coupons. Those people are listed at the top. And you can see one of them recruited nobody. But the first one, this big chain over here, that person recruited 2 individuals who then, each of them recruited subsequent individuals. And this is how the data kind of typically comes in. And what you see is that the pink nodes, which are kind of people working in one tier of sex work, tend to recruit people in the pink nodes. The blue nodes tend to recruit people in the pink nodes. It does kind of reflect the underlying network structure, but it does generate this kind of network process that samples pretty deep into the network. So this one seems to have gotten into some of the blue nodes, for instance. You take those chains, you kind of aggregate them together, and based on respondent degrees, you weight the data to come up with an estimate of the population prevalence. There are a lot of resources for RDS. I don't want to go through all of these, but I do want to point you to some really good kind of websites for RDS implementation and key manuals from the CDC and the World Health Organization and others. There's also great R packages for RDS kind of data analysis, as well as some Stata packages for those who are interested. So you might ask yourself, how would this work? Why would it work? Like, what should I do to make it work? And just like any sampling method, it relies on assumptions to make it work. And to the extent that these assumptions are plausible about your network, there's a good reason to suspect RDS might be able to generate an unbiased estimate of the prevalence. So the basic assumption is that there is a network connecting the people. I think this is often overlooked, and I sometimes hear people suggest, oh, I want to do an RDS on people who don't know anybody else, and that sort of thing. And that's obviously not going to work. So you have to keep in mind that the people who don't ever leave their house and don't know anybody else wouldn't be a good population for RDS. There are other populations that might not be good as well. For instance, I've been asked to help someone come up with an RDS for people who visit commercial sex workers. And one challenge with that is, I think in that population, through formative research, we found that not a large percentage of them actually knew others who visited commercial sex workers. They knew commercial sex workers, but they didn't know other clientele of the commercial sex workers. So there are situations that you need to be careful to think about that. Another assumption is that the population size is substantially larger than your planned sample size. RDS tends to perform poorly when, say, you sample 90 of the 120 members of the population, because some of the estimators rely on this without replacement kind of sampling design, which necessitates a kind of population size being much larger than the sample size. Other big assumptions are that homophily in the network is relatively weak. The network's community structure is relatively weak, so it's not highly clustered. That the graph is connected with one giant component. That's a more stringent assumption than there is a social network, but technically all the estimators make that assumption. It also typically assumes that all ties are reciprocated. Some of the population estimators make assumptions that you know the population size, but that's not true for all of them. So these are assumptions about the network structure. There are also assumptions about how the sampling proceeds. In general, the most important one is that individuals are recruiting without preference among their kind of contacts that they have. So they don't, and I'll reveal that or I'll discuss that in greater detail in a minute. There's also assumptions about sampling with replacement. Traditional RDS kind of estimators made that assumption and made an assumption that there was a single non-branching chain with only one coupon per person, which is kind of prima facie invalidated. But later kind of methods relax those assumptions. I'll talk through some of the key concepts and kind of highlight why some of these assumptions are issues. So RDS, I mentioned, has this second component where you're weighting the data. The idea there is that you weight the data based on the likelihood that people would be sampled through that procedure if it were to be repeated an infinite number of times in the network. A simple way of approximating that is respondent in degree, or in an undirected network, respondent degree overall, right? More popular people are more likely to be sampled. Just thinking about how coupons are being passed and that sort of thing, you can imagine that if you have 10 ties coming into you, you might be 10 times more likely than someone who only has one tie coming into them to be sampled by coupons passing through that network. We have tested this, Jim, Giovanna, and I in different circumstances tested this, where we took kind of empirically observed social networks and we simulated millions of RDS samples through them, and we calculated how many times were individuals sampled in them and how well does that kind of degree-based estimate approximate that. And it does pretty well, but there are some circumstances that it doesn't always work perfectly. Typically, from an operational standpoint, we have to operationalize how we're measuring respondents' degree. So it's typically asked in this sort of undirected format, how many people do you know that you know them and they know you and they're in the population, to get a sense of like how likely it is that people would be sampled. The other part of RDS is the recruitment part. So there's the estimation part and the recruitment part. The recruitment instructions, I think, are sometimes overlooked, but the idea here is that you ask people to recruit their network members semi at random. The statistical theory is that they're recruiting randomly amongst people they know, and this is how that's operationalized and explained to respondents to get them to do that. But you'll notice here, it says things that are not exactly concordant with the statistical theory of conditional random recruitment. Here it says, give the coupons to different types of people you know, for instance, which is not exactly the same thing. I've mentioned a few times this idea that we're kind of conditionally recruiting at random. So this is what's assumed, that node A, who knows B, C, and D, who have different kind of attributes, either circles or squares, has equal likelihood of recruiting any of those people. What's important to recognize here is that A has a higher likelihood of recruiting a circle, 3 9s plus 3 9s, right? And so there is this kind of likelihood that you might end up, if thinking of the graph earlier, if you're a pink node, being more likely to recruit a pink node. But within the actual structure of the network that they have, that each tie has an equal probability of being sampled. The challenge, however, is that we often see this kind of preferential recruitment. It might be that people are more likely to recruit people who look like them or by other attributes. This could go in other ways as well. You could have the reverse situation where people might be more likely to recruit people who they think need to be in the survey to get an HIV test, for instance, which can lead to severe biases. So to kind of wrap up what I just said, it's not that people have differential levels of connection. That's not a problem for preferential recruitment. The real problem is that individuals might choose to recruit within their kind of set of connections preferentially based on some attribute that could bias the results. An under-theorized aspect of this is there are actually kind of multiple behaviors that go on in these recruitment processes. It's not just me going out and handing out a coupon to someone I know. There's also the process of that person saying, oh, sure, I'll take the coupon and be willing to participate in the survey. And then once they've taken the coupon, the next day showing up at the survey site and not forgetting the coupon or having it stolen or something like that. These 3 different procedures can really kind of create different levels of bias. I did test this over time. And found that the biggest danger is this reporting bias. If people throw out the coupons when they receive them, that can generate serious biases. Second is actually accepting bias, and then offering bias actually makes the least difference. But it's the one we talk about the most. So with RDS, we typically graph it like this on the bottom. You saw the graph I showed earlier of how the nodes kind of unfold in what are called these waves. So you have a seed node, then a first wave, and then a second wave. We typically represent the data collection like that, but in practice, what actually happens in the field is that individuals are recruiting kind of over time, and there is kind of potential for someone who's in a wave to be recruited sooner than someone who's in a different wave, right? For instance, this person here is in wave 2, and then you have 2 people from one person from wave 2 and 1 person from wave 1 recruited at time 4. So you can get some kind of reversals in time ordering that are worth paying attention to. In addition, typically RDS has got a primary and a secondary interview. So there are kind of opportunities based on the time that people show up to get their second incentive or their first interview to kind of learn more about how the network might be changing over time. This is greatly underutilized in my opinion. So I would recommend doing a better job of taking account of kind of questions about how many coupons did you try to hand out, not just how many coupons did you hand out. You can take advantage of that through that kind of timing of the data collection activity to get a sense of those potential biases. This is illustrating what I was trying to say earlier, but I'm just going to skip it. So if you were doing an RDS sample, I think it's helpful to know that structurally it is geared towards gravitating towards the center of the network. So this is the Project 90 Colorado Springs network that Jim put up earlier. And I did an RDS sample on this network, starting from a node up here, which I happened to just pick at random. And starting from that node, each of the black nodes is one that gets sampled. And you can see just in this one sample, it tended to be that it ended up sampling the kind of center of the network, which is the basic principle of degree centrality and centrality. These things, something flowing through the network will end up kind of hitting the center of it more often. Another problem with RDS is this idea of bottlenecks. This is the case when networks have large kind of community clusters that have a lot of ties within them, but few ties between them. And this is a particular problem for RDS when that structure overlaps with some attribute of interest. So here's a case of an ad health network where I just took the races of individuals. And you can see this is a pretty segregated kind of school friendship network. If you did RDS sample on this, a lot of times, you end up with high variability in the estimates that you get from it, owing to that kind of bottleneck structure. The classic example was from a Salganic and Heckathorn paper early on, where they argued if you had a structure like this, the key thing would be to split the network and do 2 separate RDSs in that circumstance. However, that can be difficult to kind of know a priori if there is that structure in the network, in which case you could end up with severe biases in your estimates. Speaking of kind of biases, I wanted to review some basic concepts about how RDS performance might go. There are generally 2 prime considerations with RDS, which are not true with traditional random sampling. Traditional random sampling, we usually just care about how biased it is, and we don't care about the variability, because we know if we take more cases, variability will go down. That's not guaranteed in all RDS samples. So in RDS samples, you can have something that's biased, meaning it's far from, like, the average of the, if you repeated it 1 trillion times, the average of that distribution of mean estimates would be different from the population mean. But you can also have something that has high variability. So maybe it's unbiased, but each individual sample is kind of more likely to be far from the actual population parameter of interest. So one problem for RDS is the nature of this peer referral. Issues like the bottlenecks and that sort of thing create high sample-to-sample variance. So if I do one sample and I get a sample mean with HIV of, say, 40%, and I do another sample and I get a sample mean of HIV in the same population with 80%, and if I do that a lot of times and I end up concluding that in this network we have 95% of the samples would be between 10 and 90%, that's not a very useful kind of estimate of the HIV prevalence in that population. It's sort of saying, we have no idea what it is, right? And that's the challenge that RDS faces, that each individual sample is not necessarily going to be close to the population mean, although on average they tend to be unbiased. So in this circumstance, I took the Project 90 network and I repeated simple random sampling and RDS sampling to try and estimate how much more variable is RDS than simple random sampling. So both of them, you know, it's the same network, so it's about a 75% kind of population prevalence of people being white in this population, which is the outcome that I was interested in. And I repeated samples, and I kind of graphed the mean of each of those samples. So I did 60, 70, et cetera samples with RDS, and simple random sampling, I believe, without replacement on this population. And you can see the distribution of the RDS samples. Each one I'm kind of stacking up one sample on this histogram, right? The distribution of the RDS samples is much, much larger than the distribution of the simple random samples. And if I were to increase the number of people sampled, the simple random sample distribution would get even closer around the mean. The RDS sample is not guaranteed to do that. And you could, this illustrates that. If you increase the sample size in each case, you have the same problems. In general, RDS samples are known to have this kind of high sampling variance or variability in the estimated mean from sample to sample on repeated samples in the same population. However, this can only really be estimated either analytically or with kind of simulation methods like I just did. Empirical evidence on this, which tries to approximate it, suggests that it actually performs substantially better. So there are repeat RDS surveys that are conducted every year in the same population, say people who inject drugs in Seattle, and they're finding relative stability in those numbers that would not be expected from the kind of statistical results that are found. It's not entirely clear why there's such stability. I think in some ways the coupons end up being distributed more randomly than we think they are. So early RDS work really tried to focus on bias. Later RDS work recognized this huge amount of sample-to-sample variability, and subsequent work has tried to kind of quantify how uncertain the estimates are from any given sample that you take. The problem here is that the results typically suggest that we can't quantify that very well. The estimates of sampling variance don't tend to reflect the actual sampling variance that is seen in the population, which leads to a big problem for inferential statistics. Essentially, we're coming up with RDS confidence intervals that say HIV in this population is between 20 and 30%, But in reality, if we were to repeat the procedure on the same population, we should be saying that it's between 10 and 40%. So that lack of kind of coverage of the true confidence interval is a potential problem. I mentioned earlier there are a lot of estimators for RDS. At least 11 are in current use, and there are some newer ones kind of proposed as well. These estimators make different assumptions about the social network, different assumptions about the recruitment process and related activities, and they tend to perform better when those assumptions are violated or not violated. So there are ones that address this idea of sampling with replacement, and that does a great job of kind of correcting that bias. Very few of them there are very few estimators for kind of sampling variance, and in general they tend not to work as well as some of the core mean estimators, but some of the later ones like the tree bootstrap method tends to do a much better job. To illustrate this kind of bias in the sampling variability, I just took two networks that look kind of different, but have a lot of the same local level statistics. And what the problem for this kind of estimator is that running RDS samples on this and calculating the sampling variance that you would expect, you end up with the same estimates for the variance from these two, but actual different levels of variance. So it's kind of a fundamental demonstration that this is not working the way it's supposed to be working. An important part of RDS is trying to assess how violated the assumptions that you're making are. And so there are a number of diagnostic tools that have been proposed to kind of try and get at that. So there are questions about asking people who they recruited and why they did so. Questions about asking people, you said you knew X people, how many people do you think wouldn't say they know you? So you get like this sense of kind of reciprocity in the network, that kind of thing, to quantify those things. There are also efforts and diagnostic plots to quantify potential bottlenecks in the network. So for instance, this, if you were to stop the sample here, we would think this one's in a bottleneck. But as the chains evolve, maybe they're no longer in these bottlenecks of recruitment. An underappreciated issue that I've been working on lately that I kind of wanted to highlight because it's a graduate student in statistics that I've been advising, Alina Kuvakar, and she's doing a great job and about to finish and take a job at Pitt, is this idea that RDS unfolds in a kind of dynamic network, even though we always assume that the network is static. And so I mentioned here, this is how we graph it, but in reality, it's unfolding over time. And we looked at a few different RDS studies, just like, can we find any that were kind of egregiously long periods of time? And we found a few, and there are more, but that took, this one took 3 years to fulfill the kind of sample size of the network. In which case, the network might have changed really dramatically over that period. And so we did a variety of tests using stochastic action-oriented models on an underlying network. As that network changes, how much does RDS kind of lead to biases from the population parameter? So in this case, this is the value at the initial time point, or the prevalence estimate at one time point. And if you run RDS kind of on the initial network, you end up with a good kind of measure of it. But as the RDS kind of unfolds, it gets further and further from the true population parameter if you run it on a kind of dynamic network, which suggests that this network dynamics could be a potential problem, and we should be paying attention to how long the survey is in the field, as well as coming up with new diagnostics to determine, is the network changing rapidly underneath while the sample is unfolding? One question that I got a bunch of times when I've presented this in the past is what about trying to run and respondent-driven sampling on the web? This is sort of a key frontier area. The classic RDS approach is you have a clinic downtown and people show up to the clinic and they participate. But it would be huge for the method if we could come up with ways to run this online where people don't have to show up to clinics, and you can, for staffing reasons, safety reasons, deductive disclosure, if someone sees them at the clinic reasons, there's all sorts of reasons that it would be preferable. In general, there hasn't been a ton of studies that have done what I would view as a great job of web-based RDS, although a few are kind of in review right now. I read one recently. Typically, you need a lot more seeds for dynamic RDS to work. Typically, you need strong verification systems to prevent people from cheating on the survey, like filling it out multiple times themselves, especially if you're using that dual incentive structure. Because like If you say, I'll give you $5 for each person you recruit, and then I like fill in a few more extra surveys, I'm making more money. So it's kind of geared towards kind of introducing potential cheating on the sample in that circumstance. So IP address verification, et cetera. It's also difficult to verify the respondent is in the target population online. So if you are doing an RDS and you run into problems, the typical kind of recommendations are, well, get more seeds, just get new people into the survey. In addition, you might want to expand the number of allowable recruits. Often people start with 2 coupons given out to each person, but if we were to think about it, maybe sometimes it would be beneficial to give out 3 just to get more people into the survey. Typically, other ways to do it are raise incentives or reduce burdens to survey participation. And I think that even if all of those things fail, we can still learn a lot from an RDS sample. Just treat it like a convenience sample that's not that different than convenience samples on which people publish all the time. And we can learn about other features of the network, for instance, through qualitative interviews or kind of network enumeration or that sort of thing. So towards that last end, I recommend embedding additional data collection in RDS and examining questions more than just prevalence, trying to understand something about the network structure, for instance. RDS has a lot of potential. The weighting procedure does do a pretty good job of creating unbiased samples, but the big pitfall that it faces is this sampling variability, the ratio of the kind of variability of a set of repeated RDS samples in the same population to a set of simple random samples in the population is very high. And so you typically need a much larger sample size in an RDS study to achieve the same level of statistical precision that you would achieve with a simple random sample in that population. But it's a very fast and effective method typically, and it can be used to learn a lot about networks. If you are interested in alternative approaches, I'll give a plug for some work that Giovanna Merli and Jim and I kind of worked on at different points in time, suggesting that RDS's innovation came from changing the way we were doing recruitment and then changing estimation procedures. And I think that if we further think about changing the recruitment procedures, we could actually end up with even better kind of samples from that. There have been a lot of work trying to create new estimators for RDS, but much less work thinking about new ways of getting people to recruit people into the sample. One way that that can be changed is through this network sampling with memory approach that Giovanna Merli and Ted Mao and I kind of came up with, which uses the network as seen. It tries to collect network data while the RDS is unfolding, uses the seen network to kind of direct the sample in new directions, and then come up with better kind of results from that. We tested this on like a very simple kind of theoretical case. The idea here is if you're sampling the black nodes and you end up at node 7, you really want to sample node 1. You don't want to sample node 8. And so we tried to say, how could we design a privacy-protecting data collection procedure that recognizes node 1 is in our sample, we want to push them over here, not have them go up there. And so we did that by asking minimally identifying information about each person. In different surveys, we've done different things, including like initials and attributes. Other times, the last 3 digits of their phone number and some attributes, other things like that. But we did that, and then we created differential incentives, or we explicitly directed them to sample the 1 case in this circumstance, rather than the number 8. So it collects network data, uses that information to kind of recover the sample frame and push the network towards exploring the network as quickly as possible to look for parts of the network that have been underexplored. And there's a couple details to this that I'll skip over, but the upshot is that it tends to uncover the sample, uncover the underlying population social network relatively quickly, which then allows us to make a better kind of case-by-case recruitment and greatly reduce the amount of variability in the samples that we get. An example in this case is here's sort of the confidence intervals of RDS samples, or confidence intervals of samples in red and green, the actual sample mean in blue. RDS, as the sample size gets larger, those confidence intervals are converging very slowly, right? In traditional random sampling, they converge very quickly. In RDS, they converge very slowly. What we see is that in our network sampling with memory approach, as well as in kind of different variants that think about different ways of collecting the data, that confidence interval is collapsing very quickly to being very close to the population mean. which leads to, it's not an estimated confidence interval, but an actual empirical confidence interval of running the sample hundreds of times on the same network. Which means that it's approximating the efficiency of a simple random sample at the same size. So you're collecting this data and you're getting, say, if you sample 200 cases, it's got the same statistical power as a simple random sample of 200 cases. And this worked well across a variety of different kinds of circumstances. We've also done empirical studies of this, including recent work by Giovanna and Jim, where they did a test against an actual known population, where they fielded it in the actual population. They fielded this NSM approach, and it approximately replicated the kind of various features of that underlying population. You can also learn a lot about the network from the data collected from this. For instance, this is network sampling with memory network, our estimation of a kind of Chinese immigrant community in Tanzania. And you can see the clustering of origin province in that network based on this. So to conclude, I want to emphasize that there are lots of possible exciting things with network sampling. One of the challenges is, typically in network sampling approaches, the network itself is not the item of interest. Typically, it's using the network to gather the data. Network sampling with memory is sort of a bridge between that because it does also feature the network as an item of interest. But we often need to think about the classic methods for sampling, kind of an understanding, collecting data on social networks, which I think leads well into the talk that Jimmy's going to give next, because those kind of considerations really do play a central role here in thinking about how do we best learn about social networks. And I think by learning more about the network, we can come up with sampling procedures that more effectively use that network. So thank you very much. Questions? Yes.
I know a lot of it was individual, but I study like organizational level. Can you do that too? With like, I study intimate partner violence networks, and rural communities tend to be very informal. But I'm interested in who talks to who and what, who's connected to who.
So there are a number of RDS studies of intimate partner violence. In fact, one of the good web-based ones that I was referring to was about this among migrants from, well, they were sampled in Costa Rica, but from Central America. And there are some intimate partner violence RDS surveys in Africa as well. But I've never seen anyone try and conceptualize the unit of analysis as like organizations. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, like macro level.
I have not seen that. I mean, in theory, I think you could think of it like the organization representative referring you to another organization, but I've not seen that done. From a mathematical standpoint, I don't see anything tremendously wrong with that. It would sort of depend on who you sample and how well they know, say, the links between different organizations. Like if you talk to someone in charge and they know everyone at other organizations, or they know all the organizations they're interacting with, versus someone who's maybe an intern or something and doesn't know those things, you could end up with potential severe biases. But in general, in principle, I don't see a problem with that.
I was wondering, when we look at the RDS sampling, you always is kind of like top bottom, right? Has there been studies where you connect like people, like say you know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah. So this is exactly that. RDS surveys are, each chain is independent of the other chains as it's sampled, because nobody can participate more than once. And we're not learning anything about the ties they have beyond who they recruit and their popularity, right? So it ends up that you have this kind of a chain and it goes down, it doesn't connect to any other chain. Those cross ties are not typically enumerated. That's one of the big advantages of the network sampling with memory procedure, is because we're collecting some network data from everyone who participates, and that network data is minimally identifiable, we can make kind of probabilistic matches that I nominated J, ADA, and he is wearing a green shirt, and you also nominated JADA, and he's wearing a green shirt, and that's probably the same person. So we can learn about that. And in this kind of network, that's exactly what we saw, is that there is a fair bit of cross ties. And people are sort of nominated by multiple individuals, et cetera. Does that make sense? Does that answer?
My other question was, you were talking about sampling with replacement. Like, can you give an example? Like, I haven't heard that visualizing. Like,
Oh, yeah.
How would you, like,
Yeah, so sampling with replacement is, yes. The second question is about sampling with replacement, and give an example. So sampling with replacement is you've got a bag of different colored balls in it, and you take out a red ball and you put that ball back in, shake it up again, take out a ball, and it might be red or whatever. Sampling without replacement is you take out a red ball and you set it aside, then you reach in again, you take out, say, another red ball and you set it aside. And the third time you reach in, there's no more red balls in there. So eventually you kind of converge to kind of a biased level of estimating like what's in there based on what you've already sampled. Does that make sense?
yeah. So how would that apply here? Like, how
So RDS prohibits individuals from participating multiple times. So if you initially sample, say, lots of people who are who don't use condoms, then the subsequent individuals in the network are less likely to not use condoms. Does that make sense?
Okay. But you're not influencing that. It's just a concept.
It's yeah, like you don't let people participate multiple times, which is why just to simplify that concept away, you have to assume that the network is much larger than the sample size.
Related to that question, are you controlling for this, like with the coupons and who's coming in and enrolling? Is that where you're checking whether they're participating or not?
Yes, that's typically the case. Even in practice in the field, it's not particularly well done. I've seen different studies. Often it's, I think they use methods to try and fake people into thinking that they can really identify them. Like I've seen things where they're like, well, we're gonna measure your wrist circumference and your elbow to forearm length, and that's like a unique identifier of you, even though it doesn't really work. So like, it works well if you've got one research coordinator and they're good at faces and things like that. It doesn't work well if you've got, say, 10 people in and out of the office. They try to prevent that from happening, but it's not a perfect solution.
Yeah, I'm thinking about this. And maybe this is what the sampling memory is, but if you know that there's a bottleneck, like if you already have a sociometric network, can you just see it across the network?
So I think if you know the network exists and there's a bottleneck, then you don't need to do RDS, right? That's sort of the nature of it being a hidden population. But the network sampling with memory approach is assuming we know nothing about the network, and I used to play like video games like Zelda and stuff like that, you know, you're walking around and the map isn't revealed yet, and you see more of the map progressively. Network sampling with memory is saying we're learning about the map as we're walking around it, in this case the network, and we're also going to try and explore the areas that are currently unexplored in the network to learn as much as possible about it so we can make the best decisions about who to recruit next. Over here, you had a question? One of you two.
I was just wondering, I could talk more about the offering bias, just because like the collecting data, like we know that people are not kind of jumping up and down to participate on surveys is kind of like a thing. So if you come like with two coupons, people like not really, yeah, I'm going to go and like go give them to people. Like how does that work in practice?
So the question's about like the kind of biases in kind of offering coupons in the community. In general, people that participate in RDS are inclined to participate in surveys. They probably tend to think others are inclined to participate in surveys. And they're incentivized through the dual incentive structure to hand out coupons to other people to get them to participate. So in general, like RDS tends to find that when you ask people how many coupons did you distribute and stuff, it tends to be a pretty high number. The unknown question is how many people did you have to approach to get those coupons out? And that's often less well tracked, but can lead to more severe biases in our estimates. In the back here.
How do you track that like offering?
So that secondary interview procedure, typically, you know, this is the real advantage of that dual incentive structure. is you actually get a second interview with the same people, and you can ask a small number of questions about things that allow for asking questions about diagnostics, for instance. Like, how many people did you try to give the coupons to? And they refused. In the back there. Yeah, there are a variety of coupon tracking kind of softwares out there. The older one was Coupon Manager. There's spreadsheets that the WHO puts out. And I found that they all work pretty well. One best practice, though, that I think is underutilized is directly recording the time or at least the day that people redeem the coupons. In contemporary survey practices where you're entering stuff online and stuff like that, that is recorded. But a number of the more recent RDS estimators take into account the timing of coupon redemption to kind of improve the estimation procedure. Because say you get a lot of coupons trickling in versus all at once, they suggest different things about the network and how saturated it is. So directly recording that is useful.
In traditional RDS, I'm still a bit confused on how we approach weighting when we don't know much about the overall population.
Right, so the weight, there are a couple different weights out there. The most basic one is this, where you take people's degree over the sum of all degrees in the network, which is, I believe, a Hayek estimator Thomson-Horowitz estimator, to estimate popularity. So it's sort of like your relative popularity. The more popular people get a smaller weight, the less popular people get a larger weight.
So those would be respondents that receive multiple coupons?
No, it's their degree. How many people they report knowing in the network. The inverse is here is what makes it that the more popular people are less, get lower weights. So if I say I know 1,000 people, and you say you know 10 people, my weight will be substantially lower than your weight. Relative to what? No, the weight is typically against all other sample participants. So you're just gauging sample participants against each other. It's a relative probability sample. So people say, I know X number of people. Other people in the network say they know Y number of people. You take what the individual said, their degree inverse, over the sum of all degrees in the network, in the sample. So the theory of random walks suggests that if you were to have a single non-branching chain moving through the network started from a random place, that if it goes far enough into the network and you reweight that by their degree probability, it is representative of the network. Like it's a mathematical, I can give you some citations to it, but it's a basic kind of proof. The same idea works, underlies the logic for like early Google search ranks, for instance, that you can estimate the probability of like a random surfer ending up in a part of the network through a degree-based weight, as long as it's a connected network.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that's awesome. The short answer, I think, to that last question was magic, right? That's it.
No, it's math. Same thing.
Math, same thing. Right, yeah, no, it's a Markov chain issue. Jimmy was there just 3 seconds ago. Now we just lost him.
Yes.
Assuming he's coming back. There was a little confusion about whether we stop at 5:30, so just so people are. My poor graphics design on the calendar wasn't clear where the stop sign. Each of those blocks is a half hour. Is the thing, except for the one right next to the coffee. So apologize if you have a babysitter coming in like at 20 minutes and you need to leave. But if you do, I apologize, and we understand. But the plan is to go to 5:30. Jimmy, do you have your hook and user machine, or? Yeah, okay. I think we have this right here. And Ashton, do you have the mic? Oh, sorry. You need a room mic, Jimmy?
I don't think so.
Okay, we have one.
What's that?
That one's on the right.
Okay. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So in one room.
Oh, how about that?
Oh, that's the room mic if you want it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Probably don't need that. Gotcha.
Awesome.
All right. You ready?
I'm ready if you are. My brain's already 2 steps ahead. All right. Jimmy Adams is now professor of sociology at University of South Carolina, so just down the road. He just took a job in just this year. So congratulations on the new position. Jimmy is arguably the world's leading expert now on network data collection. He just finished one of the most popular new books on this topic. And he's been collecting data in American context, in African context, online, regular data. I mean, it's been a remarkable set. Incredibly active in COVID modeling for the last 5 or 6 years, who's now sort of jumped ship from that, I think, because we all got exhausted, and is working on social networks and health generally. So, Jimmy, thank you so much for coming and doing this. Appreciate it.
Glad to be here. Before I get going, this could go a lot of different directions, and I probably prepared 2 different ones in one slide deck, which will just make this really interesting. So to help me kind of navigate where we're going to go, how many of you have collected network data? How many of you have designs on collecting network data? How many of you just use other people's network data? All of them are useful. Yes. That's where I got my start. And the reason the way I'm going to think about this is kind of practicalities of collecting data. I often couple that with evaluating network data, and I think it's as important to evaluate network data that you're using that's your own and is other people's. And I think those things really get tied into how we consider the approach of how data are or were or will be collected. So the reason I asked those questions is I was trying to figure out how I'm going to balance where we're going to go, and it looks like I should try and do both of my talks simultaneously, so we'll see how that goes. Traditionally, a lot of the times when we talk about network data collection, we have a tendency to think in quote unquote standard social scientific practice mode and then adapt it to the network context. And if you weren't previously kind of already aware of this, there's some big problems there because we're fundamentally working with relational orientations which really just don't neatly kind of translate from individually oriented or collectively oriented practices. All that to say, oftentimes when we talk about these sorts of things, we then kind of proceed in a manner that just kind of follows that adaptation. So we think about sampling, how do we adapt sampling to networks? We think about measurement, how do we adapt that measurement to networks, and so forth and so on. I'm going to try and avoid that a little bit today. If you would have preferred that style, there's lots of those out there. Chapter version, there's a book by some guy who, in the SAGE series, that does exactly that. So I'm not saying it's a terrible approach because I've done it myself. But I think I'm going to take a slightly different approach today and think a little bit more about kind of the premises and orientations to the kind of modalities that we would take to collect network data. And then I'm going to try and illustrate some of these points of kind of more standard practices along the way. Hopefully that's an okay choice. We'll see how it goes. So I'm going to focus largely from an organization of these kind of perspectives that comes from a chapter that Miranda Lubbers and I wrote a couple of years ago now on kind of modalities of network data collection, thinking about separately surveys where a lot of the kind of evaluation of network data comes from, experiments, observations, and then kind of more breadcrumby type data. And I'm going to extract out of some of that a variety of practical considerations that, like I said, would often be the way that this kind of presentation would be organized. I'm going to have those kind of more the secondary, but we'll hope that works out okay. And I can't not talk about ethical things when I'm talking about with anything when it comes to networks. And I'll have to put a big caveat on that at the end. But so we're going to, like I said, kind of orient the discussion here around thinking about kind of 4 primary strategies for collecting and having network data, that we had a really good label for one set where we can think about kind of the differentiation between data that come from active participants, so people who are doing something to provide the data that you have, versus going about their daily life and kind of we're kind of gathering information as they do so, where the participants in your research are more passively engaged in the research process. I still don't know what goes on the y-axis here. I've talked about this as though it's like large N and small n logics, but I'm oversimplifying when I say that, so I'm not sure that that actually holds. That doesn't much matter. But the reason I'm going to talk about these in this kind of orientation is each one of these are primed. Let me go back for a second. Each one of these are more primed for answering different types of questions than others. None of them are universally good. None of them are universally bad. They all do very different things well and different things poorly. And so I want to think in the network context of what we can leverage out of these as we kind of go forward. That's going to be the idea. So Matt Brashears and Eric Gladstone published a chapter in the Oxford Handbook of Social Networks that Jim was one of the editors of, where they talked about kind of experimental approaches to thinking in networks. And one of the things that we often kind of recognize about experiments is there's things about them that are kind of trade-offs between more kind of naturalistic sorts of things versus more controlled sorts of things, which also have trade-offs in terms of generalizability. And that's no different in the network context than it is outside of the network context. It's just the types of things that are generalizable and the types of things that are more controllable are slightly different in the network context than in studying other sorts of things. And so in particular, one of the ways I like to think about this is thinking about what is it that we're trying to explain. If we assume that we have kind of causal orientations, right, there are 2 fundamental different ways we could be thinking about explanation when we're doing experiments. One is on the network side, like how do ties form? How do ties dissolve? Which ties are there? Which ties are not there? And this kind of comes in the classic like social exchange literature, and lots of other types of experimental work is out there that's done a ton of work on this. Alternatively, we can think about the network as the kind of means by which things spread or the means by which other things happen in a population, and we might study, instead of the changes of the network, how other things change over top of the network, right? And each one of these have really different kind of implications, but I just want to point out that in the experimental kind of conditions for working with networks, we can have both of these sets of questions. I'm going to skip past this slide a little bit, but one of the reasons that I think, I will mention it briefly, one of the reasons that I think this is particularly compelling for experimental work is that we can get a lot out of this type of work on mechanisms that we often can't out of other sorts of data, right? So we can kind of figure out why things work the way they work in a kind of classical challenge to the social sciences from Coleman from a long time ago, both in terms of things like aggregating mechanisms, but also in terms of things like moderation and mediation sorts of processes on other sorts of patterns that we observe. So all that to say, experiments are really useful for getting at kind of controlled things, process things, and other sorts of questions that some of the other data types that we have here really aren't as well equipped for. So what are some of the things that have happened here in this kind of space in networks? Like I was saying, one of the things that's happened a lot is that people have used experiments to think about kind of what ties can we kind of enhance the likelihood of them forming or not, so that we can kind of get out some of these questions of what like network structure looks like and how that associates with various attributes to discern some things about mechanisms. The caveat for experimental designs, often in most contexts, not just in network context, is kind of this question about external validity. Something that's been particularly striking in some of the network experimental work that's happened over the last several decades is we've often found that things that look very solid in observational studies are hard to replicate in experimental studies. If you've never read Lisa Berkman's kind of line of work, it's just fascinating to kind of see what held up and what didn't across studies of how network change and post-stroke and post-myocardial infarction survival rates differed, and how much of that was intervenable to improve outcomes and how much of it wasn't. All that to say, I think these things all need to happen in concert with one another, so that we can kind of really learn what's going on from them. I think I'm going to not go into too much depth there, other than to say one thing that I'm going to try and do as I kind of talk through this is some things that have either been particularly well leveraged in some of these kind of frameworks for data collection, or not so much, or things that I see as potential opportunities. And I'll say these potential opportunities are really just my kind of soapboxes a little bit more than they are kind of universal expectations. But I think in the network context, we have, particularly in kind of the exchange literature, we've relied on lab experiments a lot. The kind of role of natural experiments on networks has been a little less kind of used, but I think there's an opportunity there. We've seen a move towards online experimentation in really useful ways. David Santola's work looking at kind of health, how health kind of behaviors and health interventions are kind of designable and implementable, and we've learned a lot of things about how that translates both from online behaviors into offline as well. One of the things that I think particularly as we have moved into kind of online experimental conditions and kind of large-scale experimental conditions in the network world, I think we have an opportunity to do is networks often are studies of single contexts at a time. Right, and so and there's good reason for that, but there's also a lot that we don't know that what we're getting out of that. Is this very particular to that context, or is this something that would hold up across other places? And so I think one thing that we have the opportunity to do, either in data, or I've done some of our own work in kind of simulation worlds of empirical context, to think about how kind of the variation of context might lead to different outcomes than what we see when we study kind of one organization, one population, et cetera, at a time. I think experiments are an interesting place to be able to do this in particular. So I kind of skip past the experimental, I go through the experimental piece a little bit quickly because one, it's not as common in networks as some of the others are. That said, it has been used a lot. There's a lot of it there's a lot we can learn from it, and two, a lot of the other strategies as they have been developed in ways to optimize the weaknesses of experimental conditions. What can we do better in other ways, right? And so this is what you're going to see is some of these others are almost kind of responses to, can we do this? Can we get better data via other strategies? And so what I'm going to start with is kind of where we saw kind of most of the early work as our next is I'm going to move to observational network data. And when I talk about observational, I mean this in the sense of I'm watching somebody do something and I'm using that to then record data. Right? And there's lots of, and I'm using kind of vague terms intentionally here because this could be anything from like ethnographic work. It could be kind of very systematic social observation sorts of work. But the idea is that people are going about their everyday lives and you're doing something to get information about that you're encoding in a network way. Elizabeth Bott did some kind of great work on this in families that she combined with interview data. To get us kind of thinking about how family network structures impact kind of outcomes across generations. And for a long time, we also there were lots of different data collection going on in the bank wiring room data, but one of them was a set of observational data looking at how people actually interacted across their work days. I don't know if you all are familiar with this data. How many of you know the Ross? Oh, yeah. I know you do, Jim, thanks. These are data from, was that 30s, 20s, 30s, somewhere in there, that was looking at how a wiring room, how people interacted in there, things like gameplay, who they talked to, who they reported as their friends. And one of the ties that was particularly kind of interesting in this one was who had fights over which windows were left open versus closed. So like there were lots of different relational data, some of which was observational and some of which was survey elicited. But the idea here is that most of the things that we're talking about aren't new in the network context. We just kind of deploy them slightly differently today. One of the ways that these types of things have become more kind of developed in slightly different ways are more systematization strategies of how we collect observational data. So this is from some work from some colleagues of mine when I was at Arizona State, where they were studying the networks amongst preschoolers, and they wanted to study how kind of preschoolers form their friendship groups across school years, and they literally had grad students sitting on tablets where they were coding kind of what kids were in what spaces and who were facing whom and who were playing with whom and who were doing various things in ways that could be thought of as kind of engaging with others, and they had that coded a lot of different ways, and it was done on kind of micro momentary assessments where they had, I forget what the time frame was, but every like 10 seconds or something they were supposed to kind of switch their focal kid to another kid, and then they would kind of record what was going on around them. So you could get really systematic kind of observations of what's going on in this, and the interface is a little old, but that's because I was at ASU a few years ago now, but it helped them be able to study things like emerging network structure amongst preschoolers, and they actually found that preschoolers tended towards increased triadic closure in their friend groups as the school year progressed. I'm talking 3- and 4-year-olds. Some of the things we're talking about here kind of get very kind of encoded very early, and we start to follow kind of expected patterns. And moreover, it happened increasingly as the school year went on. So kids seem to be learning these expectations, not just kind of following them. Anyway, sorry, I think it's a cool example. And we can do all kinds of kind of things with this. This is from an old visualization paper. I forgot that you were on this. I remember this is Dan's data. They had like cameras in classrooms, and they were encoding, they were watching and encoding up kind of who asked questions of whom, who talked to whom, and all kinds of things across the classroom. You see kind of the different types of data, different types of ties coded here. But one of the things that is nice about these sorts of things is you can get kind of pictures of dynamic processes quite easily from observations. And that's one of the things that I think is particularly compelling about observational data, is it's much better at capturing processes than often are things like surveys or experiments, right? So we can see what's going on in practice. It also has the kind of trade-off, as we often think about from experiments, of being more realistic and naturalistic. But like I said, I think the dynamics and the kind of processes versus kind of represented patterns is one of the biggest strengths here. How much of this can we do is definitely a limitation, and how we systematize these things is another thing, but we've seen a lot of kind of pushes in this direction, both for networks and for non-networks. I'm missing something. Oh, there we go. One thing that has happened that I think is particularly kind of a useful adaptation is what I was showing one example of as how these kind of observational sampling strategies and measurement strategies have become increasingly digitized, making those data kind of more useful in the back end more quickly, which we'll see another example in surveys later that I'll talk about, and you'll hear about more tomorrow. But I also think this is another kind of place, you'll hear me kind of on my soapbox a little bit about comparative opportunities, because I think networks, again, we have this tendency to do things in small contexts and assume they kind of carry over. Being able to do these things in multiple contexts, I think, would be an advantage. So hard shift to a different kind of strategy of data collection, and this is, we're going to think a little bit about survey network data collection. And so if you read kind of existing kind of chapters on network data collection and how we kind of think about sampling and how we think about measurement, we often assume surveys are your kind of bread and butter and everything else kind of follows from that. I would argue that that's to some degree useful, and most of the things that we need to consider when it comes to networks in the survey context do apply elsewhere. So things like the boundary specification problem, which I'll talk about in a second if that doesn't mean anything to you yet, is something that matters for surveys, but it also matters for other kind of other types of data collection as well. I would argue, though, that there are some things that are very particular to surveys that make them a little less. There are things that are necessary for consideration in other types of data collection that are not as well represented in surveys. And so I don't think that we can just kind of start with surveys and say, oh, you have to do all these things elsewhere as well. I think we have to think about them as collections. And it's best to think about them in kind of their constellation and kind of what each type of data collection is most useful for what types of questions. But this is probably, I think I can say this is probably the most used single network data collection instrument that exists. This is what's known as the Important Matters Name Generator question from the General Social Survey, where basically they asked people to tell who their who they talked to in the last 6 months about important matters, and then they followed up with a variety of types of questions, and this has been adapted all kinds of ways, and I'll have some comments on that in just a second. But the basic idea here is that we're trying to get at something about who are in each other's kind of important network circles. Surveys also go back to kind of our earliest history in networks. This is one of the papers, one of my favorite papers actually, from Jacob Moreno and Helen Jennings, where they were looking at a school context. One of the reasons I love this paper is like the way we think about ergoms today, they were actually trying to like figure out in this paper in ways that is just mind-blowing to me, where they were trying to figure out what random expectations would have been and how what they were observing differed from random expectations. And they were like generating statistics that were approximating what we do today. But anyway, that's not the point of this. The point of this is that surveys are very foundational to us. There's lots of ways we can collect survey data. I will talk about a few things in a little bit, but this is, and you're not intended to be able to read this. This is, you remember like Scantron booklets that we use? Some of us will, some of us won't in this room. Scantron booklets are the way AdHealth actually collected their data, where they literally kind of coded in bubbles for their friends and for their various data statistics and that. But the reason I have it here is basically to talk about what I heard Jim talking about when I was coming in is the first thing they ask is kind of who are your friends, right? And in AdHealth, they were able to nominate up to 5 male and female friends. But then when we collect network data, we often then follow that up with what we excuse me, let me back up. We refer to this as our name generator question, right? So who are we collecting relationship information about? In AdHealth, it was friends. In other sorts of contexts, it could be any number of other things. But on top of name generator questions, when we're collecting network data, we almost always follow that up with a variety of what we refer to as interpreter questions. And I don't, some people would refer to these as name interpreter questions because, and that's important because often we're asking people about the attributes of the alters that they nominated, right? So you name somebody, can you tell me their age? Can you tell me their gender? Can you tell me their race? So forth and so on. There are other interpreter questions though as well that are more kind of relational interpreter questions, so about the tie rather than about the person, right? So how frequently do you see this person? How often do you talk to them? How important are they in your life, et cetera? So these interpreter questions often become kind of a second layer in the way that we elicit information about each person that is nominated. And that's true whether you're studying in an egocentric or complete network design, which I'll come back to in a second as well. And usually when we're kind of asking people questions about networks, not always, but often, we also have a kind of third step in these where those relational interpreters can move beyond you and your friends, but then it can ask about your friends' friends, right? So if I've named 2 people, I might ask my survey respondents also, do they know each other? How well do they know each other? How much do they interact? And one reason you might do that is in a lot of contexts, those people might not be part of your survey. So being able to get some things about like network closure or network density require you to get it from from a focal person rather than assuming you can get it from a complete design, which I'll loop back to, like I said, in a second. So we did some of that this is data from Malawi where we were thinking about who talks to whom about HIV-related things, and then we asked questions about do those people also talk to each other about HIV-related things, for example. Some adaptations in the survey context that I think are particularly kind of beneficial here is there's been a push, and I like to point out that some of these very recent pushes aren't in any way new. They're just done better in some ways. So using visualization to collect network data is something we've done for a long time. So not just visualizing it after it, but using it as we collect data. This is like an old version of where people literally had like paper and they were sticking stickies on the paper of saying like, who are your friends? And they could rearrange them and draw lines between them and do all these sorts of things about naming your people, getting characteristics of them, and then getting characteristics of their friends. Of the relationship in the data collection process. I'm not going to talk too much, and I even deleted the slide. I'm not going to talk too much about Network Canvas because you have a session on this tomorrow, but that is one of the platforms that basically has taken this and made it digitized and gives you the data kind of in analyzable form right out the back end in really useful ways. But I just think that one of the reasons that people engage in using these kind of visualization practices in collecting data is network data collection is taxing on respondents. It takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of effort, it's costly. And so things that we can do to improve the process in just terms of enjoyment, in terms of getting it done quicker, can result in much higher quality data. And visualization has been shown to do that because people, well, we're self-interested. We like to see our networks in front of us. It's kind of fun for people. But also, it, believe it or not, can speed up the process in a number of ways too, because instead of asking one question 10 times, you can ask one question and then kind of rearrange things on the page as you go. And so while it seems like it's just something that is kind of, it might be, well, it may seem that this is not particularly strategic, that it's just kind of doing something to make it more enjoyable. It actually has a strong impact on the quality of data as well. So surveys, sorry, this is stepping in weird. Surveys allow us to systematize what we're measuring. I'll loop back. Yeah, no, I'm not going to do that now. I'll loop back in a second to talk about some things. I think that's a useful thing. It can it can have kind of countervailing goals of if you're in an egocentric network context. How much have you all talked about kind of egocentric versus complete networks a little bit? Okay, I'll elaborate that in about 3 slides if you're still puzzled what I'm talking about. The breadth in ego network designs, you can kind of get large populations and study them quite well. In complete network designs, you can often kind of get a more composite picture of single populations, which I think are both useful for different types of things. A very kind of big strength of survey data is that it gives you people's perceptions of their networks, right? So this is telling us something about what people perceive to be going on around them, which is we know to be very informative about social processes. One of the biggest limitations of survey data is that it is giving you the perceptions of people's relationships, right? Whether or not this is what you want or whether or not it is not is often determined by the question. So I kind of cut my teeth in the network world studying things like sexual partnerships and needle sharing partnerships and how that leads to the likelihood of transmitting HIV or other STIs, right? In that context, perceptions aren't really what matters, the behaviors are what matter. But in other contexts, what I'm studying a lot of these days is how behaviors spread or ideas or attitudes spread through populations. Sometimes the perceptions matter more than the reality on those sorts of ties. And so this can be a double-edged sword, and there's no kind of single answer here that what you need is a more precise measure of exactly the type of the type of relationship that you think matters here, because sometimes that is exactly what you need. And sometimes it's exactly what you don't for certain types of questions. And this is where, unfortunately, when I give talks about network data collection, often my answer is, and it depends, when people are asking what the best strategy is, and it really depends on your question. So perceptions, I'm harping on this for just a second, but I think it's gotten a bad name, is my point here. Is I think sometimes we have assumed that our data are less objective than they need to be. And my point is that I think sometimes the types of data that we need to be able to really understand social processes are what people think their relationships are more than what they really are. So I'll step off with that now. Surveys are just costly. It takes, every time I have fielded network data collection inside a survey, people assume that they can get, in very short windows, the amount of things that we would want out of it. The survey. And so if we're talking, when we were collecting data in Malawi, our survey was like 28 pages. It took about 45 minutes to an hour and a half. And so, we're competing for space and for time on that, and adding a little network module, they're like, oh, you can have 3 minutes. And it's like, what can you do in 3 minutes? Not a whole lot, right? And so the idea here is that when you have a name generator, a name interpreter, and a relational interpreter, every question you ask compounds into multiple additional questions. Right, and so being able to kind of figure out, 1, what you can do, 2, what you can do well, and 3, how it fits in with everything else that's going on in our research is often kind of a negotiated process. So I would just tell you in advance that getting network data is often per kind of unit much more costly than other types of data that we collect. Some things that have helped, I already mentioned the participant-aided sociograms. Something I think is particularly interesting is when we first started studying networks in the social sciences, everything was multiplex. We didn't study just friendship, or we didn't study just anything one at a time. People were looking at 8 different types of ties and thinking about how they interact. And I think we're coming back to that, I think, in useful ways to recognize that the ability to measure multiple types of relationships simultaneously in the same population is very important for understanding most of the social processes we're interested in, rather than focusing on singular ones of them at a time. Simple example of this, from my own work, I had a paper with a PhD student recently where we looked at data sets on sexual partnering. and data sets on needle sharing. And we thought about these as, these are definitely very important things for studying STIs. If you then assume that like the flow of an STI through a population is simply kind of additive across those two types of networks, they're not. And that's what our paper essentially shows, is that and one reason that we wanted to look at this is it's become very common that you need to know a lot about drug sharing populations if you want to study them well. And often that kind of comes to the detriment of knowing about sexual partnering in the same population. And so we've seen increasing numbers of data sets that do one or the other of these and assume we're getting at the processes that really matter by thinking about how those may combine. But they combine in non-straightforward ways. And I think that's even more so when we're talking about like social processes, right? So friendships, animosities, lots of types of relationships can be important simultaneously rather than just focusing on singulars at a time. Something I've been kind of coming around to over the last 5 or 6 years is I spent a lot of early time when I was thinking about collecting network data, assuming what we needed was more precise and more reliable measures of the same kind of objective things that people could report to us. And I am coming more around to the fact that I don't usually know what really matters to the people that I'm studying, and it'd be more useful for us to allow the meaning and the importance of some of those ties to emerge from the data collection process rather than to be assumed a priori. So thinking about the meaning of relationships is something that I think we in the network community could spend a fair amount more time doing for what it's worth. Where are we at in time? Okay. So the last kind of modality I'm going to talk about are trace data. And trace data can take a lot of different forms, and it's also not a new thing, right? So Stanley Milgram's notion of the 6 degrees of separation is very much a kind of trace data example, right? So there are people who are sending some package along and trying to get a simple kind of metric of how disconnected or connected a population was. But we're seeing any number of ways that trace data can be used today. I now am starting to feel like a dinosaur when I use things like this, where we started out, people were using these like moats where you would wear them around your neck and you would take them to meetings, and you could record like who's in proximity to whom or who's potentially talking to whom. Yeah, obviously we can get this off of phones and other things easier now, but this is how these processes started being translated into digital context. There's been a number of things that I think have been useful, particularly useful, that have come out of this. This is a paper that talks about how those kind of interaction patterns of like physically observable interactions from something like a moat compare to people's perceptions of their friendships, and people's perceptions of who they interacted with, and then who they identify as friends. And you see that there's some ways that those are strongly overlapping and some ways that those are not. And so thinking about those not as kind of different ways to measure the same thing, but different measures of social interactions that are quite different from one another, I think is a way we can make use of this. These types of data have been then used to seed a lot of other things as well. So this is a paper from Marcel Saleh and Jamie Jones, where they use some of these kind of daily interactional data to then ask questions about what a flu epidemic would look like through a population based on the contact patterns in a school, and show how clustering patterns shape both the timing, duration, and extent of a flu outbreak in a population. More clustered makes it last longer, but reach fewer people. That's the short punchline for what it's worth. So these often kind of have kind of large capacity to do lots of different things, both in terms of kind of capturing dynamics and frequency of information. I also think they're particularly useful for calibrating models. I think some of what Ashton was talking about earlier even does some of this. One of the biggest problems with any types of trace data is that we often don't know how the data were collected and or encoded, right? So the biases that are there, often you have to discover them as you go, which sometimes is useful, sometimes it's hard to figure out. And often the kind of, what computer scientists would refer to as metadata, what we would refer to as kind of the attribute data that you might want alongside these sorts of things is sometimes thin to nil as well. So how you can make use of these sometimes is, the data may be more kind of big than useful, is the way I would say that at times. is some of the trade-offs. But we're also starting to recognize ways that we can combine trace data with other sorts of data in useful ways, with be they administrative data, various forms of crosswalks, as Jim mentioned. And I got roped into COVID response in Colorado for a number of years. And we were basically kind of figuring out ways to use cell phone data and other types of administrative data in ways that were approximating kind of contact behavioral patterns in populations in useful ways. And I think thinking about how these things can be usefully combined with others is an important opportunity. And I'd say, and this isn't surprising to anybody who's worked with this type of data, when you're talking about trace data, the key kind of opportunity is figuring out how the heck to validate it. Right? What does it actually represent is a question that we have to be asking ourselves over and over and over again. So I said that I did this in kind of a weird order, where I might have started, particularly piggybacking off of Ashton, is we can think about sampling in the network context as simultaneously a problem of like who we want to study, but also how we're going to study it. And so if this is our network on the right, how much of it are we interested in capturing might be our question. There's a lot of different potential answers to this question. Right? One possibility is we might think about sampling, not individuals, but sampling dyads. And the reason I talk about sampling dyads is if we think that our focus in networks is studying relationships, then I often don't even think that the individual is the unit we should start from. Right? The relationship is often the unit I would like us to start from. And so we could kind of try and figure out ways to sample dyads themselves. Often we can't do that very well, so people do things like egocentric network data instead. When we say egocentric, what we mean is a focal individual, all the ties around them, right? And so this blue node and therefore red ties. And then you notice that we also have some approximation of the ties amongst those. So in ego networks, we could ask them to report on their partners' partners. There are other ways we can collect data via subgroups. Maybe there's a population, maybe you're studying a school and you study one classroom at a time versus multiple classrooms. And there are many ways that people have done this. I would argue one thing that I've seen happening over the last decade that is puzzling to me, to be frank, is in school-based studies, we're increasingly seeing grade level network data collection instead of school level data collection, which I know there's like pragmatic reasons for this, but assuming that those are really hard boundaries between relationships across grades is sometimes less sustainable than I think the strategy would warrant, for what it's worth. But we could focus on just studying some subgroups at a time, be they classrooms or others. There are strategies that allow us to start with some seed, like RDS, but we could follow them and study networks that do kind of some link tracing based approach, right? So we start with some person, the blue person, then we get kind of everybody who's one step removed from them or 2 steps removed from them or so forth and so on. You'll notice that if I start in this center group, I don't ever get out of it, which is potentially problematic, which also leads for the opportunity of studying complete networks. And when we talk about complete networks, we're thinking about some bounded node set and all of the relationships between them. I always put complete in quotes because there's often porous boundaries, but the idea here is that we're trying to study the relationship, the census of relationships within a population. The main thing I want to point out here is when we think about kind of social science data collection or health and behavioral data collection, we often assume that sampling is something we do and then measurement is something we do. In the network context, those two things are intertwined directly with one another. The way we sample is often network oriented. The way we measure things is often a sampling informed question. So these things aren't as separable as maybe the case elsewhere. So this leads us to kind of 3 major strategies for sampling in networks. The local or ego network design starts with a single or a sample set of respondents, and the people they're connected to gets things about their characteristics and their respondents and the relationships they have. The complete network starts at the other end, basically assumes that we're going to start with an entire population and then enumerate everything about the relationships within that population. Right, so this is what AdHealth did. The top one is what like the General Social Survey did. A lot of our studies exist somewhere in the middle, which is what Martina Morris labeled partial network designs, or some have referred to as kind of link tracing based designs. But the basic idea here is that we're doing something to elicit nominations, and then with each round of nominations, we also recruit some of those into the study population as well. Useful for things like studying hidden and unknown populations, but that's not the only time they're used. I'm gonna skip this. So this gets put together in ways that has been traditionally been labeled as what is known as the boundary specification problem, the kind of sampling and measurement question. And what this means is, who are we trying to capture the relationship of, is essentially what the boundary specification question is about, right? And so this label first came by, why am I gonna blank on, sorry, I've reached a point in my life where names just fly out of my brain every once in a while, and it'll come back to me in about 30 seconds. Lamine Marsden, thank you. Basically coined this term that basically to point out the fact that when we're gathering network data, we have to think about both which nodes and which ties are part of the population that we're actually interested in studying, and those aren't always kind of perfectly overlapping with one another, right? You can have people who are in your boundary set, and they can have ties that go outside of that that you may or may not want to be gathering information about. So the idea here is that boundary specification is a methodological thing, but it has assumptions and it has kind of implications for what's going on at the kind of level of the system that you're trying to study. And perhaps most pervasively, this has often been talked about as a thing that can be defined in one of two ways. It can be defined by the researcher, right? So I can say, I care about X population, and I don't care about things outside of that population. If I'm studying schools, I'm interested in the relationships inside that school. If I don't get information about the relationships those kids have outside of school, that's beyond my scope, right? That's okay, is the idea of that version of the boundary specification problem. The other version of the boundary specification problem says that we're gonna let the participants define kind of what the relevant set is. So maybe we're talking about like clubs and participation in clubs, and clubs are not, they might have rosters, but are the rosters really a representation of who's engaged in that and who people kind of interact with inside that club? Maybe or maybe not. And so if that's the case, then maybe instead of relying on the roster, we're just going to ask people who's part of the club, right? And so the idea here is that the boundary can be specified by those kind of inside the population sometimes better than people outside of it a priori. So there are kind of different strategies that this can take. The big point here is that the boundary specification problem is often treated as though it is a methodological problem. It is, but that's not all it is. And it might not even be primarily what it is. It's also a theoretical claim about what matters in whatever population you're studying. And trying to make a decision about how you're gonna decide which ties to follow without kind of linking it to the theoretical question is I think a bit short-sighted. And this is when I was writing the Sage Little Green Book, I had this conversation with Jason Boardman multiple times where he would read a section, he's like, tell me which of these you want me to do. And I said, I can't if I don't know what your question is, because sometimes the answer is that you've got to go with an internal defined boundary, and sometimes the answer is you've got to go with an external defined boundary. It really depends on what your question is. And we had that conversation not just about this, but about half the book. There's lots of things we can study. There's lots of things we have studied. I'm just going to put this up here to say often I think we should be studying more of them simultaneously rather than each of them individually. And I'll move on from that. Give me just a second. I've been trying, this is the point at which I didn't know where we would go from here. So I'm figuring it out. Okay, so now I know where we'll go from here. There have been a lot of questions about what we think we know from what we have gathered information about. This is probably one of the kind of most frequently mentioned titles of the paper just because it's kind of goofy. But this was a paper using the kind of general social survey important matters prompt and basically asked the population, this was a study done actually in North Carolina, they asked people, after they had done the important matters question, they asked them to kind of tell what it is that they were talking to about important matters. And there's a lot of things that came out of this study, and one of which was that one of the important matters somebody was talking about was cloning headless frogs. I don't remember anything beyond that other than that was the topic. And we might say, well, is that really that important, right? We could ask the question of, is importance something that is kind of objectively identifiable? And this became kind of a debate, and to some degree this paper suggested that maybe some of these things aren't as important as we might think they might be. But there's been a lot of kind of follow-up work to this to suggest that what we're really capturing with the important matters question might not be how important things are, but do I perceive that I have people I could talk to about important things irrespective of what I think is important, right? And that might be telling us something about like the opportunity for social support and the opportunity for kind of exchange of information or kind of things around me in a network that isn't really about the important thing at all, but it's a good proxy for kind of social closeness or social proximity to individuals, and that might be okay, that they're talking about unimportant things. There's a long debate there we could have. There's a cool series of papers I'm happy to talk about, but for now I'll just say I'll just leave it at that. Some things that I would normally spend a lot of time talking about, but I'm just going to kind of flip through real quick when we talk about collecting network data. How many people are you going to how many nominations are you going to allow people to have? As Jim mentioned, often we ask this question in a way that is explicit. Tell me your 5 best friends or whatever. We know that that introduces both ceiling and floor effects. If you say name 5, people are going to try and get up to 5, and they're rarely going to kind of give you small numbers. And so you're going to end up with this kind of compressed distribution sometimes when you give explicit caps. But there are reasons to do that and not. I'll leave that debate to elsewhere, but I'll just point out it's a consideration you have to have. Specificity versus general relationships, this is one that I tend to harp on a lot, is when you ask a specific name generator, you often do not know the denominator of that question. So when I've studied something like HIV, right, if I ask people, who have you talked to in the last 4 months about HIV, and then they name 4 people, I don't know whether those are people that they talk to every day and they happen to talk to them about HIV, or whether these are people they don't talk to about anything other than HIV and they just happen to have seen them 4 months ago and that's it. Right? And so being able to think about how questions or relationships are nested or nested within one another or related to one another is something that we often have to kind of weigh between. And this is one of the reasons I particularly advocate for kind of multiple name generators in most surveys or most research questions rather than single, because then you can think about how they're related to one another as well. Questions about whether or not you're going to let people just kind of name their partners or use a roster. Has kind of trade-offs. Rosters tend to be easier to match, but they also tend to give you kind of more false positives. Free recalls are harder to match. Often they also tend to drop off over time, so I'll forget the same people that I nominated before if you just ask me to name them. As you saw earlier, I'll forget names of my siblings at this point in time. So like it's very possible that a free recall can lead to kind of apparent change in networks that may just be a result of your data collection strategy, not so much that the networks have actually changed. We often talk about networks as though they are ties that exist or don't. Most things that's not accurate. So being able to allow for binary, valued, or what Steve Borgatti refers to as nested relationships. So if you know about like a friendship, also like do you do other things with them and those sorts of things. I should add here valenced ties as well as something we can collect information on, because being a friend and being a not friend is not the same. Being a friend versus being a not friend is not the same as an enemy, right? So thinking about the kind of the possibilities of some of our ties, the absence of a tie does not necessarily equate to the negative version of the same tie. And for some of the things we study, the negatives are just as important, if not more important, than some of the positives that we might study as well. So other types of things you might want to factor in. In longitudinal studies, something that has been done periodically is instead of just collecting data at waves and then comparing across them, is you can do that in a way that mimics what I just described. But then if you're at wave 2 and you have the previous waves with you, you could say, hey, you named so-and-so in the previous wave. Is this person still a tie? Are you still sharing needles with them or what have you? And there are trade-offs that introduces in these sorts of primings. But it's something that's worth considering because a lot of times the drop-off between waves is more of a matter of forgetting than it is a matter of real network change. It's something that we've observed in a number of contexts. I don't know what that note's about. The punchline here is, and I literally just changed that last night, so that's Yeah. The punchline here, though, is every one of these choices matters for the types of data you're going to get. And so being able to pretest and interpret the likelihood of the kind of utility of your data is really important. And being able to do so in ways that are relatively close to the you're wanting to study is important. So yeah, we'll give this little anecdote. So when I was collecting data for my dissertation a long time ago now, we were interested in studying kind of inter-religious organizational networks between leaders. I had pre-tested the heck out of this particular instrument that we had amongst our research team, amongst some folks in the States. And then when we were fielding the data for our final pretest in Malawi, we learned that asking people about their kind of connections to other congregations versus to the denomination, so like the kind of local church versus the kind of bigger umbrella organization, we couldn't get any answers to these questions. And the reason was the word for both was Mpingo. It was the same word, there was no differentiation, and it wasn't just a language problem. They really didn't, the idea of thinking about those as different forms of organizations really wasn't there. And so there was something about our research question that needed to be learned kind of in context. And once we got that, we figured out a way to kind of make use of that in both ways, but I just want to point out that kind of there are things you just can't learn no matter how many times you pretest unless you do it in kind of close context to what you're studying. What I would normally end up spending a lot of time talking about is kind of evaluation of network data. And part of the reason I would spend a lot of time talking about this is what I've done most of and why I probably ended up writing books on network data collection. The main thing I'll say, I'm going to skip over it a little bit. The main thing I'll say, network data have the potential to be reported by multiple people, and so we can kind of use those as evaluations of the quality of those data. This is a paper with a former student of mine who's actually now a PhD student at UNC, where we looked at kind of reporting romantic partnerships in the Prosper data and predictions of kind of whether people will agree on those sorts of things. The main reason I want to mention that, though, is then we can think about using those agreements and disagreements not as kind of problems or nuisance in our data, but we could use them as ways to estimate the quality of TIE data. And that's something that Weihua An has done, where basically they used disagreements as a means to estimate people's kind of credibility, and then they can weight the reports of ties via those credibility scores to get kind of more accurate representations of the network as a whole, based on those kind of levels of agreement across the population, and they talk about a variety of strategies for doing so. This paper by Stacy Torres does some of what I was talking about earlier about taking meaning of ties seriously, because what she refers to as elastic ties kind of basically flips on its head this notion that we have kind of strong and weak ties, because her whole point is that most of our ties are strong at some times and weak at others, and how we think about those, the elasticity or the ability to kind of translate between those may tell us more about the relationships than any one of those things on their own. And so the way we have often collected data assumes that we have some answers to this, and this is a provocation I made here last year, is I think to some degree what we've done, unfortunately, in the network data world is that we've traded off prioritizing measurement precision at the cost of kind of fidelity to the process. And I think we've often kind of decided that we need measures that are high quality of what we think is going to matter in ways that often are becoming increasingly orthogonal to the things we actually want to study. And that is, I think, to our detriment. So I love her paper and that because I think it helps convince that we should be kind of returning to letting meaning emerge more rather than be something we assume before we start collecting data, for what it's worth. I'm not gonna, you all have stuff on higher order networks, yes? Good. So I won't do that right now. The last thing I'm going to talk very briefly about is thinking about ethics in networks. And I'm just going to highlight a couple of really quick things. Ironically, I suggested we need to do this. I'm unfortunately still at the same place I was last year in regards to this. Sorry, Michelle. We have a paper where we are trying to get some things out to talk about some considerations of ethics in the network data context. The main things I'm going to say, these slides are available, so I'm not going to go in detail. The first thing I'm going to say is that consent, as we've talked about it in the US, is almost always thought of as an individualized thing. In the network context, that doesn't really work very well, right? We're talking about relationships. Relationships don't belong to any one person. So if we think about what consent looks like in that context, it's going to have to take some different form. Some of the variety of possibilities here, thinking about secondary subjects types of literature, where I'm reporting on other people's information as my perception of their things. It's something that demographers and others have done for a long time. So the point here being that confidentiality may not be a standard that networks either can or should achieve, be able to achieve. We might have to come up with other strategies that allow us to be able to do what we do in ethical ways that aren't kind of trying to shoehorn into individual level consent. There's also what's known notions of collective consent that are available out there that I think is another strategy for doing this. The second point that I want to make is what is often thought of as personally identifying information is one of the things that we kind of often, our IRBs and others are kind of concerned with. But what is personally identifying information is often not very self-evident. And in the network context, it's even more complicated because if I tell you this is the Karate Club data, I don't know if you all have seen, but if you all haven't heard this yet, but if I tell you it's a classic network data set from the 70s of a karate club that split, and we've seen this visualized literally thousands of times at this point in time, but if I label any one of these, if I was part of this, most of the people inside the club could tell you who everybody else is just by the single labeling, right? And so our kind of penchant for visualizing data networks can often lead to deductive disclosure in ways that other types of data sets aren't constrained by. And this can happen both at the kind of individual level or at the collective level. If you have the slides later, the QR code there is an ethics talk that I gave here a few years ago. The thing I want to suggest with respect to visualization, visualizations are highly valuable for us in the network world. I would argue that we should stop visualizing our true data in most of our papers. What we should be visualizing instead are model-based representations of our data. And what I mean by that is it's often not the exact network that you need to be able to tell your story in your paper, to be able to tell how network clustering or how network homophily or how whatever matters for whatever process. What it is those general associations between those patterns and some outcome. And so if we can take the data, model a network that has the properties that matter for your kind of actual population, present that visualization, it is coming from your results. This is what we would do in a regression paper too, right? We show these kind of predicted outcome lines, and we do things like this in all other contexts, but for some reason in the network world, we felt like we have to represent the real networks. But it often comes with some big risks that I don't think we've wrestled with as well as we maybe ought to have. As I've mentioned previously here, there is a very popular network data set out there that is very restricted in who can get access to it. And I wanted to do an analysis of these data, and I did not have access to the data at the time, so I literally sat there with one of the visuals from a paper, and I hand-coded the data. And from that hand-coded, I ended up publishing a paper from data that I didn't have access to, because you can do that with our visualizations. And there's some problems with what could be done. I don't think I did anything weird there, but I think that there could be weird, yes, unethical, no. But there are plenty of things that could be done with our data when we present them in the completeness that we do that I think we have not as fully wrestled with as we maybe would. So I would argue that our visualizations would be just as useful for explaining the social processes we're after if we just give the model-based versions instead of the actual. But that's a side note. I think I've said most, and I'm at time, so I'm going to just stop there and ask if we have any few questions.
Time for a few questions.
Sorry,
I have a question that might be a little bit off topic, but when you're deciding to collect data, how do you decide on your sample size?
Sample size. So the first answer, so the question is about sample size. The first question back is, are we talking about a complete network or an ego network sort of sample? So the reason I asked is in a complete network, we're usually not taking a sample. In a complete network, we're assuming that we have the population, and we're usually going to try and enumerate the entirety. Now, and I say try because almost always we can't get the entire population. And for different types of networks and different types of attributes, kind of how thorough the coverage needs to be to have a good picture of the entire population actually depends on the size of the network, right? So it doesn't scale, if you will. It's gonna, you're gonna need the amount of coverage you need depends on the size of the network. If we're talking about ego networks, the types of things we're talking about often can be, I'll punt a little bit and say Brea is a better person to answer this question tomorrow, but to some degree, the things that answer that question in the network context aren't really that different than answer that question outside of the network context. Because if we assume that things are independent, which we often do when we study ego networks, then we could start to make the same sampling assumptions elsewhere. So that's why my answer there is a little squishier, or actually maybe more solid, because we have decades of research answering that question in that context. Please.
I know, so there's like a million parts to this question.
Yeah, sorry, I was,
The
yeah.
one question. If I have like a bunch of different ego networks, either from one ego, because I have several different ego generators, or from several different egos, is there a best practice for integrating networks? Can you do that at all?
So the short answer is it depends on your population, right? In some populations, it makes perfect sense to, right? So Jeff Smith, who used to be at the University of Nebraska, did some really good work on thinking about kind of in sampled populations, how we can use those to seed and simulate kind of full populations of the kind of appropriate size. And this is what you would need. You'd need to know kind of what the population is that those are meant to represent, and whether or not the kind of connectivity that is there is kind of, and they did some work kind of calibrating when that is going to work and when it's not going to work. Most of our ego network, not most, but a lot of ego network kind of research out there is more kind of general population survey though, right? So we're like, if we're talking about, a state level or a country level, then those sorts of things don't make any sense. So it really depends on the scale of the population from which your ego sample is drawn on whether or not those are appropriate. And how independent they are, how related they are. But Jeff's work is one of Jeff Smith, who was at the University of Nebraska. He wrote, what was that SMR paper he wrote? It was like 2013 or 2014. That was kind of the beginning of doing some of that work. I have a funny point on that, but I think it's beside the point for right now.
I'm interested in, so having multiple name generators, is there like a best practice for the order that we are supposed to ask these questions? Because my brain goes to like people who are like, name your 5 best friends, and then name your 5 enemies, and then like some people have frenemies, or like these like more complicated relationships or repeats.
So the questions about kind of multiple name generators and if there's ways to order them. I threw up briefly a mention from Steve Borgatti's work where he talks about relationships as potentially nestable, right? And so the idea is, one thing that we want to think about when we're talking about multiple name generators is whether or not nestability makes sense. Because sometimes when I'm talking about multiple name generators, what we're getting at are like fundamentally different things. So like the Project 90 data that I know you all have seen a couple of times in here had data on like sex and needle sharing, which is important for disease diffusion. But it also had information on like who you share meals with. Right, so that there's something about like just more social kind of behaviors. And all that to say, I think sometimes what we really want are fully kind of separate types of relationships. And in those cases, most people recommend kind of going from the more general to the more specific for a variety of reasons, most of which are that they're usually subsetted in ways that's kind of important. That said, there are ways that they can be primed, right? So Chris McCarty, Amber Wutich, and some others have shown that when we are responding to network elicitations of any sort, we do it in clustered ways. We start like in one cluster. We tell you everything about that cluster before we move on to another one. So when you ask them like how many people we should be asking about partners, this 5 business of like how many friends we ask about, they're like, that's way too few. They want 45. And the reason they want 45 is in there's a lot of it that's out there that kind of shows that how that gets you across these sorts of things. And that's not what your question was, I know, but there's a reason that I'm using it to answer your question, is because kind of how we think about our social world is going to kind of work its way into how we answer these sorts of questions. So like the multiple name generators, if they're fully separable, I think general to specific. But if they're not fully separable, right, what you're going to end up with is strong overlap across them, right? So if like I answered one and I gave you 3 people. If those 3 people have any relationship to whatever my next one is, I'm going to stick with those 3 people. Right? And so being able to think about ways that you can kind of break out of that is also potentially kind of useful for you. And you hear me being fuzzy because how you break out of that is dependent on the context, right? Because you have to kind of, whatever the mental palate cleanser is for your population is going to be different than it was for mine.
Thank you, Jerry. All right. Been a long day. This is day 1. So, go home, rejuvenate, rest, relax, those types of things. For some of you, a little later. Otherwise, we'll see you back here at, we'll kick back off again. Donuts will be here at 8:30, and otherwise we're back on at 9. So, see you in the morning. That was great. That was awesome. How do you get your closed captioning?
PowerPoint. It's a setting in PowerPoint.
Is it trained on you?
No.
It was picking up like
It's very
well.
Yeah, they've gotten a lot better. It's yeah. Yeah, no, I turned that on 21 or something like that. I started using it anytime I present if I remember to have it on.
I really